Hi, I'm Guada Rodriguez. I am a media producer for the Northeast History Center, and today's topic for our mini doc is the history of Southern food. I've heard other terms used such as comfort food and soul food, and I don't know if there is a difference, but we will surely find out together. I'm originally from the West Coast. I moved from California to Georgia and was surprised to learn about grits and all the chicken factories around here. But moving along, we have a panel of amazing experts that will dive into the history of Southern food. To learn more about the origins of Southern foods, Marie interviewed 3 experts. Jackie Garvin is a food writer for her blog Syrup and Biscuits, and she is the author of 2 cookbooks. Jackie's family has a long history in the South, and it was her grandmother who inspired her to share her love of Southern food with others. Dr. Ken Albala is a food historian and professor at the University of the Pacific who can tell us more about the ways in which food was influenced by culture. And Adrienne Miller, food writer and James Beard Award winner who specializes in African American food traditions. So Marie, I think we should first start off with defining what Southern food is.
Well, that's what we're going to try to do in this program, but as we started to really dig our teeth into what Southern food is, it became harder and harder to define. And I talked to Dr. Albala about this as we see there are lots of different cultures and different influences that go into making Southern food.
Well, there are a whole lot of stereotypes about what makes Southern food, but I think with a handful of key ingredients and recipes, you can probably have a good idea that there's often greens that are stewed, there's often rice if you're in the low country, there's cornbread, there's pork, barbecue, very clearly a Southern thing, and grits, those. So there's a handful of very key ingredients. What makes it hard for people to recognize their origins is, of course, Southern food is an admixture of lots of different people and different cultures and different cooking methods. And the one that's really been neglected for a very long time, I think, because people were in general looking at elite cooking and, seeing the connections between English cookery from the 16th, 17th century, and then how that translated into books like Mary Randolph in Virginia, there's very clear connections to England. And I think historians have often been swayed by those connections because it's a printed matter. But if you look at what are some of the ingredients that I just mentioned and some of the eating habits, they're really African. I mean, the roots are so very clearly come from Africa with slavery, obviously. The greens are eaten throughout West Africa. They may be slightly different greens, but collard greens and anything that's picked and stewed until it's got this really viscous texture. There's nothing like that in English cookery, really. That's very much an African thing. And so is grits, really. Cooking down in Africa, it would be fufu. You'd have like a little ball of some kind of thick porridge, scoop it up with your fingers and dip that into whatever food you were eating. There's nothing even vaguely like that in English cooking. And so I think there's a lot of things, and I would argue, even though it's hard to prove with printed evidence, that barbecue is there in Africa, long before. They may not have been using pig, they may not have been, the word barbacoa is Native American, but I think that the basic procedure would have been familiar to anyone in West Africa, as it was to anyone in England, actually. The English have traditions of roasting pig over a grate on top of low coals and low and slow. I mean, that's nothing unique to the South. It comes from both traditions. So it's kind of hard to tease out all these different elements. And in certain places, it's very clear, like New Orleans is very clear that there's Spanish influence with Creole cooking and spices, and the Caribbean in general, There's French cooking, French influence, obviously, in use of a roux, even though it's a little different with oil rather than butter, but it's still a roux. And words that are in French, étouffée and remoulade and things like that. Those are all French concepts and ideas. But the Spanish influence is there, the Native American influence is there, the English influence is there, the Italian influence is there, because, you know, in big influx of Southern Italians into New Orleans for po' boys. A po' boy wouldn't exist without Italian cooking. So Southern cuisine, even though it's difficult to define, is one of the formative American cuisines. You know, it's obviously a region with a very distinctive character that has given the world a whole lot of, you know, dishes that people love. And so I think rather than try to codify it, like we would say, here is French cuisine, and this is what it must be. Here is Italian food, here is what it must be. Southern cooking is more of like an attitude toward food. It's like about taking your time and sharing things and cooking them with great love and not hurrying, you know, the dishes. And I think that rather than be a particular set of foods strictly defined, it's really an approach to cooking, which I think is very valuable. I think everyone should do it.
Marie, we talked about the traditions that were brought here to the South, but what about the traditions that were already here?
So of course the Native Americans all had their own varied foodway traditions, and I was able to talk to Adrienne Miller more about specifically the origins of barbecue that we know today, which have direct ties to Native Americans.
Well, I think barbecue is Native American in foundation. So, and then eventually you've got the interplay of Native Americans, Europeans, and West Africans, all coming together in the American South to take what Native Americans were doing with their smoking traditions and then reorient it in a way that it puts us on the road to Southern barbecue. Mm-hmm. So I think that Southern pit barbecue, and you know, the earliest form of barbecue, as we understand it, was digging a hole in the ground, usually a trench, and then filling it with wood, and then burning that wood down into hardwood burning coals, and then getting whole animals. Now, we always think when Southern barbecue, always think pork, but looking back through the historical record, I mean, any animal could show up. So it could be a pig, it could be a lamb, it could be a goat. If they were doing cows, they would quarter them because they're pretty big. Mm-hmm. And butterflying that and cooking that over those hardwood burning coals, and then periodically seasoning it with a mixture of vinegar and red pepper flakes. So that was barbecue for a long time. And then by the time you get to the turn of the 20th century, it starts to transition into focusing on smaller cuts of meat. And that, I think that's a reflection of the transition of barbecue from a rural context to an urban context.
So we talked about the mixture of cultures that are involved with Southern food, but what other factors are there?
So there are many other different factors that go into making Southern food. That includes just the region that they're in. That includes the environment, what's grown there. And it also includes just the comfort of cooking, because in the South it gets pretty hot, so people don't want to have to stand over a hot fire again. So those are some of the reasons that, well, make Southern food the way it is.
A lot of what we consider Southern food, the regional dishes, were born out of a way to prepare food that was more efficient, more effective. You know, it gets hot in the South, and trying to cook, that just creates a lot more heat. So that's the reason that frying became so popular in the South, because it was a relatively quick way to fry food to get you out of that hot kitchen. And I also learned that it's pretty amazing to me, the knowledge that that our ancestors had. For instance, collards, well, any kind of leafy greens, you know, collards, mustard, any of that was very popular to cook. Mm-hmm. But they learned that if you cooking meat with the collards and the greens produced a very nutrient-rich broth. And so they would drink the broth, which, you know, colloquially it's called pot liquor, L-I-K-K-E-R. But that sustained them. That was a sustaining food for them. So their knowledge of nutrition was actually pretty sophisticated, pretty amazing. And I'm not really sure how they figured that out, other than, you know, just by experience. Well, if we eat this food, if we drink this broth, we feel better, we feel stronger.
A lot of this is pure geography. And I think that, if you were looking at rice, it really can't be grown in the hills. So it's necessarily low country. And, there's dispersal of some ingredients that are going to be different in the Appalachians, that are going to be different in the low country, and are going to be different in the Gulf ports, which are, connected to the Caribbean culinarily, more seafood. So that's just a natural thing that has to do with geography. But I would say also different people went different places. So there's an influence of Scots Irish, in some places, and less so in others. There's influence of Italians very clearly in New Orleans, not so much in Gainesville. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? That it's sometimes accident of what people showed up where. And in some places, Native American influence is more prominent and less so in other places. You just don't see it anymore because people were moved out, basically. And I think also accidentally, some regions develop a food culture earlier and had closer ties to back to England, for example. If you look at the Chesapeake, that's still very much an English. I mean, their accent sounds English also, and the places that were isolated, like the Chesapeake is a very good example, really didn't become influenced by mainstream American culture. So their foodways are really much more tied to the point where the people arrived, and very few other people did arrive there. So it's a very English culture. I suppose there are some places where slavery was more important, so there was more, much heavier African culture there, and so it has to do with geography, where people came, and then just pure accident. Sometimes a dish will evolve in a way that is unique to a particular place, and it stays there, for a long time.
Murray, in your interview with Adrian Miller, he mentions soul food. But is that Southern food? Is there a difference?
Soul food can most definitely be Southern food, but it also can be more than that. And as I talked to Adrian Miller, he really talked about how soul foods started in the South, but then it traveled outside of the South as the Great Migration happened in the earliest 20th century, as Black Americans who had been in the South migrated to other places, mainly north or west, and how they took their food with them, and soul food also traveled with them, and therefore kind of took on a flavor of its own.
Soul food is really the fusion of the culinary techniques, ingredients, and traditions of West Africa, Europe, and the Americas. So it has a lot in common with Southern food because they draw on similar traditions. But more specifically, and this is an argument that I have been making, is that soul food is really about the food that African-American migrants took outside of the South and transplanted in other parts of the United States during the period of the Great Migration. So it's if you imagine like an expanded Southern menu, soul food is really a condensing of that menu. And it makes sense, right? Because when you leave a certain place and you go to another place, you may not be able to get everything that you could have in that in the new place. You can't get everything that you had in the old place. And so you're finding substitutes, and then also you're experiencing new neighbors, maybe from other parts of the world, and you're bringing in their culinary traditions into your food. So soul food shares a lot in common with Southern food, but I think it's distinct because I really think it's the food of the migration outside of the South. There's this notion that soul food should not be celebrated because it's the food of the enslaved that was forced upon them by slavers. And there are elements of truth to that, but what I found that was surprising to me is that a lot of the foods that we call soul food were things that white people were eating as well. And so one of the biggest surprises of my research is that often when we think about Southern cuisine or cuisines of the South, it's really more about class and place than it is about race. So for the most part, people of the same socioeconomic class, regardless of their race, were eating the same foods. Now, they weren't eating them together because of the racial dynamics, right, and racism, but they were often eating the same foods. And that surprised me in my research. So I just thought that was fascinating stuff. The more I think about it, I don't even think that all soul food is Southern. And I think that comes from just the exposure to other cultures.
Mhm.
Like I'll give you an example. So like soul food egg rolls. It's part of the soul food tradition, but I wouldn't call that Southern.
Mhm.
And that really is just about just people kind of tinkering and having fun with stuff outside. But to the point though, there's just so much. I see why people make those statements, because there is so much that each cuisine draws in common. So um, the use of say African techniques and African ingredients is common to soul food and Southern food. So we talk about okra, we talk about black eyed peas, watermelon. It's called bene seed, but sesame seeds. You see all of these things kind of show up in Southern food. So when people ask me, well, okay, if they have so much in common, what's the difference? I think Southern food, or moreover, soul food has heavier seasoning. It's more seasoned. I think that the lines between savory and sweet are often blurred more often in soul food. So, for instance, putting sugar in cornbread, that's an example. And an example of the seasoning is like Nashville hot chicken, which was born in an African American restaurant. So to have an insanely spicy version of fried chicken, that makes total sense that that's in soul food. And then a heavier reliance on variety meats. And variety meats are those funky cuts of meat, like ham hocks, turkey tails, things like that. Now that difference is starting to break down, because you're starting to see more white Southern chefs start to use those ingredients, and you're seeing more of a celebration of whole animal cooking. So what used to be just completely for the most part in the province of soul food is really that's becoming more widely available, and you're seeing it on more menus. And I think a lot of it is just kind of the presentation. So for instance, if you go to, and this is restaurant more than what you get at home, but if you go to a Southern restaurant, typically that food is going to be more processed in the sense that cuts of meat are going to be deboned. So rather than getting bone-in chicken, say like smothered chicken, rather than getting bone-in smothered chicken maybe at a Southern restaurant, you're going to get a fillet. But in a soul food restaurant, you're going to get bone-in. Same thing with like a rib sandwich, right? A bone-in sandwich with bread. You're going to find that at soul food places in black run barbecue joints. So I think a lot of it is just kind of the way that it's presented. But my feeling is that anybody can make Southern food and anybody can make soul food, as long as they hit the right flavor notes, hew to the tradition, and make the food the way it's supposed to be made. I think one thing I want to emphasize about what I think is important to soul food is that soul food is really about the celebration food of the South. So I talked about how African Americans migrated outside of the South and settled in other places. Now, when they got to the new place, they tried to recreate home. And if you could do it with what you had back home, you did, but often you had to find these substitutes, and you're really poor and struggling. But then once you started to get settled and prospered, you remembered the good times food of the old country. And so what I often tell people is that soul food is really that celebration food. And it's the celebration food eaten more frequently during the week. And that's kind of out of context, because a lot of these celebration foods were meant to be eaten just every once in a while. And so I really want to emphasize that point.
So many people have referred to Southern food as comfort food, but where did that name come from?
I think that Southern food is also sometimes called comfort food just because you feel good when you eat it. It makes you feel happy. It makes you feel nostalgic, perhaps for the past. It makes you think of family gatherings, special occasions in which this food was served. So eating that and having those flavors in your mouth kind of brings back those memories and brings about a sense of community, just of that feeling. So that's comforting, and therefore the food is equated with that comfort.
I think it's attached to your memories of things that your grandmothers and mothers cooked for you. That was, maybe a treat, maybe something you couldn't have all the time, but something that was just favorite. And so it's tied up in food memories. Another one of my this might be my number one favorite, blackberry cobbler, because I remember my grandmother, of course, this was a different time. You know, you couldn't get away with doing this kind of stuff now, but she lived in Geneva, Alabama, which is a little bitty town in the wiregrass community of southeastern Alabama. And when I was 8 or 9 years old, she would give me a bucket and send me off to pick blackberries. Now, the best blackberries grew down by the railroad track. So here was a 7 or 8 or 9-year-old child that she was sending off by themselves to an active railroad track to pick blackberries. And as I was walking out the door, she would admonish me by saying, "Now, Shug, be particular for snakes." So here I go off to the railroad track to pick blackberries. Be mindful, don't get run over by the train, and be particular for snakes. So and I did, and I would pick blackberries and come back, and within no time, our house is just filled with the aroma of her cooking blackberries for cobblers and for jams and for pies. And that memory is just one of my favorites. So blackberry cobbler, that's one of my favorite foods of all time. I long since recognized there was a connection between feeding people, cooking food, and showing love and showing hospitality. That's not specific just to Southern food. I think that's just a cultural thing. But because of that, and it was my grandmother's influence, my maternal grandmother, Virginia Phillips, who was very, very important in my life. She just espoused this notion that that's just the neighborly thing to do. I'll never forget asking her one time. She was always cooking food to take to someone else. My grandparents they lived in poverty. They did not have any extra money at all. But yet my granny, as I called her, granny, was so generous with what few little pennies she could scrape together and prepare food and take to someone else. And so when I was very young, I said, "Granny, is that your job? Do you have a job to cook for people and take them food?" And she said, "Shug, the good Lord meant for us to be neighborly, and I'm going to do it." So she equated that with living her best Christian life. Feeding people is just what she felt like she was called to do, and that influenced me. And I remembered that, and I adopted that attitude from her.
Learning about the history of Southern food makes me wonder what the future of Southern food will look like.
So the future is here. We are seeing Southern food grow and expand outside of the South. People eat barbecue everywhere, and there's fried chicken in restaurants all over the country and also the world. As the world becomes more globalized, so does Southern food. It goes global. So we're already seeing Southern food growing and expanding just in its reach, but we're also seeing it transform in certain ways as well.
So it's really interesting. So, we've got some fascinating technological developments that have arisen. So the first thing is the future, I think, is going to be increasingly vegetarian and vegan, because the current ways that we are, raising meat and things like that are not sustainable and are definitely having an impact on our planet. So I think more consumers are going to choose vegetarian and vegan options. And then the other thing is, I think that Southern food has had a real moment in the last 10 years or so. So it's very, very popular. I'm not sure how much longer that's going to last. I think there's going to be a long period of cultural momentum for Southern food in the South, because it's one of the most identifiable regional cuisines in our country. But I'm not sure what the prospects are for Southern food in the long run. And the other thing I'm thinking is, I think that at some point, Southern food may not even have its Southern identity outside of the South. And I'll give you one example: sweet tea. For a long time, we would only associate sweet tea with the South. But now, because a number of fast food chains like McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, and others are selling sweet tea all around the country, I don't know if sweet people will think of sweet tea as Southern in like 5 or 10 years. And the analog to this is what happened to Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola for a long time was just thought of as a Southern drink and really is strongly associated with Georgia. In soda pop and soda jerk culture, if someone wanted to get a Coke, they would say pull a Georgia or something like that, right? But nobody thinks of Coke as a Southern drink now. It's a global thing, and I think that may be the future for sweet tea. We'll see. The other thing is I don't see a lot of people making Southern food at home outside of the South. I think there was a period of time where, for whatever reasons, you didn't have kids as interested in cooking, and then they're definitely interested in cooking now. But I think they're watching a lot of TV shows and they're being exposed to foods from all around the world. So rather than spending their time just making the Southern food that their parents or grandparents or some caretaker made, they're just like, oh, I'm going to make this dish from Asia because I saw it on TV and I think I can pull it off, which is it's cool. So it's going to be interesting. And then the other thing to think about is we're now at the point where we have lab grown meat. So, I talked about the future being plant-based. If consumers accept the lab grown meat, it could have serious implications for our environment, animal welfare, and other things. And I think that could actually propel the longevity of things like barbecue and other things.
Marie, talking about all this food is making me so hungry. What suggestions would you give me if I wanted to make some Southern food?
So I was able to ask all of our guests what their favorite Southern food dish is, and they had some fantastic recommendations.
I would say collard greens and ham hocks is one of the favorite. And I like to be true to my Southern roots and cook things that are simple to cook, things that are simple to teach. Fried okra is a favorite. I love my beef pot roast with carrots and potatoes. So just comfort food, things that I've known as comfort food.
Ooh, I do make a lot. I made fried chicken just the other day. So that's, I do the whole buttermilk, marinade and then put it in the batter and fry it. So that's, I really love hush puppies too. And I love hot water cornbread and regular cornbread in a skillet. So those are sort of things that I cook all the time. I do grits, but usually not for breakfast. I do them, savory. And it's polenta, basically, similar sort of thing.
So my favorite soul food dishes are mustard and turnip greens. I now make them with smoked turkey, but I love greens. And, in soul food, the other popular greens are collard, kale, cabbage. There's all kinds of other greens, but I like mustard and turnip. And then I love black eyed peas, and black eyed peas are part of a broader family. So there's a whole bunch of other peas that people use, like purple hull peas. I don't know if you ever had those, Crowder peas, that kind of thing. Yeah, but I love black eyed peas with some smoked ham hock. And then I love bone-in whole fried catfish. I just love that. In fact, I got to get some this week.
Thank you so much, Marie, for sharing your research with me and everyone, and for sitting down and talking with me.
Of course, this is such a fun program to get to research and put on, and I hope everyone enjoyed.
Thank you, members, for joining us today. If you have any recipe recommendations, any Southern food dishes that you would like to share, please let us know.
Hello. Welcome back. Thank you for sticking around with us through our technical glitch, but happily we are back. And I hope that everyone enjoyed that members documentary that was released from our members only season. That was so cool, Marie, to have interviewed all of those chefs and bloggers and foodies. It was really neat.
That was one of my favorite programs to put together this year.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's certainly made me hungry. So I see. Oh, thank you, Karen. Karen has shared the stream. Yes, thank you. That really does help, folks. And hey, it's a free way to support us. So go ahead and share the telethon. And I see Victor is also here. Hello, Victor. Excellent. So that's one of the benefits of being a digital member or just one of our local members with our digital membership is that you can access programs like that mini documentary that we just saw. And we're going to have a few other examples of members programs that we're releasing today coming up, but we also want to remind you that this is a great time to become a member. We have a $20 digital membership sale. That's $20 for the whole year, and you get a lot of awesome benefits with that. A documentary each month, virtual trivia night for members, and you get to you have access to our Ask a Historian program where you get to ask Glenn and Marie any history question that you like and get a video answer response. So that is an excellent benefit. So we hope you will consider becoming a digital member, but we also have discounts on our local memberships as well. And if you want details on that, you can visit our telethon program. That's available at the website below where you see Start Here. Oh, Explore Gainesville is here. Thank you so much, Explore Gainesville, for hanging out with us. Explore Gainesville says that I love collard greens with chow chow and black-eyed peas. My family always has this meal on New Year's, New Year's Day, to bring us lots of money in the new year. Greens for cash and black-eyed peas for coins. Maybe we should have made some of that today.
It's not too late.
That's what dinner is.
Exactly. And thank you so much, Explore Gainesville. They're one of our sponsors, and we really appreciate their sponsorship. And Karen also said that membership at the Northeast Georgia History Center is great. Thank you so much, Karen. We love having you as a member. And other than our memberships, we've also got a lot of other exciting things, such as our raffles. And Marie is going to show off one of our raffle items, well, part of our raffle items. This is an embroidered kitchen towel. Now, Marie, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about the process of making it and everything.
Yeah, so we got these lovely towels, and then I used my embroidery machine to create these beautiful designs that you see here. So this is a beautiful floral design. We have some nice blue flowers with green centers and lavender little veins in there, and some beautiful butterflies. So if you would like to have this decoratively hanging in your kitchen, enter our raffle. And this is just one of the many items that you could get if you enter for the sewing bundle.
Yes. So we've got a lot of awesome raffle items. And in fact, do you want to show off your lovely apron that you've also made?
The apron is over here.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. So this is a 1960s style apron. I use it mating with a reprint of a vintage pattern. So it has this beautiful, nice little daisy design. It has great pockets. We got 1, 2, 3 giant pockets that you can then have. I think you could fit a whole cookbook in one of these pockets
or
if
3.
you need to. Yeah, you can have 3 cookbooks. You're making a whole meal, and it can be right here attached to you.
In there
A gallon of milk, 1 dozen eggs,
Exactly.
a pound of flour. Right there.
Just wear it to the grocery store. Who needs reusable bags when you have this apron?
There you go.
It's attached to you. I don't think you could quite fit a child in there, but maybe if it's very small. But it ties around the waist. It goes over your head. Nice and adjustable here. And then we also have matching pot holders that are quilted that go with this.
They're so cute.
So
I love it.
fun little pot holders. It was super fun to make these because I was using the scraps from the from the apron, which is a lot of times what quilting does, is you use up those scraps, because waste not, want not.
Yeah.
And then, of course, this is what the back looks like. It's just, more fun little flower designs. But we have a nice little square design and then a pinwheel design. And then we have the 2 embroidered hand towels, the one that I just showed you with the flowers and the butterflies. And then we also have one with a pretty bluebird and more flowers.
I love it.
This all can be yours if you enter the raffle for the sewing bundle.
Yeah. So I know a few people, not a few, a fair amount of people already have. So that's awesome. A lot of people have their eye on that bundle. And I also wanted to say thank you to Regina for your $50 donation. Thank you so much, Regina. We really appreciate that. That's very generous of you. And speaking of raffles and such, we went through our bundle with Marie, and we also have some really cool tickets to the Arts Council's Summer Music Fest. This is 2 tickets for 8 outdoor concerts from May through September of next year. And this is such a great deal, and we're very thankful for the Arts Council for donating these for our raffle. There's going to be jazz, there's going to be classic music, there's going to be rock, country, so really something for everyone at the Summer Music Fest.
And one of the great things about those too, you can see that you bring your own chair, you're encouraged to bring a picnic, beverages of your choice, and so it's not just the music, it's an entire evening's worth of fun with friends.
And I had my eye on that raffle. But I'll let everyone else win. Something else I've got my eye on. I really am excited about this next raffle, especially for the kids out there. Any history nerd kids are going to enjoy this. Really, even if you're not a history nerd, these are just fun. They're just universally fun. We've got our historic games and toys bundle that's part of our raffle as well. So you get old-fashioned playing cards, marbles, wooden dice, the cup and ball game. I have not mastered the cup and ball game. It's pretty difficult, but it's very fun. Hopscotch and a corn husk doll, which is super fun. So you can also enter that raffle. Glenn, why don't you tell us about our archives tour?
Yeah, so this is something that I think is pretty neat. Lots of people come to the History Center and see the exhibits, but I swear people are just crawling over each other to get into the basement, right? The bowels of history, as we call it. And this raffle is for a tour of you and 9 other people to come through the archives, the inner sanctum of the museum. And you're going to see how we store things, where we store things, and you're going to get to see a lot of the stuff that is not on display. Almost every museum, art museums, history museums, even those awful natural history museums, most of what they have is in collection storage, not on display, and it's the same for us. So if you get this, if you win this raffle, you're going to get to see what the museum life is really like.
Yeah. So that's super exciting. And I see that Karen has a question about entering the raffle. So Karen, if you made a donation, you would need to let us know which raffles you would like to apply your tickets to. It's in the additional comments box. If you already made your donation without letting us know the raffle tickets, just email me, message me on Facebook, whatever is the easiest way to get in contact with us, and we will get that ready. We're going to be announcing our raffle winners at the conclusion of our telethon tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. when we end. So Karen, let me know if you have any trouble with that, and again, just send us a message and we'll sort that out for you.
And for the record, for a $10,000 bribe, I can make sure anyone out there wins the raffle of their choice.
Ooh! Now, you didn't mention that.
Well, we have this fundraiser going on.
Yes, you see. Now, another really cool raffle that we have is our 18th and 19th century daily life program with activities, and Marie leads a lot of these. So, Marie, why don't you tell us a little bit about the types of programs that they could win?
Yes, so for our daily life program, you get to choose up to 2 different demonstrations or activities for your group to do. Some of the most popular our blacksmithing demonstration or our toys and games activity where you get to play with, the ball and cups, try your hand at hoop trundling, which is super fun. Play graces. We have so many like toys and games for you and your group to play and discover and learn the history of. We also have that weaving activity that Madeline is doing there with that little child. So we talk about spinning and weaving, and you get to do that as an activity. So there's a lots of different ones that you can view on our website under our education tab, as we have many to choose from: fashion of the time, land surveying, open fire cooking, candle making. There's lots of fun demonstrations and activities for you to choose from if you win this 18th and 19th century daily life program.
Yeah, and you also have the option, if you would prefer, you can have a guided tour of the exhibits for up to 10 people. So this is an excellent raffle, and I'm really excited for whoever is going to win this one. And I am particularly excited about our virtual program raffle. You could meet a historic character. It could be just for you and your family. It could be for a bunch of friends and family. Up to 20 people. This is live over Zoom, and you would get to experience the programs that we offer to Georgia's students and teachers, and really now it's been across the nation actually. So if you want to meet, you could meet Frederick Douglass, you could meet Girl Scouts founder Juliet Lowe, you could meet a Revolutionary War soldier, or Mary Musgrove from colonial Georgia. So there's lots of really cool options. We have a lot of great options for that as well. So take a look at our raffles in our digital program. All of the details on our raffles are available at the link below where it says start here. Yep, right there. Yeah, right where Marie is. Excellent. Oh, and Karen, honestly, Karen, if you just want to type in the chat which raffle tickets, you got 20 tickets with your donation, 20 tickets, and you can apply those 20 tickets however you like to whichever raffle. So take a look at the program, and you can just message us in either privately or in the chat, whatever. We'll make it work. But thank you so much for that donation. We really appreciate it. Yeah. So, it's already won. Woo! So we are actually going to go on to our next program. This was a really great project because we had our research intern, Mariah Clark, conduct research on the history of the first Jewish people to come to colonial Georgia. And the story of colonial Georgia is fascinating, and we have quite a few programs on that, going from the culture itself and the history of people coming over to colonial Georgia. We have a program on James Oglethorpe himself, but today this program is going to focus on the first Jewish immigrants to come to colonial Georgia. And it's a fascinating story, and our guests were excellent. And I was really happy that our research intern, Mariah, had the opportunity to interview and conduct this research. She was great, and I'm excited to share this with you. So we're going to go ahead and go into the history of Jewish culture in colonial Georgia. Thanks so much for joining us today.
For the Northeast Georgia History Center. Today I'm speaking with Mr. Herbert Victor and Mrs. Teresa Victor from the Congregation Mikveh Israel about early Jewish culture in Savannah, Georgia. Mr. and Mrs. Victor, would you please tell us about your work with Congregation Mikveh Israel?
I'm Teresa Victor, and we have been involved, I guess, with the congregation since we got married back in 1979. But it was not until after I retired from teaching that I began doing tours of the congregation. We are open Monday through Friday for tours. And I guess that started probably in 2003. Along the way, there have been tidbits, I guess you would call it, of the congregational history that either someone asked a question or someone needed to have more research done uh, in a particular topic. And sometimes it was just because I wanted more information, and sometimes it was because we were getting ready to focus on a particular aspect of the congregational history that either one of us wound up doing additional research. And sometimes papers were written and sometimes presentations were made, depending on the topic, some of which would be covered in this particular video and some not, because they would be off topic for you. And of course, we closed down back in 2020 because of the COVID lockdown, and I've not gone back to doing regular tours, but the history is still the history, and the questions are still the questions. So I don't know that I have an official name or title to go with that. It's just curiosity, I guess you would call it.
Yeah.
She's a great researcher because she is very curious about different topics. My name is Herbert Victor, and I have been the chair or co-chair, depending upon the time, of the History and Heritage Committee at Mikveh Israel for the last 10 years. We have an active committee that really became active, particularly upon the passing of Alan Gaynor, who did a lot of research, did a lot of articles that, like Teresa was just talking about. We have kind of taken the ball and tried to run with it. The work he did and others.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss.
Well, that was 12 years ago. I was very close to him because he was actually my scoutmaster when I was in Boy Scouts, and he was, wonderful asset to a gift really to the congregation, and particularly to the history of the congregation.
So I'm going to also go into some of the questions that I have for you regarding colonial Jewish settlers. So, who are the first Jewish congregates of Savannah, and where did they worship? What would religious worship have looked like then?
The first settlers were 41 Jews who landed in Savannah on July 11th in 1733. It was a combination of both Sephardic, which are Spanish Portuguese Jews, Spanish Portuguese background, and Ashkenazi, who have a more Germanic or northern Western European background. But as I said, there were 41 of them. 34 were Sephardic, so the Sephardic definitely were in the majority, and 7 were Ashkenazi. A second boat came with some additional Jews, including some of the families of some of the original ones in November of 1733. And then there were other boats that came later. The Sephardic Jews had escaped the Portuguese Inquisition and had become members of London's Jewish community, in particular Bevismark Synagogue in the mid-1720s. But most of the more traditional and knowledgeable, Judaically knowledgeable Jews were Ashkenazi Jews. So most of the services were of a more Germanic type of style. The Sephardic were less traditional, and because their families have been underground or crypto Jews for over 200 years, and over a period of time, if you're not allowed to participate in ritual and custom, or have to do it in a limited sort of way, over a period of generations, you lose it. And that was the case with the Spanish Portuguese Jews that came. It's kind of interesting because after the Salzburgers came that was a Lutheran group that came in 1734, and I'll refer to them again in a minute. But Reverend Bolzius noted in his writings that the differences between the Sephardi Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews provided for a little bit of argumentation and discussion, and we want to do it this way, we want to do it that way type of stuff. But over a period of generations, all that seemed to get resolved. Unlike most of the Jewish communities that came to the United States, or they weren't the United States at the time, the American colonies at the time, these Jews came with the idea of starting a congregation. Most of the others were immigrants that kind of dripped and drabbed into New York or Rhode Island or Charleston or Philadelphia. There weren't enough of them. They just came as a family or a couple of people here and there. But these Jews were 41, there were 41 of them, and they came with the idea of starting a colony. And we know that because they brought with them a Torah scroll, which is the 5 books of Moses, and it's the basis for Judaic belief. And
it's basically a scroll that's Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. So it's the first 5 books of what we call the Hebrew Bible.
And they provide the basis for the law, the traditions of Judaism.
And we do have that particular Torah on display in this museum.
They also brought with them 2 cloaks to cover the Torahs and a circumcision kit, which is, I don't know if you can see it, but it's right behind me.
This is the circumcision kit.
That's awesome that you guys still have that.
I'm told that much of it is very similar to the instruments that they continue to use for circumcision. I'm not sure that even today, I'm not sure that I would use anything other than maybe the wine cup if it were up to me, which thankfully I don't do those kinds of things. So we do still have things on display, and they're fragile. They are written in a Sephardic style, and they are both on deer skin, and they are both complete Torahs, but they are not what we would call a kosher Torah, because they most likely do have things that need to be repaired with lettering and such on them. But they are also in such a fragile state because they are supposedly dating back to the mid to late 1400s. And they're in really good condition considering their age. But
I hope when I'm 500 years old, I hope I look like that.
that we appreciate their age and their history, and we do have them on display, but we really don't pull them out much. We're told that we really need to, roll and unroll them periodically. They were professionally cleaned before they went on display here by a lady who at that point was working at the Georgia Archives in Atlanta, and knew what to do. She said she vacuumed every inch of it except for any place where there was a letter. And though she said, I was so afraid that if I got anywhere close to the letters, I might vacuum them up. So I didn't do any with that.
Mm-hmm.
So they were, professionally cleaned by someone who was a book conservator.
So after they got here, the worship services began almost immediately, and they took place in people's homes. Obviously, there were no synagogues at the time in Savannah, and after they got more settled, they took place in rented quarters, and still no synagogue. You asked about what the service would look like. Early Jewish worship in Savannah would have been similar to today's Orthodox Jewish service. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, but there would be almost entirely or entirely in Hebrew. There would be no instrumental music. Even if there were instruments that could have been used, they wouldn't have been used. And only men were counted. In order to have a legitimate Jewish service, you have to have Orthodox people have to have 10 adult men that count towards that. So that's one reason that other communities earlier couldn't start out with a synagogue or a congregation, is because they didn't have enough men to do it. Now it's different in today in Reform and conservative services, but we're talking about back in the 1730s. There was only one style back then. There was no Reform. There was no conservative. No Reconstructionist service. Those are, they're like branches or denominations. Like in Christianity, you have Presbyterian and Catholic and Methodist and so Lutheran and Greek Orthodox and the variety Baptist and a variety of different denominations. And that back then there were no Jewish denominations. There were variations of that between the Ashkenazi Jews and the Sephardic Jews, somewhat pronunciation, somewhat and how they kept kosher, and some of the customs, but basically it was all Orthodox. It was unlike the other communities also because, that I mentioned before, Charleston and New York and Rhode Island and Philadelphia, because the worship was the first part of the service of their community infrastructure. And then secondarily was a cemetery, which is, we know where that is in Savannah. It's, for those of you who are familiar with Savannah, it's kind of catty-cornered from the Juliet Gordon Love House in the middle of Oglethorpe Street. And by 1735, the community actually became an actual congregation and had a name, Kahol Kadosh Mikveh Israel, which is what basically it is today.
The next question that I have was, who were some of Savannah's early prominent Jews and Jewish leaders?
Probably the most famous and the earliest one was Dr. Samuel Nunez. Sometimes he's referred to as Dr. Samuel Nunez or Diego Ribeiro. He was very prominent in Portuguese life, was trained as a physician during that time period. And more he realized his time in Lisbon was going to be cut short because of the lack of being able to openly practice his Judaism. He actually was arrested at somewhere along the way and finally decided that maybe they needed to leave. So they arranged secretly with an English sea captain to take them to London. From London, they, in the mid-1720s, that they did come to, that they actually all reaffirmed their faith in Judaism at Bevis Marks in London. And then by the early 1730s, it was decided that they would be coming to Savannah as a group. They brought the Torah with them. And when they landed in July, if you've ever been to Savannah in July, you know it's going to be hot. And you know that there's going to be mosquitoes and gnats and all these other little flying insects that spread disease, and that the fledgling colony was actually suffering from an epidemic, which with COVID, we can kind of appreciate a little more about what they must have suffered. But one of the other original colonists actually kept a diary that we have access to, his words. And the phrase was that he knew what to do. We don't exactly know what the epidemic was. I have lots of people who have suspected it's yellow fever. And whatever he knew to do, he came in, he treated those who were ill. He set up cleansing practices of you don't have standing rainwater unless it's covered, etc. And it's expected or suspected that because of all that he did, he was the reason the Savannah colony survived. So that was, I guess, early on in their colonial life here in Savannah, that he was actually able to, in the first few months, eradicate this illness that was going on. And as an added bonus, he brought a group of people with him to replace the colonists who had not survived that particular epidemic. So it was a kind of a double.
It was a win-win.
It was a win-win in more than one situation. He did have sons who became leaders in the Savannah port and helped the colony's relations with the local native tribes. His daughter eventually became an ancestor of many people, but there were some even into the mid 1800s who were very prominent in the United States, not just in Savannah or in Georgia. Uriah Phillips Levy, first Jewish naval commander or commandant.
Commodore.
He actually purchased Monticello and did a lot of work there. His nephew, Jefferson Monroe Levy, who was from New York, that got it to the Jefferson Foundation that runs it today. Raphael Moses, who was involved in the Civil War efforts here in Georgia and actually was, we think, the reason we can call Georgia the Peach State, because he was the one who figured out how to ship peaches to other locations with the fruit surviving intact. So we as a congregation,
There's a nice little tidbit for you.
Basically say Raphael Moses, who was one of the descendants, he was actually not in Savannah at the time. He was more, I think, in Columbus,
He was in
Georgia.
Columbus area.
And because of his ability to ship peaches to other locations, Georgia became the Peach State. Mordecai Manuel Noah, who was up in New York, that really was one of the first ones who wanted to have a location for Jews to settle in as a group like they've done in Israel. He was trying to get it somewhere in the United States.
A second family that was prominent, and this family has remained prominent in the Savannah area, in Savannah actually, and other places too. But Perla and Benjamin Sheftel was another couple that came to Savannah on the original William and Sarah, both William and Sarah. Benjamin was one of the charter members of the Masonic Lodge in Savannah. It is now known as Solomon's Lodge. It was not known that way at the beginning, but by the time of the American Revolution, it was renamed to Solomon's Lodge. He was also a founding member of the Union Society, which helped to support Bethesda Orphanage, which was the first surviving orphanage. And in that society, the Union Society, still helps Bethesda students today. It was called the Union Society, interestingly enough. There was three branches of three different religions were represented on the original group of people who founded the Union Society. And one of them was Benjamin Sheftel. Benjamin and Perla in March of 1734 hosted the first boatload of Salzburger settlers. And this showed they were Lutheran settlers from Salzburg, Austria.
But they spoke the same language.
They both spoke German. In the writings of the Salzburgers, they said it was a breakfast of good rice soup. And good rice soup is that meal, which was obviously hosted by a Jewish couple who had arrived 6 months earlier. to the Salzburgers, had provided breakfast to the Salzburgers, it showed that a good mixing of religious cultures. As well as as Teresa said, they both have the same language. And that meal is still celebrated today, kind of like Thanksgiving is from back in the 1620. That meal is still celebrated today by the Salzburger descendants at their annual landing day, which is in March, and it's in Ebenezer, Georgia. So Perla and Benjamin had one child who was born in Savannah. When Perla died, Benjamin remarried to a woman named Hannah Solomons, and they had a son named Levi. And he was born in 1737. Mordecai was born in 1735, so they were half brothers. Both Mordecai and Levi became major figures in Savannah, both general history and Jewish history. Benjamin, the father, historians are forever grateful to him because he began a diary, now known as the Sheftel Diary, when he first came to Savannah. He made entries into it periodically till he died. And it provides information about the earliest days of Savannah Jewry and Mikveh Israel history. And it makes Mikveh Israel the only actually Jewish or colonial congregation that has written documentation from its very inception. In addition to the Sheftels, Abraham de Leon was a Portuguese vintner who immigrated to Savannah via London. He was another person who was escaping the Inquisition. He experimented with several crops in Savannah and tried to develop some cash crops. He didn't stay here a whole long time because in 1740, there was a war between the Spanish and the British. In America, it was called the War of Jenkins' Ear. And he and his wife, who was a daughter of Samuel Nunez, moved to Pennsylvania to escape the possible invasion of the Spanish from the South, from Florida. The fear was that because they were evading the Inquisition laws, they would be imposed upon them and perhaps, killed. Abraham and Abigail Minus was another family. Abraham died in 1750s, and Abigail took over his business. She was an excellent businesswoman. She doubled its value, invested in real estate, and made it into a major enterprise. In the 1770s, she owned a tavern, which was one of the locations for the patriot groups to gather. And during the Revolution, she and her family, her daughters, escaped Savannah and survived safely in Charleston, but she still was providing financially to the patriot cause with money, food, uniforms, ammunition, and the like. After the Revolution, she doubled her family's fortune again. So in a matter of 40 years, it increased 4 times. That's pretty good. And increased its real estate holdings. And the Minus family is still a Savannah family today. Mordecai Sheftel was the first son of Benjamin Sheftel. He was son of Benjamin and Pearl, as I said. Became a wealthy businessman in the 1770s. He was also a prominent patriot, and was the head of the Savannah's parochial committee, which was sort of like the Sons of Liberty in Savannah, and he was opposed to the royal government. In 1773, he donated land in West Savannah to become a public Jewish cemetery, which was used for about 100 years. And decades later, sale of some of his nearby property became the basis for the building that we're in right now, Mordecai Sheftel Memorial Hall, which is connected to the sanctuary. During the American Revolution, he loaned a lot of money to a patriot cause, which was never returned. He became the highest ranking Jew in the Continental Army He was a colonel and a commissary general. And both Mordecai and his son Sheftel were captured by the British and imprisoned in Antigua. And eventually they were released in a prisoner exchange. Frances and her other children had gone to Charleston, and eventually they went to Philadelphia to meet Mordecai. And Mordecai became a member of and a leader in the Philadelphia's Mikveh Israel, which again, that was a common name. And then after the war, he returned to Savannah. When he came back to Savannah, he served on Mikveh Israel's board of Ajanta and eventually served as its Parnas, which is also known as a president, for several years. And he was appointed by the state as an agent for purchasing clothing. You want to tell them about Levi Sheftel?
Sure. Levi is the half brother, a little bit younger than Mordecai, or Mordecai as their family calls him.
Sorry about that. Mordecai.
He joined the family's mercantile business, which shipped timber and food grown on family land, imported goods that were sold in the family store. He later opened a tan yard and also opened a separate cemetery on part of his land grant, that it was strictly a family cemetery, which was the impetus really for Mordecai's opening a public Jewish cemetery. These two cemeteries still exist, and they are mostly not open to the public in that they do have locked gates. He did help supply food and supplies to the Continental Army and was a civilian commissary. Probably one of the most famous things that he did for our congregation. He certainly was a leader of the congregation, and again was one of the Parnas, which is the president of the congregation, when the congregation received its state charter. And he actually wrote a congratulatory letter to President George Washington upon his being named as first president of the United States. Washington replied with what became the first letter to a Jewish congregation from an American president. We do still have copies of those letters. We actually have a wall of presidential letters. And Levi also took his father's diary and translated it and continued to enter chronicles, I guess, after his dad died until his own death in 1808. So we do have the Sheftel diaries that last from 1733 to 1808, and they are archived at the University of Georgia in Athens. And one of the descendants actually took those letters and translated them into English, transcribed them into English, and published them. So we actually sell copies of the book called The Sheftel Diaries here.
Tell us about the movement to build Savannah's first synagogue. Who led the movement, and what did it mean to the Jewish population to have their own synagogue?
So, to answer your question, which was about the first building, in the 1790s, the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews, as I mentioned earlier, were kind of at odds with each other because they had different customs. They were both Jewish, but they had different customs back in the 1730s. But by the 1790s, that was pretty much fading. There had been 60 years of living together, for one thing. There'd been, and having to survive.
And a generation or two.
It wasn't the original settlers. Most of them had passed away. So you're talking about the first generation who were born here mostly, and the second generation actually, and focusing on winning the American Revolution was a big unifier. So in the 1790s, after the American Revolution and after the Declaration of Independence and the Articles of Confederation, which weren't much good, and the Constitution, and actually General Washington becoming President Washington. After all of that, the congregation was chartered, as Teresa mentioned, I think, or one of us mentioned, in 1790. We did already have a Parnas, a president. We already had a board, and by the 1790s, there was a first effort to build a sanctuary, which ultimately failed due to financial reasons, and big egos. Politics. Can't get anything done. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
And then the second push for a sanctuary began in 1816 when Dr. Moses Sheftel, that name shows up again, became the Parnassa president of the congregation. It was partially successful because of the building of the Presbyterian Church, which was built in Savannah in 1819. Several prominent McVisral congregants, including Sheftel, who we mentioned earlier, Dr. Jacob de la Mata, and Dr. Moses Sheftel, probably including all of those and probably a few others, were invited to the dedication ceremony, which included Masonic rites, organ music, and general community population, not just Presbyterian, but the congregation the city of Savannah was invited
to participate.
At least to witness it. And those Jews who attended that event were so inspired, they were just flabbergasted with how spectacular that event was. And they decided at that point, Mikveh Israel should have its own building. We've been here 90 years. We've been doing services, having services in homes. We've been having rented spaces, and it's time. And so the first Jewish synagogue building was built on Perry Lane and Liberty Street. Perry Lane and Whitaker Street. It also is the location of the second building. The cornerstone, it sounds familiar, was dedicated with Masonic rites in April of 1820, and the building was completed by July 1820. Congregants, Savannah leadership, Masons, and the general community were all invited to attend. In addition to it being the first synagogue in Georgia, the organ music that the Presbyterians had inspired these people, and they had organ music, which, as I mentioned before, was unusual, non-existent really, for a Jewish service. But they had organ music, and that was the first documented use of instrumental music in America at a Jewish service.
They actually borrowed the organ from the Presbyterians, who brought it over so that they could have the music incorporated into this dedication ceremony.
So Dr. Jacob de la Mata was the orator for this dedication. Apparently he was a really good speaker, and his speech was sent to Presidents Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, both of whom were by that time no longer president, and who both of them sent replies. And we have copies of those letters in the museum and on the wall of presidential letters as well. That wooden sanctuary, it's kind of like the Three Pigs. The third wooden sanctuary lasted only 9 years and was destroyed in a fire. Fortunately, it was insured, and that provided seed money for a second sanctuary that was built about 10 years later on the same location. And we have a rendition of it that was made by a former congregant who passed away not too long ago, Milton Castle. That's what the second building, not the first building, but the second building looked like. Then after, over the next 30 years, from about 1840 to 1870, there was a huge migration of German Jews into America, really, but into Savannah in particular, since that's what we're talking about. And they outgrew the building that was on Perry Lane and Whitaker Street. And ultimately, they built the building, the sanctuary that we now have. Those buildings were paid for, both of them, in a great deal by the general community, not by the government of the community, but by people who wanted to just donate and do something, donate and do something good for somebody. And the participation by the general community shows that Jews were indeed, we were part of the community.
Okay, so the last and final question. Where can we see the influence and impact of Jewish culture in Savannah today?
If you wander around the historic area of Savannah, you're going to find many buildings that have a Jewish influence. Some were designed by Jewish architects in the 19th and 20th centuries, Alfred Eichberg, Hyman Witkover, among others, beginning with our city hall. That was a Jewish architect who designed that 100 plus years ago. Several of the repurposed SCAD buildings that were originally used for other purposes were also either Jewishly owned as personal residence or as stores or retail establishments. The other thing, I don't know that we really did notes on this. The Girl Scouts began here in Savannah in 1912. Juliet Gordon Lowe, who was a member of Christ Church, was not Jewish, began it. But 3 of the first 5 leaders of the Girl Scouts were Jewish. One woman who died just a few years ago, she was in her 90s. She remembers that her mom was very big into Girl Scouts, and her mom was actually one of the first early Girl Scout leaders and took a group of young ladies to Wassaw Island for camping over the summer. A whole series of stories came out from that. But it's just one example of another aspect of kind of plugging into the general community. When the Girl Scouts celebrated their centennial anniversary in 2012 here in Savannah, our synagogue was one of the sites that held a special ceremony. We had a special service on Sunday afternoon to honor the Girl Scouts, and had, I think, a tea afterwards, and talked about the fact that there was such a Jewish connection. Your mom was a Girl Scout, your sister was a Girl Scout, your daughter was a Girl Scout. So, we've had lots of Jewish Savannah Girl Scouts along the way that just seems to continue generation to generation. Our granddaughter will have to wait and see. She's not old enough to even be a daisy yet. So, but that's just another example of how you can see the Jewish connection that happens within a cultural group, if that's what you want to call the Girl Scouts, so that they are not included or excluded or anything else from joining because of being Jewish, which was really kind of a nice thing. When our daughter was a Girl Scout, there was actually a Jewish Girl Scout troop, and there've been those along the way. And the Girl Scout cookies that are sold are actually kosher, so you don't have to worry about, can you sell or can you not sell Girl Scout cookies if you're Jewish, because they, as far as I know, pretty much have always been kosher. The there's a story about the early cookie sales that, of course, you didn't have, national bakeries and shipping and so forth. So it was regional bakeries that actually baked the Girl Scout cookies. And there was a contest here to see who would wind up being the baker for the cookies for this area. The bakery that was selected by the dads of the little girls who were Girl Scouts, and it was all of the Girl Scouts in Savannah, not just Jewish Girl Scouts, was actually a kosher bakery. And we have a variety of artifacts left from like the order form for the cookies that were ordered during that first time.
So one other thing we wanted to just mention was the population of Jews in the Savannah area. At this point, there's somewhere between 3,700 and 4,000 Jewish people. There are three congregations, really. About 60% seem to be affiliated with one of the three groups in synagogues in Savannah.
I think all three of our synagogues are actually open to whoever happens to want to participate, that you do not necessarily have to be a dues paying member in order to do so, to participate in activities. And I think that's just extra Southern Jewish hospitality that happens. I guess we have our own little hidden treasure here.
Yeah.
That, because we do tours, I guess word spreads a little bit about everything, but it's kind of a hidden treasure, but and as he said, it's small enough that we really have a way of getting people one-on-one to become part of the community, which is really nice.
Thank you, members, for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed our program. Thank you guys for interviewing with us.
Oh, thank you. It's
pleasure.
been fun.
It has been.
Yes.
It was an interesting process to dig into all the different things that we talked about and realize that we have a much more expansive history than we sometimes realize.
So I still remember the initial feeling when I saw the flyer on campus, and I thought to myself, this would be a wonderful opportunity for me to engage and to help other students that look like me, to inspire and give them hope that they can overcome this challenge in their life. And if they can overcome this challenge, they can most definitely overcome any other challenges that life throws at them. I definitely had those doubts when I first joined, when it was official, when I went through the training. I thought to myself, how am I even good enough? Like, I definitely don't have that background. I've worked with kids, but not with one-on-one, and being a mentor, I felt like this huge responsibility fall on me. But I've learned that through each session, there's been this confidence, as like there's a manual, I guess, that we have and all, and you can follow that, but you can tweak it as you go with it. And I think that's what makes it easier, because you can make it your own and you can add your own little fun to it. And I think not only does that make it fun for you, but also for the student as well. They get engaged and involved more. When we had our first session, I had this expectation that she was going to be shy, she wasn't going to be open as much. And from what I learned is because she didn't like to do a lot of group stuff, but when it was just by herself, she was out here like a completely different person. So yeah, I definitely noticed that confidence boost in her. It's a little challenging, to take on like chapter books. She loves a lot of pictures, but I try to mix things up a little and see what she likes, what she doesn't like. And I've learned that when I engage her with maybe not so strict school like materials, or rules. She's more likely to do stuff, and she does it with a lot of confidence and a lot more enthusiasm. And so seeing that, not just that progress and change in her, but also in myself, because I'm like, okay, well, what can I do to do better, to get her engaged? And so I think it's both ways. It's not just her mentoring that I've been doing with her, but the stuff that I've been working on myself as well. With my student in particular, in our diary, I write, oh, Eileen really enjoyed this, but she might be having trouble with this. Like, how could I engage her with that? And so through certain activities, worksheets, I've noticed she loves word cross puzzles. She loves word searches. It's not just about certain key terms, but it could be something related to her culture. And I think that's very interesting. She finds it very interesting. She's expressed to me that she likes to learn more about it. Because, although she has her parents and her family, sometimes it's not possible to learn everything all at once. But having that space to learn, I think it's wonderful. I mean, she loves it. I love it. So you say, yeah, I've definitely had that support. So the initial conversation I've had with my student's mother was one that was very heartwarming to me, because it, not just because of what y'all said, but mother said that she was a very shy. She doesn't really talk to anyone or open herself up as much if it's not her cousins that are about the same age. So to hear that she talks to me as if she's known me her whole entire life, really made me feel, I don't even know how to express it. It just made me feel really good right here. And so, yeah, she said that she's very open, and it's something she's never seen before. Leaving your child in these wonderful hands, and not to be biased, but I think we did a great job. But leaving them in our hands and having that support that's outside of school, perhaps with a different experience, we try to make it as fun as we can, is definitely beneficial and helpful, not just for the student, but for the parent as well. I think this program has really changed me as a person. Like I said, I have had some experience in the past with working with children and a daycare and a private preschool, but I've never really had that experience working with a child one-on-one, and it's a totally different experience, and it's something I wish to continue to do, whether it's with this program or anywhere else. You're investing in a child's future, and not just one, many. I mean, these could be your future astronauts, your future teachers, and they may be small, but they really do have a lot to offer. And like I've said before, if they overcome this challenge, they can absolutely overcome anything else that comes in the future, because I think it's something they'll look back and be like, wow, if I overcame this, if I had the support, if I had the resources, I can definitely do that in the future as well.
Our telethon is sponsored in part by Supporting Adoption and Foster Families Together, SAFT. SAFT is a 501c3 organization that strives to find permanency for displaced children in the foster care system. They work to help kids discover their forever while working with biological parents, foster parents, and the children directly affected. More information is available at www.safft.org. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Wow, we have had some big donations this past hour. I would like to thank someone very close to my heart, Amy Beecham. My mother has donated $600. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I have to say that, I mean, my mom is definitely a huge part of why this program even exists in the first place, because she inspired so much in me as an educator, and has really supported the program. She has a background, a decades-long background in special education, and she offered her counsel to us, not to to help us find really fun activities and engaging activities for kids of all different learning styles and everything. So she's been such a great help to us. But this donation, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that. We would also like to thank Gail, one of our tutors, for her donation of $50. Thank you so much, Gail. And Gail says, please support the student tutoring program at the History Center. Gail, a tutor. Thank you so much. Gail is a wonderful tutor. And in fact, we'll be hearing from her in one of our tutor interviews as well. And thank you also to Matthew House. Thank you, Matt House, for your donation of $80. Someone also very close to my heart. So thank you so much to all of our donors. We're now we're at 4,055.
We're kind of close.
Yeah.
But don't think we're going to stop if we hit that goal. We're going to keep going.
Oh, no.
Because Gainesville Reads has got to keep going.
That's right.
I keep reading.
Yes, we got to keep reading. Exactly. So, wow. We've already been shown so much generosity. Thank you so much. I have a good feeling we'll get over that $5,000 goal. And that's just, it means so much to us. Thank you all so much. And I hope y'all enjoyed that last program. Thank you so much to Victor and Teresa, Herbert and Teresa Victor of Mikveh Israel in Savannah. Next time I go to Savannah, I absolutely want to check out the synagogue because it's so beautiful, and just to meet them in person would be wonderful, and to see the artifacts that they had. And now, Glenn, we were briefly discussing colonial Georgia,
right.
And can you give us a little bit of context from your point of view about the various immigrants that came over to the colony of Georgia?
Yeah, so let me see. Go into sum up mode.
In a nutshell.
Yes. So the trustees who decided to create the colony of Georgia were doing it for very altruistic, progressive reasons. They almost, the other 12 colonies had been founded as economic ventures, as crown colonies to expand land, but Georgia was different. Georgia, as originally envisioned, was a place to help people. Yes, there were economic advantages. There were even some military advantages, but the trustees wanted it to be a place where people of almost all backgrounds could come, could start a new life in the new world. They were going to give them land to work, to own, to have, to farm, to develop as tradesmen, but not too much. That was part of the ideal, is there would be no huge landowners, and part of that altruistic view was that they wanted people of all religious backgrounds as well. So they were looking not just for those traditional Anglicans, but those of the Jewish faith, those of the different Protestant faiths there on the continent, the Lutherans, and different folks coming. Then they invited them. They purposefully reached out and promoted the colony of Georgia for these different groups. They kind of wanted a big melting pot. The only group they didn't want to come in were Catholics. Not so much because they hated Catholics, but because to the south of the brand new and fragile colony of Georgia was the Spanish Empire, especially the Spanish colony of Florida. And in Florida, there were Spanish armies, there were Spanish cities, and they were all Roman Catholic. And the fear is that if Roman Catholics came to settle in Georgia, their loyalties, both spiritually and secularly, would lie more towards the Spanish than towards Georgians and the Crown of England. So that was the concern with letting Catholics in, but every other religious denomination was recruited and was very welcome.
Yeah.
Even Presbyterians from Scotland. Can you believe that?
Now, and I also want to thank Mariah Clark, who conducted that interview. She did great research prior to the interview. And yeah, that's another example of the really great members programs that we have available if you become a member. Mm-hmm. And might I remind you that we have an excellent membership sale. You can find details about that and how to join at the link below where it says Start Here. You take a look at our Telethon program, and you'll see all of our membership levels and what is included in each of those levels. We have $20 digital memberships. That's $20 for the whole year. And That comes with great benefits of getting a monthly documentary, a virtual members trivia night, which has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And also you have access to our Ask a Historian program, where you can ask Marie and Glenn, or a guest historian, depending on the question.
We can't answer everything, believe it or not.
Not everything.
Not everything.
Just almost everything. So yeah, lots of great benefits, and of course becoming a local member gets you so many great benefits too, with free admission to our exhibits and our awesome events, and I think on certain tiers even discounts for our shop and everything. So do consider becoming a member. And coming up next, we are right at the 2 o'clock hour, so perfect timing. We're going to show one more of our releases from our 2022 members only season. And this was an interview that Marie conducted with Dr. Brimmer, who wrote a fascinating book about the process of Black women during, or after, I should say, the Civil War, who were widowed and were trying to receive their pensions, and the process and the challenges. It's really fascinating. Marie, what was your take on this? I mean, were you aware of this kind of process before? What did you learn from it?
Yeah, so a lot of the book about claiming union widowhood is about trying to prove your marriage, that you were indeed widowed. And to be a widow, you had to have been married to a soldier who either died during the war, or you're trying to collect your widow's pension because they died after the war but did serve. So I think it's really interesting, and there's a lot of research being done now about the meaning of marriage and what does that exactly mean, especially for those who had been enslaved, because legally an enslaved person could not legally marry. It was very much a social contract, and you would still have to have permission from their enslaver to get married, but it's a very difficult process because it was not legally documented. So the process of trying to prove something that was not legally documented to the government, it's quite the story, and it's incredibly fascinating to hear the struggle that these women went through just to get something that was truly it was deserved to them. So it was an incredibly fascinating interview that was wonderful to conduct with Dr. Brimmer.
Yeah, and we hope that you'll check out her book as well, Claiming Union Widowhood. And we'll get started with with Marie's interview with Dr. Brimmer. So let's go ahead and check out this members release from our 2022 season.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another production of the Northeast Georgia History Center. I am Marie Bartlett, and I am the director of the Ada Mae Ivester Education Center here at the History Center. And today I have with me Dr. Brimmer, and she will be discussing her book, Claiming Union Widowhood, which covers the topics of race, respectability, and poverty in the post-emancipation South within the framework of Black widows trying to claim widowhood or their union pensions, which she will be talking about more in this interview. So thank you so much for being with us today, Dr. Brimmer.
Absolutely. So my name is Brandy Brimmer. I am a associate professor at UNC Chapel Hill. I teach in the Department of African American, and Diaspora Studies, trained as a historian. And so it's really exciting to be able to work in this interdisciplinary space that takes African American and Diaspora Studies really seriously, sort of methodologically, in terms of interdisciplinary methodology. So that's what I'm up to. And I would also say that I teach classes dealing with slavery and freedom. We'll talk a lot about that today. I'm interested in questions of biography, and I think you'll see footprints of that in the book. My future work is taking up biography, also inspired by just extraordinary folks working on different books and topics, some related to North Carolina, but also really taking really creative approaches to the archives. And so that's a little bit about me, what I teach about, and some little nuggets of what's going on in claiming union widowhood.
So let's first begin with the concept of marriage. And how was marriage generally understood and conducted in enslaved populations?
Importantly, even as the way you framed the question, that enslaved people valued and embraced marriage. Slave marriage, using that terminology, means really is sort of a recognition that is not recognized by law, yet enslaved people formed intimate relationships that took the form of marriages within their communities. This is an interesting sort of idea, because while they had no legal standing within their communities, oftentimes it required the consent of masters. So oftentimes you see enslavers very interested in their enslaved property marrying. Sometimes that could take place on a large plantation with a large population. Sometimes that took the form of cross-farm marriages. That means enslaved populations marrying, maybe miles apart, and people would have some passes to visit their spouses. The marriages themselves, in terms of the celebration or recognition, again, though not recognized by law, a master might officiate. There are examples of enslaved preachers officiating. And so there's a wide array of the way in which these relationships take shape. But what I would emphasize here is that there are also clashes, whereby for enslaved people, for example, as important as their intimate partnerships and marriages are, they really believe in community endorsement. And so sometimes there are clashes with masters who oftentimes see themselves very involved in the defining of a marriage. But that might not always be the case. Sometimes enslaved people were involved in marriages that had no recognition by masters or owners. They valued community endorsement. Even the idea that a child could be illegitimate, not so much in an enslaved community, whereby there's a very broad sort of understanding not only of marriage, but family and community that embraces individuals. The last thing that I would say about slave marriages is their vulnerability. Enslaved couples are, quite frankly, always subject to separation, and that could be driven by the slave market. It could be driven by a death in a owner's family. It could be driven by the marriage of children within an owner's family, and they separate families to give gifts of an enslaved person to their children. So slave marriages take many forms. They are oftentimes monogamous, but sometimes not, because couples are separated. You see enslaved persons, once separated, taking on additional spouses, but perhaps still recognizing a spouse that they're separated from. What I find really interesting in the records is the ability of enslaved persons to keep track of that and those connections and those family ties. And so that alone is fascinating. There's many historians who have used pension records, which I use to document this. But I'm emphasizing this because it does become a really big issue in the later, in my book, but also in the later question of literally claiming survivors' benefits after the war.
So in what ways could Black women stay connected to their husbands during the Civil War?
So one of the things, and this question of marriage and family is important, because it actually, keeping it in mind as a value that enslaved people carry, helps to understand some of the patterns that you'll see. So for example, even enlistment patterns, I was able to start parsing out men who were not necessarily attached in intimate relationships might enlist, run away and enlist in certain places. I have examples of people who had family members that made sure that their family settled first, and then they would go on to enlist. So in cases like that, where the husband is, ensuring the safety of his family and then enlisting, communication is a huge deal. And there are networks and circuits of communications that move back and forth, not only from refugee sites to the battlefields, but also from the battlefields to former plantations, farms, or owners where people are living. Not all enslaved people are able to run away or refugee or refuge to sites of liberation during this period. But specifically what I find is that in some cases, women remain attached because they literally enlist themselves, if you will, doing domestic services and actually traveling with their husband's regiment during the war, right? And so there's sort of close ties. And maybe in some instances they have to stay back, but they're traveling closely with their husbands. But the other thing that I found in the records is that oftentimes different enlisted men, as they return to refugee sites or home sites, they are carrying information from the battlefield back to those refugee sites. And so there's these sort of information networks that are traveling back and forth. And I would also say that women are also giving messages, letters, or communicating their experiences in refugee sites that then move to the battlefield. Soldiers, of course, are concerned about how their families are being treated. When they're away from the household, they're concerned about enlistment and the vulnerability of their families. And I think that's, sort of across the board, but certainly enslaved or men that are newly liberated are concerned about that. So communication is actually really important. And it's a wonderful question because it's something that you will see, sort of how information is traveling, and quite frankly, is traveling from enlisted men, comrades who are moving back and forth and circulating that information. Sometimes it's coming from women who are traveling with their husbands, but who have to stay back or may return. They're carrying messages back and forth. So whereas the enlistment process, as I started, I would say is communal, so too is the nature of sharing information.
So what happened to people who had been formerly enslaved shortly after the American Civil War once they were emancipated? Were they able to go, where were they able to go, if they were able to go anywhere, and how were they able to support themselves? So how did this experience of war and then emancipation affect their lives?
Yeah, this is another fascinating question, and one that probably explains why I have sort of staked my career in this area of study, because I think it's fascinating. You have literally a sea change in terms of legal status, but you have a sea change in the way newly freed people are going to live their lives. And once again, you can begin to see the priorities and the value they place on intimate partnerships, marriage, and family in those initial days, weeks, and months of freedom. So one of the things you begin to see is formerly enslaved people and women really recuperating their lives and thinking about family and marriage. There's an incredible amount of movement, as there was during the war, but on this occasion, it is to oftentimes find family members who were lost in slavery, right? So thinking about the domestic slave trade, thinking about the large numbers of people who were moved from the upper South to the lower South, you begin to see people traveling in search of family members. You asked earlier about how people are communicating and what those communications or networks facilitate during the war. Those same networks are mobilized in the moment of emancipation in terms of locating lost family members. You begin to see people stake their claims on communities and organized families. You see them embracing legal marriage, which was unavailable to them when they were enslaved. They're beginning to organize their religious lives. There are many religious institutions, particularly in places like New Bern, had already been in existence, but with emancipation now they're far more visible. You see families, mothers, fathers, single mothers, prioritizing education and literacy, not only in their lives, but in the lives of their children. You also see individuals thinking about work and how they're going to support themselves. And because slavery, first and foremost, was about work, right, and labor, you think about the skill sets that newly freed people are bringing to bear on the free labor economy. In that regard, you have the military, but military administrator, but also an enormous presence from the United States government in the form of the Freedmen's Bureau, which is established in March of 1865. they are oftentimes in charge of assisting free people transition to free labor society. But one of the things that's really fascinating is when you begin to look at those contracts, you begin to see free people really sort of haggling over their labor. And even when you begin to look at choices that free people are making about their labor, for example, you see women prioritizing labor within their homes, right? So initially I talked about recuperating their lives. They're organizing their households, they're allocating and dedicating their labor toward their families, child raising work, the work that's involved in supporting, caring, cooking, doing the laundry, sort of household duties. But they're also thinking about wage earning opportunities that allow them to, again, prioritize family and avoid white interference, the kind of interference that is a kind of reminiscent of slavery, making choices around that. And as that begins to happen, I mean, I think that question in and of itself is fascinating, right? Because you're talking about, people often say, you know, you're talking about 4 million people emancipated or with the 13th Amendment, you know, sort of emancipated and transitioning into free labor society. But when you think about this question of gender, and when you think about women's choices in particular, to remove yourself from the labor force, to remove your children from the labor force, now you have a crisis of labor because you have a large portion of the labor force that had been working under slavery. It's not that they're not working, but they're reallocating their work in a way that prioritizes themselves and their communities. And you begin to have a crisis of free labor because free people are not adopting the sort of values that Northerners and military administrators are expecting to come out of the free labor bargain, if you will. And so you also have in the moment of emancipation, I talked about movement and travel, but also, you know, seeing people's business savvy. They're setting up businesses, they're certainly celebrating the return of soldiers home, coming home. And so it's an incredible moment in which newly free people are occupying public spaces in ways that hadn't been possible before, and really sort of creating spaces of joy and fulfillment for themselves and their communities as well. And so I would echo what many scholars have said already, right, in the literature, and that is that family is sort of the central pillar of the Black community, and from that, and locating family members and reestablishing those connections really forms the basis of the community extension that you see in emancipation, that those early months and days. Yeah.
So how would information about receiving pensions as a widow be disseminated to these Black communities?
Yeah, so this is a $1,000, $1 million question. It's a good one, and it's a question that you know fascinated me, and I think in some ways really drove some of the sort of basic ways that I looked at the records for this study. You know, how did they even know? And the answer to that is that what I can tell from the patterns of petitioning, that is how many people begin to petition, when they begin to petition. You know, the issue of marriage is important because women's eligibility and their rights within to establish themselves as union widows hinges on the question of marriage. And so that's why I was making a big deal about that earlier. And without legal recognition, now you're talking about a population that, though their spouses have enlisted, they don't have the legal documentation to even document their marriages, much less, you know about, you know, sort of the different sort of nuances of pension law. And yet they do, and they figure out ways to not only petition, but to sustain a relationship with the federal government over long spans of time on this question. To directly answer the question, the site of claiming union widowhood is in Eastern North Carolina, where the U.S. military union forces take over relatively early. In March of 1862, you have a large military presence. In addition, you had a pre-existing, you know, highly sophisticated and cosmopolitan community of free Blacks that mixed with enslaved populations who were already thinking about rights, free labor, and had, I'm emphasizing this because they have experience sort of even negotiating with military administrators about enlistment, about working on fortifications, working for quartermasters units. And so that initial phase or pass, one is a question of legislation, one creating space within the pension system's legal system so that formerly enslaved women could make a claim. Once those laws are passed, you begin to see this trickle of cases come up, right? And that's in part because when you think about it, on the one hand, you have women who are eligible for survivors benefits. On the other hand, you're talking about women who are losing their spouses at war. And some of the most immediate concerns are to figure out literally how they're going to provide for themselves, care for their families, particularly if they're in vulnerable situations. Thinking about pension law probably isn't the first thing, or gathering documents isn't the first thing on their mind. But in a place like New Bern, these individuals have a number of different resources. One, because of the military presence, but also because of the sort of cosmopolitan nature of this community and the large refugee population that develops or swells in that area during the war. You have, and the presence of the Freedmen's Bureau gives them a number of different options of military officials, Freedmen Bureau agents, and even an emerging sort of Black literate class that is able to assist with these benefits. And over time, they become more and more sophisticated with that assistance. And so the first wave of people that I identified in the pension records, sort of helping women or perhaps explaining to them about the Pension Bureau are white military administrators, white Freedmen's Bureau agents that are assisting them, and in some cases, white attorneys, some local attorneys from North Carolina, others from New York who've traveled to North Carolina during this period. But I would also say when these individuals are acting like this, particularly private individuals with legal training, they're doing that because claim agents have an incentive to assist soldiers, Black and white, navigate the pension bureaucracy because they have a set rate or fee they get for every successful claim that they file. It's actually the government that's going to pay them, although there are nominal fees that they will charge their clients. And so what happens in New Bern over time is, quite frankly, really fascinating. You have an initial wave of white claims agents, many who have legal training, some who don't. But by the 1880s, you have the emergence of a sort of Black class of, or Black bar, if you will, who have legal training, who begin to represent these claims. Sometimes folks don't have legal training. Sometimes they're ministers, they're people who have come of age in these community institutions that we just talked about, that are working really at the behest of the women and disabled soldiers who are returning from war to assist them facilitate those claims. And so over time, you begin to see much more vividly that information about the Pension Bureau as women begin to engage more with the Pension Bureau, as they continue to do that over long spans of time. That information about the Bureau, whereas once was sort of in the holds of white military administrators and other white professionals, now that information is very much circulating in the community. Everyday individuals are informing each other about what's happening in their case, how they might comport, claims that they might be eligible for, and it becomes, through neighborhood networks, people begin to share information about the process. The other piece of this that I've been able to derive from the records is when people are witnessing for one another or coming forward to give affidavits or legal statements about a person's service within the war, or to witness or discuss the legitimacy of the marriage of the woman coming forward. Oftentimes you'll see those same people showing up in other people's cases. That is to say that soldiers' widows are showing up for some, but they're also showing up for other widows. It becomes very much a communal process in New Bern, at least, where you can begin to trace not only neighborhood networks, not only wartime movement, but oftentimes you can trace, which was the case for me, is that you can really trace this process of communities, sort of reasserting themselves and reestablishing themselves. One community in particular in Eastern North Carolina, I was able to trace from Hyde County to the Roanoke Colony, which is a refugee site set up for the families of Black soldiers during the war. And then another group of those people then moved to New Bern together, and you see them literally in one another's cases, witnessing and supporting one another through the pension process. So for me, I wanted to do something different in this project, and that is to say, I didn't want to just tell the eligibility requirements from the perspective of the Bureau, but I wanted to kind of get into the community institutions, how the community exchanged information about pension laws, and how they began to educate one another about that process. So I love that question because I think it's a good one, and I think that it gets to the heart of some of the larger issues that we've already covered in terms of community basis. That in other words, that much of what you see in the pension process is facilitated because of those moments after emancipation, when you have the rise of Black community institutions that then serves as a platform for them to sustain their relationship with the government after the Civil War and well into the 20th century.
So can you lay out the steps to receiving a pension that a Black widow would have to go through? I know that that's, you were saying that's not, just what your book is about, because you go into such more about the community and humanize it. It's not just a, bureaucracy process. But could you perhaps lay that out so that we could understand what that process that they would have to go through would be like?
Yeah. So this is a great, so one thing about me, I like basic questions because I think sometimes basic questions open up so much. And I asked the same question, right? I mean, I had to get a hold of, well, how, what was this like? And asking that question also helped me shape and trace a theme and patterns in the work. So again, getting back to this question of marriage, union widows' eligibility hinged on their ability to collect benefits, hinged on their ability to document and prove marriage to the pension bureaucracy to its satisfaction. White widows oftentimes have the legal documentation. Poor white widows in the South sometimes suffer as well, many times suffer as well without having legal documentation, but especially during the wartime years. But overwhelmingly, because of the case with enslaved people, because their marriages are not legalized or recognized by law, they don't have that legal documentation. Now that changes during the war. As they're entering sites of refugee camps, there are military administrators who are insisting that couples marry. So you do begin to see patterns of individuals who marry during the war, they marry their spouse before they go off and enlist. That's a good thing for those folks because they now have documentation of their marriage. But what I also find is that there are women presenting, and again, the Bureau says we're going to create a pathway for formerly enslaved people to make claims by retroactively recognizing slave marriage. And essentially what they mean by that is that in lieu of legal documentation, they will accept witness testimony to, individuals from the community who say yes. And sometimes those individuals are former enslavers, they're former farmers, field hands, overseers who testify saying, yes, in fact, this couple was in fact married. But to return to the question of what the steps look like, so oftentimes women would, fill out affidavits, formalize certified statements, put them together. A claimant agent will help them present those documents to the Pension Bureau. They'll send that up. These are long-term struggles. So it may be a year, it may be a couple of months. In the early days of Reconstruction, might be 1 to 3 years that they'll hear back. And in the meantime, they're continuing to send up evidence, right? So they're sending up that evidence. And oftentimes what happens in the case of formerly enslaved women, because they don't have documentation, a special examination will be called for. What that means is that a representative from the Pension Bureau, before the 1880s, there were bureau examiners, you'll see that language, but after the 1880s, they're called special examiners. They come into communities and literally, so they exist before the 1880s, there's just a shift in nomenclature, but they come into communities and they interview women, they interview their neighbors about not only whether or not they were married, but whether or not the widow remarried, because if she remarried, then she's no longer eligible for to collect survivor's benefits. She would only be eligible for the period of her widowhood from the Bureau's perspective. And so there's a lot of talking back and forth. And so again, to say what I want to just return to is the reason why I love this question, because for Black women, because they don't have legal documentation, and this is oftentimes the case for free Black women as well, there's also oftentimes an extra step in which they have to be interviewed by special examiners. Those special examinations are sort of quasi-legal proceedings, if you will, where they're speaking face to face with individuals who represent the Bureau, but for them, they represent the face of the Bureau. So literally, as I talk about in the book, they're talking back to the state. So we talked earlier about how women learned about Pension Bureau, its laws, procedures. This is another place, I would argue, that women become really, really savvy in terms of the number of times that they're having to interact with special examiners. And by the way, those examinations could be very hostile. They can be very invasive. Examiners are asking very, very sort of personal questions about women's private lives, their intimate lives, what they did after a soldier died, whether or not, if the soldier returned to war, were they a good wife, were they caretaking? And they will proceed to ask a large number of people within the community if that in fact is the case. So in addition to establishing their eligibility for widows benefits or survivors benefits, what these testimonies offer is a real sort of understanding or behind the scenes look at what working class populations, in particular, Black populations, think about marriage, about how they're thinking about family, how they're thinking about when women, why the roles of wives within a household, the roles of husbands within a household. What are a husband's responsibilities to a wife? What is a wife's responsibility to a husband? So you get this really sort of interesting dialogue, not only from the petitioner, but oftentimes from the community about, sort of individual assessments about people. And then also the sort of places of disagreement and discontent. There are a lot of times you'll look at testimonies from people within the community who say, well, I don't think so-and-so deserves a pension. She wasn't taking care of the husband very well, the spouse. So there's a lot of things that come out of these records. And the other point that I would say, because these are such long-term battles, right? They take a long span of time. I think the other question to ask is, well, what are they doing in the meantime? And so you'll see a lot of transience, a lot of poverty, which is what's happening with on the one hand, women are not only having to present themselves as respectable in the terms that Bureau officials expect, but also they're presenting their own ideas about respectability that are cultivated within their community. And, a respectable widow, a working woman would go out, earn wages, but also do the sort of caretaking responsibilities for their husband. But they also experience a good deal of poverty in the period in which they had to wait between hearing from initially filing and also hearing from the Pension Bureau. And even when they are pensioned, that's not a permanent status. Those benefits can be revoked or taken away. And I would also add that, because I'm sure listeners want to know, well, how much was a pension? Women were paid on a quarterly basis. It was about $8 a month. So we're not talking about something that's going to, transform their life. But on the other hand, it does, because what it means for poor and working class women is that they have a social safety net that we began to talk about in the early 20th century with Social Security benefits, but they have a reliable source of income now that enables them to, maybe if a position that they are holding isn't the best sort of working conditions, they can kind of remove themselves from the labor market. That gives them more stability to be able to do that. The last thing that I would say about these benefits, just as a point of clarification, is that these women would be collecting the same amount as white widows in the North. And so it's an extraordinary sort of intervention or infusion of cash into the daily lives of women, as well as disabled veterans, right? Because all of them don't die during the war, but they're coming home, they receive they receive benefits for disabilities. It's not a transformative amount of money, but it certainly is an amount of money that allows them to remain comfortable, to have some stability in their lives. And I think this question is really important, particularly when you think about what we were talking about earlier in terms of the transition to free labor. So as you have a population of newly freed people moving into free labor society, you also have them petitioning and engaging legal institutions, governmental institutions. And in the case of survivors or Black Union widows, they're bringing resources within their communities to support the very institutions that we were talking about earlier.
Would you like to tell us any more about your book, perhaps where viewers would be able to purchase it if they were, interested in today's presentation and wanted to learn more?
Thank you so much. Well, so the book is published by Duke University Press. So you can go to Duke University Press directly and purchase it. You can also find it easily through major booksellers across the internet. So, but I really urge people just to purchase it directly from Duke University Press. The other thing that I would say about the book, usually sort of I read case studies, but one person that I just wanted to talk about who we were talking about claims agents and the rise of Black claims agents in a particular moment. One of those figures to emerge is a former enslaved man who lived in Eastern North Carolina, from what I can tell, refugees to New Bern sometime during the Civil War, is self-educated or self-taught, to borrow from Heather Williams, and begins to represent claims. He's not a certified attorney in the state of North Carolina, but he does have the knowledge, acquires enough knowledge and the writing skills to represent the overwhelming number of cases that I looked at in Eastern North Carolina. And he renames himself Frederick Douglass. And so oftentimes when I'm talking about the book, people say, oh my gosh, that's the Frederick Douglass, but I always have to remind people, not the abolitionist leader, but a person who renamed himself Frederick Douglass. But I mention that because I'm working on a project now that really sort of traces Black legal communities, and Frederick Douglass, the claim agent who shows up in my book, is going to be a central figure that guides us through Black life in the late 19th century. And so viewers can expect, or your audience can expect, to learn more about naming traditions. They can expect to learn more about Black legal communities and more around those themes, and probably see much more about the Pension Bureau and the other legal actors who move through this process. So thank you.
Absolutely. That sounds fascinating as well as you continue your work in this subject. And thank you again so much for being with us today.
Yeah, hi, my name is Gail Nelson. We moved to Gainesville a year ago, and I wanted to do something to give back to the community. And I looked at several tutoring sites, and it was clear when I came to this museum that this was the best, meaning it was really well organized, and students have their own computer. It's an hour, and the atmosphere here is wonderful. I mean, it's really spacious and positive, and kids feel comfortable here. So do tutors. Manuel's a 5th grader. His family's from Mexico. He has a sister and a brother and a wonderful mother who's very supportive. So she brings him and picks him up. And when I first met Manuel, we were kind of talking about what he wanted to read. And I wanted to find a book so that we had some consistency in the reading that we were doing. And he said he liked books about American history and that were about families. So the book we selected is an I Survived book, The Children's Blizzard, 1888. And of course, it's American history, and it's about a family. The way reading works for new readers is once you have to do some pre-reading activities. This was a pre-reading activity I did. I said, what do you see here? And he said, I see a broken down carriage, I see a boy that's freezing, and a blizzard, And then I asked him questions like, how do you think he feels? What do you think this story is going to be about? Anyway, those kinds of things. And they create prediction and then comprehension eventually. And so by predicting, then they kind of know what's going to come. And so all the vocabulary isn't a surprise to them. And also sorry about my hair. They also keep reusing vocabulary throughout the book. So I'll say what happened, and he'll demonstrate comprehension by, telling me. And if he can't remember something that he thinks is important, he'll say, what was his sister's name again? And I'll tell him. So it's really very interactive. And there's not, I'm not expecting him to remember everything. I'm putting no pressure on him. I'm certainly not judging him. In fact, I'm totally awed by him. These are stories I just adore, about our interactions. He came in one day all excited, and he doesn't have this book. This book is here. And I'll give it to him, of course, at the end. But anyway, he said, look at that cover. He almost didn't sit down. Look at that cover. He said, what is that boy wearing? And I said, well, a pair of pants and a shirt. And he said, I think those are jeans. And jeans, I don't think they had jeans then. So he quickly opened his computer and looked up boys' clothes in 1888. And sure enough, they wore suspenders and things. And he was very satisfied, like, oh, I got that one. But he was curious, and he was curious and wanted to find out. Here's an example of their house. Their house is a sod house, like up here. And so we talk quite a bit about how you make a sod house, because it looks like bricks on the surface, but it's not. And then how everyone slept, by the stove in the kitchen. And he was fascinated by this. But then we could go out back here and look at this wonderful log cabin. And he was like so surprised. He said, it's the same. And he noticed things in that log cabin, and anyway, things from here, and he really is into families. He really would say like where people would sleep and what they would do. And so that was great for providing context, and of course that's also part of history. Often people think that tutoring and teaching is about what I'm doing now, talking. It's not. And in developing a relationship with a student, part of it is getting to know that student, providing support for that student, listening to him, what's important to him, and then to say something more about the History Center, and that is the incredible support from the staff. About the third week, we were reading this. Ruth came over, and she brought all these materials. And, it was wonderful, because Manuel and I were just working in our own little world here. And he was excited, and I think it externally validated that we were doing something we weren't just, this wasn't just us and a kind of unknown book or something. Anyway, so it was important to him. The high point of my week, every week, is tutoring Manuel, because he just comes in, he's excited. I'm actually excited about moving forward in the book. He's excited about moving forward in the book. He has definite opinions on the characters. So that's a joy.
Our telethon is sponsored in part by Sisu. Sisu offers an integrated learning environment where children from 6 weeks to 6 years with special needs learn and interact alongside their typically developing peers. More information is available at www.mysisu.org. That's mysisu.org.
Hello everyone! I hope you have enjoyed our programs that were released from our 2022 members season.
as well as the wonderful interviews from our tutors. I really have enjoyed speaking to all of our tutors and getting to know more in depth and just the more specific stories of what their experience has been like for them and their students. So thank you to all of our tutors, those who were interviewed and those who were a little camera shy. Totally understand that. And yeah, so the programs that we showcased at 2 o'clock and 1 o'clock, those are all part of our digital membership. And don't we have some kind of excellent opportunity for members?
We do. We're having, contrary to Glenn's will, a sale on memberships.
We are. I convinced Glenn to give y'all 20% off.
Oh, it hurts, but I'm glad to do it.
Yes. On select local memberships. That includes our family membership, individual memberships as well, all the way up to our $250 level, which is now $200 level. So check the details out in our digital program. You can find that at the link where it says Start Here. And yes, so definitely consider becoming a digital member. And yeah, that was a really cool program, Marie, that you had with Dr. Brimmer. I was fascinated by that. I definitely want to pick up her book. And you may have noticed, folks, that you get that Dr. Brimmer was generous enough to offer a nice discount. So you can go back and get that promo code. But we should also mention our excellent donation rewards.
Yes.
So let's start with our $20 level. Marie, would you like to tell us about our $20 level?
Yeah, so if you donate $20 to the History Center for our Gainesville Read program, you will get a signed thank you card from the staff here at the History Center, and also a print of our absolutely wonderful White Path Cabin, the largest object that we have here, and personally one of my favorites. But that's not all. You also get 5 raffle tickets. Now you can put all 5 of those towards one item. You could put one towards each item that you want, up to 5.
It's up to you.
So it's up to you. You just have to let us know in the comment section what you would like those raffle tickets to go towards. If you have done so already and forgot to do that, it's okay. You can message us, email us. You just have to do that before tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Because that is when the raffle will be announced.
Mm-hmm. And we also have at our $50 level, you get everything that's included in the $20 level, plus a digital membership for you or a friend, and 10 raffle tickets. Now, moving on up, Glenn, why don't you tell us about our $100 level?
Yes, 100. It's such a nice round number. And when you do the $100 level, you get all of the other things that we've discussed previously, and a nice round water bottle, and a wonderful square nerd notebook, a history nerd water bottle and notebook that will go great as you're looking at your print, as you're considering where to put your raffle tickets. And you get those 15 raffle tickets that you're able to put towards any of the raffles that we have.
But you know what sounds even better than 100? 200! And with the $200 level, you get all of those wonderful goodies, plus a family membership and 20 raffle tickets. And a family membership is absolutely worth it, with getting free admission for the History Center's exhibits, as well as our events. So we host a lot of awesome family-friendly events throughout the year. So that's excellent. Now, moving on up to $300. Marie, why don't you take it away with $300?
So for $300, you will get, of course, everything that we have mentioned thus far, but also a virtual program. So in that virtual program photo there, you see our very own Glenn being Mr. Ben Franklin.
That's right. Dr. Ben Franklin.
Dr. Ben Franklin, excuse me.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, so sorry. Dr. Ben Franklin. Amongst other things, he has lots of titles. Founding father, inventor, historian,
Doctor,
musician.
Yeah.
So you can learn all about Ben Franklin and his various roles there if you would like to have a virtual program. But we also have a lot of different historical characters that you can choose from for your virtual program as well. You can view those on our website under our education tab. And you also then get
raffle tickets.
Yeah, woo! And of course, you can use those raffle tickets however you like. Just make sure that if you are donating online, to let us know what you would like to apply your raffle tickets to in the additional comments section. It's the very last thing on the page where you donate. Or if you want to call by phone, Amelia is standing by, and she will note that for you as well. Now, we're not going to stop at 300. We're going to go all the way to 400 and beyond. And at our $400 level, you get all that we've mentioned, plus 10 additional raffle tickets for a total of 40. So you have a really good chance at getting whatever raffle item that you want. So let's take a look at, Glenn, tell us about our $500 level.
So the $500 level, you get all those previous things, plus an on-site program for up to 10 people. That means you go on our website, you look at what we have to offer, you get any on-site program, whether that is Revolutionary War soldier, the deerskin trade, family life on the farm in the 18th and 19th centuries, and you get 50 of those raffle tickets. You start donating at this level, you're starting to get a serious chance at winning almost any one of the raffles you want, or you spread out your chances, and if Lady Luck favors, you could get all of them.
That's right, yeah. And our top donation level is our $1,000 level, which includes everything that we've mentioned, plus 2 tickets to our annual Taste of History Appreciation Dinner. These are so much fun. We really go all out with our Taste of History dinner. Glenn, why don't you give us an overview of the past themes that we've had and what they could expect from that?
Yeah, so we usually honor a particular aspect of Northeast Georgia history, or someone or a group of people from Northeast Georgia. We've honored the First Ladies of Georgia in the past. We had 6 First Ladies of Georgia on stage. And we had a great chance to hear from each one of them. We looked at the 200th anniversary of Hall County, a Taste of History, which we tongue-tiedly called Cherokees, Churches, Choo-Choos, Chickens, and Churns.
Wow.
To look at a history of Hall County. We had folks from Hall County's past show up and give little talks, as well as interview some of the most recent movers and shakers in Hall County that have made this great place what it is. We've honored Sandra and Nathan Deal, and that one is, of course, where Gainesville Reads originally came from.
Yep.
That was the original funding source to get it all going. So these Taste of History are about a variety of topics. It's a wonderful luncheon or evening program, and those individual tickets are usually about $100 to $125. So that in itself is a great bargain. You get a wonderful meal with all of this and a great time out with one other person.
That's right. Yeah. So that is our top tier level, and of course we mentioned our raffles. Let's briefly go through the raffles that we have. So Marie, would you like to show off our lovely? Now we've got a beautiful apron. So tell us a little bit about this wonderful handmade apron.
Yeah. So if you would like to enter the Sewn by Marie bundle, you would be able to get a chance to win this lovely apron. It is a 1960s style apron. It slips over your head right here, ties around your waist. It has 3 pockets, so 1, 2, and then 3 enough to, we decided that you could probably put a cookbook in here, a gallon of milk, eggs, all put in here. You would then also get 2 matching pot holders that are quilted and so pretty. We have one with a square design, another one with a windmill design. And then you also would get some embroidered towels that have some fun nature scenes on them. So we have this one, which is a bird and some flowers. And then we also have flowers and butterflies. So I embroidered these with my embroidery machine, and they can be yours.
Yeah, yeah.
If you enter the bundle.
Yeah, and I believe that's a pretty popular raffle item. Karen says, beautiful apron. Not 1, not 2, but 3 pockets. Yeah, Karen.
Yes, and this is a 60s style. So it's made with a reprint of Simplicity's apron pattern that they had, which is one of the ones that they just came back out with. Because of course Simplicity has been around for like 100+
Literally.
years.
Wow.
Literally. Yeah.
It started because patterns started when we had sewing machines, and then that kind of I think they actually started like in the 1860s.
That's cool.
Or they combined with another one. Butterick has also been around a very long time. So has Vogue, which are kind of like considered like the 3 big pattern companies. If you go to Joann's, you'll find them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this one's one from Simplicity. So vintage pattern from the 60s can be yours.
That's so cool. I love it. I love it. And another really awesome raffle item that we have is through one of our sponsors, the Arts Council. Thank you so much to the Arts Council who donated 2 tickets for their Summer Music Fest. Now, this is not just one concert. This is 8 outdoor concerts next year from May to September. It's going to be a variety of music genres. I know jazz is going to be a big part of it. I'm sure there will be some rock and roll, some country music, some classical music. So really something for everyone. And as you can see from that picture, it's a big event. It's a great time to spend out in the community with your loved ones and celebrate the local artists and good music. So thank you so much to the Arts Council for providing that. Glenn, why don't you tell us about our fun, this is particularly good for the kids out there, our historic games and toys bundle.
All right, so this is historic types of toys and games that would have been around, gosh, going all the way back to at least the 1700s. Maybe some of this is 1600s and earlier. You get an old-fashioned set of playing cards with all those great prints, those old-fashioned looks on them. A set of glass marbles. You can learn to actually play marbles. Don't lose them, though. Wooden dice, which are a lot of adult and kid games that can be played with those dice. The hopscotch game, a cornhusk doll, and, of course, the ever-popular cup and ball game. Yes. We all love this game. When kids come here and play this, we love it. And let me tell you, the real secret is that it was invented to take up kids' time. Hey, kid, I'm trying to work here. How would you like to go try to put this ball into this cup? If you'll do it, I'll give you a shiny penny.
Yeah.
And for hours. And it works not just on kids. We've stood around for hours trying to make this thing work.
I've gotten really good at it because I demonstrate it every time we have a tour that involves one of the toys and games activities that requested. I can usually do it in the first or second try now.
Nice.
Wow.
That's
Maybe I'll have to demonstrate. I'll bring it in and we'll
That's
all
a good
have
idea.
to play.
Yeah, so keep watching and we'll have a cup and ball tournament. Which
that's a great idea.
Marie's probably going to win, but that's
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll set that up. That would be really fun. And really, another cool raffle item, I think this is the first that we've done of this raffle item, is an archives tour. Now, this is a guided behind-the-scenes tour of our archive, which is absolutely fascinating. I mean, when I have a spare minute, I do enjoy just wandering through the archives because there's so many things that we don't have the space in our exhibits to show everything. So you get a behind-the-scenes tour to see all of these fascinating items from over a span of at least 100 years, from both local and Georgia items. And this is up for 10 people, so this will be a really fun outing. And of course, this will be led by our lovely archives and collections manager, Leslie Jones. And then, Marie, why don't you tell us about our 18th and 19th century raffle?
Yes, if you want to come and do one of those daily life tours I was just talking about, you can enter this raffle. So we have lots of different options that you can pick from for what you would like to kind of specialize for this tour. So of course this tour, it involves, coming to the History Center. We talk about the White Path Cabin, what people's daily lives look like. But then you get to choose a couple demonstrations that we offer to kind of see how a trade come to life, like blacksmithing. That one's super popular, and we have a picture of Stephen there doing some blacksmithing. Or you could choose, like Madeline there is demonstrating our weaving activity, so you get to do a hands-on activity. You can also pick our toys and games activity and play with a bunch of different toys and games. I actually just got a few more to add to our fun toy box, so we now have tops and whirligigs. So we can play with those as well. Jump ropes, hoop trundling, the game of graces. Lots of fun, powered by you toys, which kids absolutely adore.
Oh yeah.
So we have even more you can see on our website: candle making, open hearth cooking, fashions of the time. You get to dress up in some of our costumes here. It's a good time. So go ahead and check those out on our website as well and enter this raffle.
Yeah.
Or, of course, if you don't want to do demonstrations or activities, that's absolutely good. You can also just do a guided tour of the exhibits.
Yeah.
Which includes the historic structures and the gardens and all of that.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh yeah. So that's excellent.
But not the archives. That's a separate raffle.
That's right. That's right. And before we get to our last raffle item, I see that Karen asks, "Is there a list of these online?" Why, yes, there is indeed, Karen. A great question. So, Karen, if you go to where it says "Start Here," that's our website / telethon. Guada, I also think Guada can throw in the quick link in the chat, and you can see our entire digital program, which has all of our donation rewards, all of our raffles, as well as more information about our sponsors and the reading program as well, especially how you can become a volunteer. So our last raffle item that we want to show is our virtual program. This is super fun. I mean, of course, we all love our virtual programs here, and this is great. So if you're a fan from far away and you can't make it to the History Center, then this is for you. You can have a virtual program with a historic character of your choice. We have quite a few to choose from. What you see here, the images you see here. We have Mary Musgrove, who was an absolutely fascinating woman of colonial Georgia. She was James Oglethorpe's interpreter, the official interpreter for the colony of Georgia, as well as a tradeswoman, which is pretty unique. It was for her to have such a leadership role in her own trading post in colonial Savannah. So fascinating program with our wonderful living history interpreter, Nicole there. And that other person looks familiar. Of course, I portray Juliet Gordon-Low, who you'll be meeting a little bit later. And you could have a virtual program with her, or Frederick Douglass, seen there, or our Revolutionary War camp follower and soldier, Marie Glenn. So there's a lot of awesome options for your support today. So do be sure to go to our website where you see below, right below Marie, where it says "Start Here." You'll see the link to our digital program, or if you're ready to donate, then you can, there's also a link there, but you can also go to bit.ly/telethon22. So those are all available for you. Now, coming up, I'm particularly excited about our next program because my mom, Amy Beecham, who is an Amelia, Amy Beecham will be portraying the one and only Amelia Bedelia. If you grew up with Amelia Bedelia books, I would love to know in the chat. I certainly did, and I always got a kick out of her doing exactly as she is told. And so we're going to hear from Amelia Bedelia soon, but before we do, we also had the privilege of interviewing and having videos submitted by Georgia authors. I was very happy that we had several Georgia authors offer to provide an interview with us and a glimpse of the stories that they write. So before we get started with Amelia Bedelia, we're going to hear from Georgia author Ginger Garrett, and then we will get into our Amelia Bedelia program. So thank you all for joining us, and let's hear a little bit from author Ginger Garrett.
Hi, I'm Ginger Garrett, and I'm a local Georgia children's author. I write for exceptional kids. I write for kids who feel like they don't fit in, because those are the kids who change the world. So if that's you, or if you know a kid who feels like they don't quite fit in, you might be interested in one of the novels I've written, including The Last Monster from Random House, or the newest one, Name Tags and Other Sixth Grade Disasters from Carol Rhoda Press. Now, why did I become a children's author? It's simple, because kids are amazing. So, the books you read as a kid stay with you for the rest of your life. They act almost like little rudders on a very large ship, and they can change your course. They can change your direction in ways that are profound and often unseen and unanticipated. What am I trying to say? Books matter. We've got to get kids reading, and we've got to get kids reading so that they begin to recognize their own voice and begin to see themselves in a much larger world. I'm going to read to you an excerpt from Name Tags and Other 6th Grade Disasters. In this excerpt, our heroine, Elizabeth, has gone to the home of her new friend, Tess. After school, always a little dicey when you're hanging out with someone for the first time. And Tess has offered her favorite after-school snack, a jar of dill pickles. Tess dropped her backpack at the door, and I followed her into the kitchen. On the counter sat the largest jar of pickles I'd ever seen, filled with the largest dill pickles I'd ever seen. They floated in a transparent green liquid, bunched together at the top as if trying to escape. She unscrewed the lid, stabbed a pickle with a fork, and handed it to me, her eyes shining with unnerving delight. She speared one for herself next. You don't have to refrigerate dill pickles, did you know that? Tess said, making a beeline for the laptop on the kitchen table. They're fermented. That means an invisible chemical reaction turns a lowly cucumber into a glorious, tasty pickle. That's good, I guess. Good? That's great, Tess exclaimed, setting her forked pickle aside. Everyone hates cucumbers. Opening the cucumber, she typed out a series of numbers and jumped up again. After briefly dashing out of the room, she returned with a thick file folder. From this, she withdrew a map of the world that she unfurled on the kitchen table. With a permanent marker, she began transferring numbers to different points on the map. I decided silent observation was the best course for me to take at the time being. She scratched her chin. We better call Joseph. A moment later, Joseph's face appeared on the laptop screen. What's up, Tess? Oh, hi, Elizabeth. I waved. Joseph, have you seen all the activity near the Ring of Fire? I just got home. I was playing a video game. This could be huge. The news channels are going to be interested in all sorts of theories. We could post our theory that the Earth is actually a giant egg, and earthquakes mean that Super Chicken is ready to hatch. No one is ever going to believe that, he said, rolling his eyes. We just made that up. Well, that doesn't mean it doesn't deserve to get traction on the news, and it's free publicity, Joseph. Once we've stirred up a little attention, it'll be the perfect time to post the first Super Chicken graphic novel online. Tess? He asked. She paused, waiting. My eyes darted back and forth between them. You're gonna make us rich someday. Joseph ducked suddenly. I gotta go. My mom's coming. Joseph is awesome, Tess said as the call ended and she closed the program window. But his mom treats him like a baby. I think it's because he's so small for his age. She finished her pickle, quietly nodding to herself as she munched. I'll bet she'll get us all out of that talent show coming up, though. Shrugging, I took my first bite of pickle. Oh, it was amazing. Tess's eyes cleared as she looked at me, nodding. Right? Well, I always thought of pickles as the green things they hide under your burger buns. It made them seem kind of sketchy. Pickles are underappreciated. Tess licked her fork, held it out to regard it, and then gave me a sideways glance. Pickles are the changelings of the vegetable world. I suspected she was testing me to see if I even knew that word, changeling. Not really. A chemical reaction changes a cucumber into a pickle. That's science, not science fiction. Her eyes lit up before her face turned solemn. Unless they've secretly been pickles all along, waiting for the right moment to reveal their ultimate form. She lowered her voice to a whisper, glancing furtively side to side. They float among us. When I cocked one eyebrow, she burst into giggles. Her eyes sparkled as she laughed. Well, if pickles are sentient beings, I replied, what does that make you? You just stabbed and ate one. Tess looked at her empty fork, then at the remaining pickles floating in the jar. I'd like to revise my statement. It's silly, but it's also fun. And there's a lot in here for you and for any kid you love who feels like they don't quite fit in. So I would love for you to check out my website, gingergarrett.com. I would love for you to support children's literacy. It's one of the most fundamental investments you can make in this world. You can put your money in the stock market and you can lose it. You can put your money into cryptocurrency, you can lose it. You invest in children's literacy, you will return more much more than you ever invested. And that investment keeps going generation after generation. So please support children's literacy. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you some of my favorite words and favorite stories. And I look forward to meeting you soon. Bye-bye.
My name's Amelia Bedelia. My pleasure is to please. My name's Amelia Bedelia. I'll do exactly what you ask of me. Yes, my name's Amelia Bedelia. And I'm here to tell you a little bit about my life. Oh, well, you see, I work for Mrs. Rogers. In fact, I'm her maid, and I hear her calling me right now.
Amelia!
Yes, Mrs. Rogers?
Have you started the casserole yet?
All right, Mrs. Rogers. She wants me to make a casserole. Yes, we're having guests tomorrow. So, let's see now. To make the casserole, oh, I remember. This is a very special recipe of hers. Yes, indeed. And I remember specifically that the recipe says to separate the eggs. Yes. Okay, I'm going to do that then. I'm going to separate the eggs. You know, I don't know why that recipe always says to separate the eggs. They seem to be getting along just fine. Huh. But let's separate them. I'll put one here. Oh, that's getting a little close. Okay. One here. All right. One here. And one here. Now, look, we separated the eggs. Yay. Okay, the next part. Oh, yes. It says to pair the vegetables. Yes, I remember the next part of that recipe. Pair the vegetables. Oh, yes, here's my vegetables. All right, let's pair them. Okay, let's see. Yes. This is a pear, correct? All right. I paired the carrots. All right, let's put those there. All right, let's see. Okay. So two make a pair. All right. Okay. Oh, look what I did. I paired the sweet potatoes. This is going so well. Oh, now definitely want squash paired. Is that a pear too? Okay, we paired the squash. Oh my goodness, look what else we have to pair. Let's see. Oh, the onion, yes. Pear, here we go. I got the pair of onions. Okay, and the last thing to pair in my basket for the casserole are the red peppers. This is two, so that's a pear. Look, we paired all the vegetables. That's wonderful. Now let's see what's next on that recipe. Oh, I've got it in my head. I see it right now. It says, I remember, measure the rice. Measure the rice. Oh yes, here's the rice. And you know, I did measure it before. I can let you know this is going to take a long time. Can you imagine measuring every little piece of rice in this box? It takes forever. So I'll do that later, okay? All right, because it just takes so long to measure the rice. There's so little. That is what that means, right? To measure the rice? I thought so.
Amelia, have you started the chores?
Oh, chores. Of course, Mrs. Rogers. I will do the chores. Which one would you like for me to do first?
Strip the sheets.
Oh, okay. Yes. Aunt Myra needs a fresh linens. You want me to strip the sheets. Okay. Okay, here's the sheet. Yeah, I already took it off the bed, but I'll strip it. Okay. So this is how I strip the sheets. Strip it. Yeah. Isn't that what Mrs. Rogers means? Strip the sheet. I think I'm really good at it. Yes, Miss Rogers? Uh-huh. Right. I'm gonna be sure to draw the curtains, just like you always ask me to do for Aunt Myra. And let me show you how I do that. All right, here's the window, all right? And then I draw the curtains like this. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo. And you know what I like to add? I like to add polka dots. Yeah, you know, at home, you could be drawing curtains right now. Yeah. I wish I could see them later. I know they'll be beautiful. And that's how I draw the curtains. Just like Mrs. Rogers asked me to do. I think they look lovely. Aunt Myra's going to be very pleased, I bet. Well, my early morning chores are done. And now I've just heard from Miss Rogers. She's ready for her breakfast. Yes, she wants her cereal with her coffee this morning. So I decided, okay, I can do that. So I put her cereal in the bowl. And because I'm someone who does exactly what they're asked to do, I'm going to serve her cereal with her coffee. So I'm going to pour her coffee in the cereal. It's interesting that Mrs. Rogers wants it this way, but I'm going to make her happy. That's what I always want to do.
Amelia Bedelia, you're fired!
I guess you heard her. She fired me. She screamed so loud. Right when I put down her cereal with her coffee, just like she asked, she just screamed at me, "You're fired!" She said that was just the last straw for her. And I was so sad. But I got myself together, and I got my purse, and I walked out the door thinking, there's somebody out there that will appreciate Amelia Bedelia and how I try to do exactly what I'm told. Somebody will hire me. So I walked downtown. And do you know what I saw? I saw a sign on a door of a beauty parlor. And it said, hairdresser wanted. And I thought, I'm great with hair. I bet they'll hire me. So I walked in and I told them all about Amelia Bedelia. My name's Amelia Bedelia. My pleasure is to please. My name's Amelia Bedelia. I'll do exactly what you ask of me. Well, they seemed to really like what I told them. And they hired me right there on the spot. In fact, they had a customer waiting to get her hair pinned. And the owner of the beauty parlor said, "Can you pin hair?" And I thought, well, of course I can do that. So I walked over to the lady and I reached in my purse. You see, I always carry clothespins with me. You never know when you're going to need a clothespin. And I proceeded to pin her hair, just like I'd been asked to do.
Ow! What are you doing?
I don't know why that lady got so upset. Did you hear her scream? I've never heard her scream that loud. And I did exactly what I was asked to do. I pinned her hair. I thought I did a wonderful job with my clothespins. In fact, I told her she needed to wear it just like that on her date that night. But she wouldn't even think of doing that, she said. I don't understand why she was so upset. All I do know is that when she screamed so loud, the owner of the beauty parlor came running over to where we were. And she said, "What have you done to my customer?" And I said, "I pinned her hair, just like you asked me to do." And then she said 2 words. I think you know what they are. Yeah, you can say them with me. Say them really loud. She said them really loud. Ready? You know what they are. She said, "You're fired!" I was so sad. Fired again for doing exactly what I was asked to do. So I walked out and I thought to myself, that's okay. That's okay. There is going to be someone who wants to hire me. So I then saw a sign on a door, 2 doors down, and it said, "Secretary wanted." And I thought, I would make a great secretary. So I walked in, I told them all about me. That boss hired me on the spot too. And the first thing he asked me to do was to file some papers. Well, I always carry a fingernail file in my purse, of course. So I filed the papers. I think I do a great job. This is what he meant, correct? Filing the papers? Of course it is. But you know, for some reason, he didn't seem real happy about it when he saw what I was doing. And he said, "Never mind that, Amelia Bedelia. Please stamp the envelopes here." And I said, "Okay." I guess I was taking too long filing the papers. So I said, "Well, oh yeah, I can stamp the envelopes, no problem." So I got the envelopes from him, and I think I did a great job stamping them. Watch how I did it. I threw them down on the floor. I wish you were here to help me. This is fun. I tossed them on the floor, and then I stamped on them. I'm stamping the envelopes. I think I stamped really well. Can you hear how hard I'm stamping? Yeah, I'm probably the best envelope stamper there is. But you're not going to believe what happened. He heard me stamping and he came running in and he said, "What are you doing, Amelia Bedelia?" And I said, I'm stamping the envelope, sir." I think you know what he said next. Those same 2 words. And he said them really loudly. You want to say it with me? Okay. He said, "You're fired." So I walked out of that office building, fired again for doing exactly what I was asked to do. But guess who was outside the door? Mrs. Rogers. She'd been looking for me. She missed me very much, yes. And she said she really needed that lemon pie. She had been missing that the most. And I said I would be happy to make her a lemon pie. And I went back and I was her maid again. I've enjoyed so much telling you a little bit about my life. And oh, I've been asked to do a goodbye to you. I think the best way to make this bye really, really good, because I want a goodbye, is to sing my song. Will you sing it with me this time? Oh, great. All right, here we go. This is going to be such a good bye. My name's Amelia Bedelia. My pleasure is to please. My name's Amelia Bedelia. I'll do exactly what you ask of me. My name's Amelia Bedelia. My pleasure is to please. My name's Amelia Bedelia. I'll do exactly what you ask of me. That was a great bye. It wasn't just good, it was a great bye.
So, and I was looking to be part of something for my education courses. And well, I had interned with the History Center before, and so I was still in contact with a lot of the employees. And Deanna was the one who encouraged me to become, to take part of it. And what we were doing during COVID was we were having our weekly virtual sessions. And that's when I fell in love with the kids, and I got to know them, seeing them every week. And I got to know more of how they were learning and what interested them and what didn't. So it's gonna sound unbelievable, but in the midst of everything, it was so nice to be able to have that participation during the lockdown. And also because you can only learn so much in the education courses, actually being out there and doing something related to education, you get to see what it's all about. And when we had the opportunity again to be in person, I really wanted to be part of it, just to see where it could go. I was very curious, and reading has always been my favorite part. I'm definitely more of a English history person in school, so I knew that I would have a lot of fun doing it. My commitment grew more and more as I got to know more about the kids, as I got to know more about their families, and getting to see that spark in them when they learn something. It's the best feeling in the world. And so as we keep on growing, my hope is that we just get bigger, to be honest. We get more tutors, that this could be hopefully a staple of the community. Not only is it beneficial for the student, it's also beneficial for the tutor. It sounds very cliche, but it's very true. These children are our future in the community. So to have, and a lot of our tutors are elders, they're way more experienced. Many are retired, especially retired educators. So to see them be with this child, there's something beautiful about that, because they're seeing the future of the community and they're taking part of helping this child grow into a person that can one day contribute to their community. For me, if you have this love, this willingness to help a child, it doesn't matter if you have experience in education. That's what we're here for. It only matters that you see the potential in this child that every child has, and that you believe in them. And I promise you that child will remember it for the rest of their lives. They may not remember your name, but they will remember when you told them, you know what, it's okay if it's hard. The point is you didn't give up. I have tutors, that when they've had their really good days, they said, oh, this student, they got it. They were on their game. And of course, they bring up the activity that they had, and they said they absolutely loved it and they were on fire, and we just kept going and we kept going. I've had some tutors I've had tutors that just remind their students. They may tell them, you are not a quitter. You keep on going, and just that little encouragement helps, along the way. I've also heard some tutors say how this has just been very rewarding for them, because they're taking part of a child's learning process, and they get to see that child grow. And it's so rewarding that even if you aren't an educator, the fact that you still get to be a part of that is very huge, and there's nothing that compares to it. I have one tutor who her relationship has developed so beautifully with a student that she goes to his soccer games, and that fills the student with pride. And he even goes around, bragging about how his tutor goes to his soccer games, because not only does she support him in reading, she supports him in other things. And just that support is it's unmatched. And of course, every tutor, again, not every tutor can do that, and that's totally fine. But this tutor has gone far and beyond, but it's because she has just grown to love her student so much and to develop this relationship that she didn't think she would have, this experience that she never imagined she would have when she came to be part of our program.
Our telethon is sponsored in part by the United Way of Hall County. United Way of Hall County is the largest private funding source of health and human services in Hall County. When children succeed in school, families earn a stable income, and more people have access to quality health and human services, we all win. More information is available at www.unitedwayhallcounty.org.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed meeting Amelia Bedelia. Oh, that was so much fun. And thank you to Amy Beecham for bringing Amelia Bedelia to life, quite literally. Karen in the chat says, loved these stories when I was a kid. Me too, absolutely. And our own Amelia upstairs said, now there's a name I've heard more than once. And Karen says, that was fun, thank you. Oh, absolutely, I'm so glad that we had folks join us for that. And Amelia was kind enough to donate a book to our reading program, to Gainesville Reads, and ooh, it's even autographed by Amelia Bedelia herself,
Whoa.
Which is very cool. So our students can look forward to reading Amelia Bedelia and the Cat. Oh, I don't know if I've read this one, but I will be now.
You have to make sure it works okay before the kids get it.
Yes,
right?
yes, exactly.
For safety.
Yeah, exactly,
Yes.
exactly, yeah. Yeah, Amelia Bedelia, those were definitely some of my favorite childhood books growing up. And I just loved the fact that she remained so positive despite all of these challenges, and she never quit, but it was also just very funny for me as a kid and as an adult, to be honest.
Right.
But going back to childhood books, what were some of y'all's favorite books? And in chat, please, any viewers, please let us know what some of your favorite childhood books were. We might have some crossover here, but Glenn and Marie sent me a few pictures of their favorite books. Now, I don't know what order this is in, so we're gonna see. So I have the first one is, well, maybe we should guess whose. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's see.
They'll probably be pretty obvious.
Yeah. All right, first up we have Lloyd Alexander, The Book of Three. Now, this looks similar enough to Lord of the Rings that I'm gonna have to say this is probably a Glenn book.
Oh, this is a Glenn book.
Okay,
So
tell us,
this was my first foray into fantasy literature, and my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Day Lewis, suggested that she had really liked these and that I should read them. I'm like, okay, well, I read this one. And she loaned it to me, and it was fantastic. It opened up a whole new world. And lo and behold, there were 4 more in the series. You see that little 1 up there? That means it's the first one. So the assistant pig keeper longs to be a hero and gets his chance. And so this series of books talks about the assistant pig keeper, Taryn, who becomes he's just a nobody, right? He's a nobody in this entire world, and he gets swept into this whirlwind of epic events. Well, I'm not going to spoil it, but let's just say he goes through 5 books, and in the end, he does become the hero. And it's very much a coming-of-age, stupid kid to relatively experienced and mature adult, kind of realizing that what he wanted all along is maybe not everything he thought it was cracked up to be. So even though it's a kid series of books, it's really, really good. And the last book in the series, The High King of Prydain, won the I've forgotten what the name of the award is, but it's the big award for kids' books. Thank you, Marie. Yes, it won the Newbery Award, and so that's my first fantasy literature book, and I did love that one.
Well, I think go ahead.
So it says the book of 3. Yeah. But there's 4 of them.
No, there's 5 books.
Okay.
But the book of 3 is an artifact that is discussed within the first book, the book of 3.
Okay, because I was like, there's 5, but then it's book of 3. I was
and
trying
Disney,
to do math. I'm like, that didn't compute.
And Disney actually did one of its last fully animated, like hand-drawn animation movies was called The Black Cauldron, which takes the first 2 books, squishes them together, and absolutely butchers it.
Oh no!
Oh no, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. I was so excited when that movie came out, and it was like, oh. And apparently it bombed so bad that you can barely find it. It's on Disney Plus.
Okay.
But you could not find copies of it for decades.
Wow.
Because it did not do well at any office, much less the box office.
Oh,
but the book series is phenomenal.
Yeah.
The book is always better, isn't it?
Right. And in the chat is telling us their favorite books. Karen loved Amelia Bedelia and Paddington.
Paddington.
Yeah. And you'll love this, Marie and Louisa May Alcott.
Yes.
Of course.
All of her books are wonderful.
Yes, the Little Women series, if anyone's not familiar. Which you can see a live stream program by Marie on our YouTube channel. And Karen also says that her son Jack loved Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh yeah, that's still really popular.
Yeah.
He's still very, very popular.
Yeah.
Amelia says, oh yeah, Magic Tree House was my way to go. Those covers were magical. Oh yeah, those are popular at Gainesville Reads too, the Magic Tree House books. And that's really fun too, because sometimes they go back to like historic time periods and stuff too. So that's really fun. Karen also says she loved Encyclopedia Brown for short stories. Now, I'm not familiar with Encyclopedia Brown. That might be before my time.
Yes, he was a nerdy kid who knew things, hence the name Encyclopedia Brown.
Oh, okay. I was imagining like a brown encyclopedia or something. It was like full of short stories. No, that's fun. And Leslie says, I love scary stories to tell in the dark. Oh yeah, I really loved those as a kid. They really scared me when I was a kid. And then I look back and I'm like, this is so silly. In fact, we had a great time at a few Halloweens ago. We did a live dramatic reading of scary stories to tell in the dark, and that was so much fun. Leslie also mentions Goosebumps. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, see, that was past me.
Yeah, well, I got into Goosebumps because of the TV show, and then I read more of the books. So, I mean, I guess that's good job, TV, for getting me interested in those. And Karen also says, one of my favorites was, when I was very little was The King Who Reigned by the dude who played Herman Munster. What?
Oh.
That's interesting. And Karen says, I'm old. Oh, and the Burks are here. Hello. Hey. And they say Magic Tree House as well. Yeah. So Magic Tree House, very popular. All right, let's see what our next book brings us. I'm gonna go out of order. So let's see. And okay, so now we have this one. Now, I'm guessing this is Marie.
Yes.
It almost looks like you.
Yeah. I am on a book cover.
Oh, that's right. That's right, yes.
It does not look like me. This looks more like me than the book cover.
Yeah.
But yes, this is Annie Between the States by M.L. Eliot, and it is about a girl in Virginia during the American Civil War and talking about the war-torn United States and her experience really trying to, kind of feeling pulled in a few different directions by her family and friends and community, and trying to, figure out what she herself decides to do. And it's a very historically researched book. It taught me a lot of different things about just material culture during the American Civil War. I remember distinctly once it was talking about hair rats. And that's like when I learned that hair rats which are basically like you save your hair and then you, sometimes you put them like in a net and you kind of poof it up, so then you can like, put it in your hair to like poof it up when you do like hairdos.
Okay.
So you have an exact match of your hair. Because it is your own hair that you're making a bump it out of, essentially. But they're called hair rats or hair mice if they're really small.
Interesting.
But this is the book that taught me about those things and just a lot about the American Civil War, but in a fun fictional character.
Nice. Excellent. And let's see, our next book that we have is King Arthur and His Knights.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
very specifically this book.
Okay.
All these books are ones that Mom got me from wherever, and this book, this was literally a pulp book. I mean, I still have all these, by the way.
Oh, nice.
And this one, the paper is just total pulp, but it's the version of King Arthur that I first read. And it is it tells the story of his dad Uther and King Arthur and how he didn't know who his dad was, and he pulls the sword from the stone, and then, which is not Excalibur, because in this there's so many different versions.
Yeah.
In this version he actually takes the sword from the Lady of the Lake with Merlin in the back of the boat there. You can see him, and it goes all the way up, and it tells the story not only of King Arthur but his knights, and it takes you all the way up to the end. And I read this book over and over and over.
Yeah.
To the extent that this is where Glenn's love of the medieval stuff. And
Okay,
this book is what made Glenn go joust at the Renaissance Festival
Aw.
and get all of his swords and things. It's this book. And as a matter of fact, here's how influential this book is. My favorite knight in the entire book is Sir Gareth, who turns out to be, I will spoil this one, the only knight in Arthur's realm that can go toe-to-toe with Lancelot and not get beat.
Oh,
he's that good. And so that was my favorite knight, to the extent that my oldest son is named Brendan Gareth Kyle.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love that.
Yeah, this book was a big deal.
Aw.
Still is. I've still got this one.
Oh, that's really
but it's
cool.
only for looking at now. It's not for reading, because it's literally falling apart and almost going to dust. So.
Yeah. get you a fancy version one day and keep that as an artifact.
A used version and a shrine version.
Yes. Now, next up, we have what I can only guess is Marie for this book, Anastasia.
Yes, so it's this book, but also the Royal Diary series.
Oh, yeah.
Which has a lot of different royals from all time period, going back as far as Cleopatra. I might even go farther back than that, but that's one of the oldest ones. And then goes all the way up to Anastasia, and she was the last one that they had done time period wise for this Royal Diary series. But it's basically like you're reading the diary of this young royal. So Anastasia is a lot about kind of what would her perspective have been leading up to the Russian Revolution.
Yeah.
And how does she feel about her family? How does she feel about the revolution? How does she feel about being imprisoned? And then it just mysteriously ends at some point, and then they kind of have like a "this is what happened, we think" portion in the back.
Yeah. I loved those Royal Diaries. I remember reading the Marie Antoinette one, which I'm sure you read as well.
Yes, definitely. I read a lot of them.
Yeah, and now that you mentioned the Cleopatra one, I'm pretty sure I read that one as well. Those fascinated me, as the Royal Diary series and then the Dear America book series as well. So yeah, that's great. Love it. We just got another donation. So thank you so much to Julia Johnson for your $20 donation.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Now I've got to we're gonna change this to, now we are at 4,075.
So
Yay!
close, yes.
Oh yeah, yes, we are very close to meeting our goal. We so appreciate all of the donations that we have received so far, but we got plenty of time
That's right.
to meet our goal. Now,
coming up, we are going to have a very special guest. Dr. Benjamin Franklin is going to be visiting with us for a story time at 4 p.m. So that's about 15 minutes or so. I know that I believe, Glenn, you'll probably need to let him into the museum.
Yeah, I should probably go look for him. You never know when he's going to arrive.
You just never know. But in the meantime, we're going to hear from a Georgia children's book illustrator named Laura Freeman, and she's going to read an excerpt from one of the books that she has illustrated. And it was a pleasure speaking with Laura Freeman. I really enjoyed the story, and we actually now have this book as part of Gainesville Reads too. So thank you so much to illustrator Laura Freeman. So let's go right ahead and hear from her. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Laura Freeman and I'm an illustrator. I've loved to draw and paint for as long as I can remember, so I'm very fortunate to be able to do what I like to do as my job. Mostly I illustrate children's books. I went to an art school, School of Visual Arts, and I studied illustration. I didn't start out wanting to illustrate children's books. I studied to do editorial illustration. And then I worked in-house illustrating garments for Polo Ralph Lauren. But I was offered a children's book project when I was on maternity leave, and I've been doing that ever since. Here is one of the books I've illustrated. It was written by Gloria Respress Churchwell, and it was published by Charles Bridge Books. I'm going to read a little bit from it. Follow Chester, a college football team fights racism and makes history. One summer, when Charles Pierce was about 8, his younger brother fell down a well. Chester quickly threw down a chain and, with a friend's help, pulled his brother up. News traveled fast in the small town of Glen Cove, New York, about Chester's brave act. He became a local hero. But Chester still lacked confidence. He felt like he was too skinny, and he definitely didn't think he was as handsome as his two brothers. Chester loved football, basketball, and music. He played the piano, accordion, and trumpet. He became his high school's first black senior class president. Chester applied to Harvard University with encouragement from his teacher. The principal doubted he'd get in, but Chester had to try. With hard work, he was accepted. His confidence grew. Chester played varsity football at Harvard. His team was scheduled to play the University of Virginia, UVA. In Charlottesville, Virginia, it was 1947, and colleges in the South didn't allow black students. Jim Crow's laws kept black and white people separate. The UVA coaches thought Harvard wouldn't bring Chester. But Jackie Robinson had just broken the color barrier to become the first black person on a Major League Baseball team. Harvard knew that the United States was slowly changing. Chester's coach pulled him aside and said, "Get ready. You're going with us to UVA. You deserve to play." Chester understood that being the first black person to do something was never easy. Jackie Robinson had been spat on and called horrible names. At Harvard, Chester was called names by some white students. He didn't let that stop him. He thought about what his coach said about deserving to play. He had to stay confident. Chester's teammates understood he was nervous. They wanted to help. "We're with you, Chester, no matter what," one teammate said. "Jim Crow laws are wrong," another teammate said. Someone else threw down his helmet. "People shouldn't try to divide us. We're one team," another protested. Chester knew the best way to fight was with his mind. He had an idea about how to stand up to racism. "Let's create a special play for on and off the field. Whenever we use the play, it means we act as one," Chester said. "Great idea. Let's call it Follow Chester," someone called out. The night before they left for Virginia, Chester was still uneasy. He knew talking to his mother would help. She listened and replied, "I know you'll do your best, Chester. If your dad was still alive, he would want you stare down all adversity with courage. Chester's confidence grew stronger. The bus ride to UVA was long. Chester gazed out the window as the bus crossed the Mason-Dixon line, the cultural boundary between North and South. The Harvard bus pulled into a service station late in the evening. Chester and his teammates came face to face with a restroom sign that read "Whites Only." They needed to use the bathroom. They stood uncomfortably on one foot and then another. Chester started walking towards the woods. Someone yelled, "Follow Chester!" If Chester couldn't use the bathroom, none of them would. The Virginia coach met the bus. "We thought you wouldn't bring the black player. He can't sleep in any hotel, and he's sure not staying here," he said to the Harvard coach. Chester and his teammates heard every word. Chester's coach wouldn't take no for an answer, and neither would the team. After a lot of pressure, UVA provided housing for Chester. His teammates stayed with him. They stood together. Another roadblock appeared the next morning. Black people weren't allowed through the front door of restaurants in Charlottesville. Chester led the march around the back to the back of the restaurant. "Follow Chester," the players shouted, while the patrons watched through the windows with open mouths. I'll stop there. You'll have to get the book or borrow it from your library if you want to know what happens from there. Happy reading.
I saw on the Facebook, your Facebook post, that you were looking for tutors. And as a teacher, I teach middle school, but I really wanted to do something outside of what I had done before, and also looking for things for my future when I am not actively teaching. So I came and talked with you, and we had a very good conversation about the need, and I was so excited that things were happening for Gainesville and Hall County children. So being a teacher in the county system, I really felt like that was my way of being able to give back. Last year, I started with Aubrey, and this year have continued with Aubrey. And she is a wonderful, eager learner. And so that makes it very easy with tutoring. She absolutely is competitive, and she wants to do well, and she wants to learn, and I think that has really served her well. We have Friday afternoons, especially on Friday afternoon after we've been at school all week, and then we come in. We like to have fun. We like to get on the computer. She likes to read. We have our reading time. She loves worksheets, which is really funny, but the worksheets that we do are more interactive. And so I think that we get a lot out of that, because we do, we'll do the fun worksheets, and then we'll read to each other the worksheet that we've done. And so I think that has been really a positive thing for her. And I think the fact that she comes every week tells me that she is getting something out of the program. And so that has been really positive. I'm really pleased, and also it's just like it's the highlight of my Friday. So I love coming to my mentor session. I love coming to my reading session, and I'm a reader, and I always was a reader. So I really try to instill in her, just a joy of reading things that she likes, and she just is a joy to teach because she wants to learn. And I love the competitive spirit that she has. You are looking for a volunteer experience, and especially I think that it does lend itself to people who are educators as well as non-educators. But if you are interested in giving back in a wonderful way, this would definitely be a recommendation for me. And you guys are absolutely so organized. I don't have to worry about, is everything out? When I get here, everything is ready to go. Her notebook is ready. And of course, we communicate with you guys and you communicate back to us through our journaling. She has a journal from the very first tutoring session, and if I happen to not be here, then whoever tutors her also writes in the journal so that we pick right back up. And I do the same if I am filling in and if I've got another person that I'm tutoring. So I think that that's a really good way that to work the communication between us. We are able to utilize like we have the window space that's open, and so you've got the beautiful outside, and even when you're reading and you're talking about different things, you can look out and you can, discuss like shapes and trees and different things that are just surrounding us here. It is a very, I think, worthy program, and I, of course, personally am thrilled that we have a program such as this for our children who maybe just need a little bit of help with reading skills, literacy skills. And we know that literacy is really the most important thing that we can do to help our children to succeed as they get into the upper grades. It's just, I think, vitally important to our community. And I love that we have this nice facility that we can use in such a wonderful way when it's not being used for other purposes. They have a healthy snack as well when they come in. So if they're just coming in from school and they didn't get a chance to go home, they've got a snack here while they're working. So between the support that you guys give and just the wonderful way that the students improve and are here, it's really been a positive experience. And I would encourage anyone who is looking to be able to do that, to do that.
Our telethon is sponsored in part by INK, Interactive Neighborhood for Kids. INK strives through the exhibits of their museum to create a unique environment in which children of all ages, abilities, and experience can feel free to imagine, create, and explore beyond their dreams. More information is available at www.inkfun.org.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed hearing from Georgia illustrator Laura Freeman. And I'm really excited because we actually have Follow Chester now as part of our library at Gainesville Reads. So I really want to thank Laura Freeman for offering that story and a little bit of insight on what it's like to be an author for, a children's book illustrator. Very cool.
Especially for children's books, the illustrations are so crucial to illustrating what's going on in the story.
Oh yeah, you got to keep them engaged, I mean, some of my favorite books that we have at Gainesville Reads, it's like the story and the illustrations are equally as good, and I think that's so important. So it was really cool that we had a professional children's illustrator join us. Oh my goodness. Who? Oh. There's a special guest here. I believe that Dr. Benjamin Franklin has arrived. Well, we are going to get into our story hour with Dr. Benjamin Franklin in just a few moments, and I can't wait for this because you will also get a chance to ask him any question that you like. So he's going to read a very fun story, and then feel free to chat your questions for Dr. Benjamin Franklin. What an honor to have such a special guest. And so we'll get started in just a couple of minutes. Before we get started though, do make sure that you visit our link where it says start here. Yes, thank you, Marie. And when you go to that link, you will have a chance to see our full telethon program, which includes all of our donation rewards and raffles. And Marie, out of all of our raffles, I mean, I suppose that your apron might be your favorite, but what other than the apron, what would you say you're most excited about for someone to get?
I'm very excited for someone to get a program from the History Center so that you can come here to the History Center and do one of our programs with us, because those are always so fun and I enjoy those so much. And then I get to meet you as well.
Yes. So you can enter our raffle to win a program here, and that could include a historic demonstration such as weaving or blacksmithing. What else, Marie? Corn grinding.
Yep. Candle making, open hearth cooking.
All sorts of things. So do take a chance to look at our program where it says start here. You just go to that link. And Guada, I believe Guada can throw that link into the chat as well. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go into our story time with none other than Dr. Benjamin Franklin in just a few short moments.
Oh, pardon me. Hello. I am Dr. Benjamin Franklin, inventor, statesman, and printer. And I was just remarking at this amazing book that has been handed to me just now. And the manner in which it is printed and bound is beyond my capability to understand. There is color, there is wonder, and well, I've been brought here apparently by someone named Glenn who wanted me to read a book to everyone. I suppose that literacy is as important now in this day of yours as it was in mine, perhaps more important. And so we have a book here called John, Paul, George, and Ben. Very good name, Ben. And we're going to read this. Apparently, it has something to do with the founding of the United States. Hopefully, you've heard of that. I'm assuming that I'm going to be Ben, but we'll have to wait and see. I think I know who the other people are, but I love surprises. Once there were 4 lads, John, Paul, George, and Ben. Oh, make that 5 lads. There was also independent Tom, always off doing his own thing. If it's the Tom I know, that is correct. John was a bold lad. At the start of every school year, the students were asked to write their names on the chalkboard, and every year it was the same story. John, his teacher would say, "You have lovely penmanship, John. Your confidence is refreshing. But John, come on." We don't need to read it from space. I suppose space is up in the sky. I'm not sure. Paul. Paul was a noisy lad. Before fun was invented, people joined bell-ringing clubs. As a member at Boston's Old North Church, I've been there. Paul spent hours practicing in the belfry tower. That is a lot of bells. Over time, that bell ringing took a toll on young Paul. All day his head was filled with loud bings and bongs. He had to practically scream just to hear himself talk. Now, that's fine around the belfry, but not at work. At the Revere shop, I suppose. Extra large underwear? Sure, we have some. Let's see. Large, extra large. Here they are. Great big extra large underwear. Paul was like a bullhorn in a china shop. Your wig? Yes, it's coming. And your polka dot shirts are coming. And the pink breeches are coming. It took many years and a midnight ride for people to finally appreciate his special talent. The redcoats are coming! Everyone except that big underwear lady. She was still mad. George. George was an honest lad. One day, he took his shiny new hatchet and chopped down his family's cherry tree. When his father discovered the tree, he asked, "Son, do you know who killed this beautiful little cherry tree?" "I cannot tell a lie," answered George. "'Twas I who chopped down this cherry tree." "Then run to my arms, dearest boy," cried his father, "for you have paid me for it 1,000-fold with your honesty." "Really?" said George. "In that case, when I tell you I've taken out the apple orchard, leveled the barn, and made kindling of your carriage, you'll be a wealthy, wealthy man." What a destructive lad. Ben, this fellow looks somewhat familiar, was a clever lad. I like this already. Not only did he have a saying for every situation, he generously shared them with anyone, anywhere, at any time. Fish and visitors stink after 3 days. That is a good one. He considered it his duty to provide frequent, free advice. The sleeping fox catches no poultry. Those who are in quarrels interpose must often wipe a bloody nose. If your head is wax, don't walk in the sun. Even I don't understand that one. 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. The townsfolk were so taken by his generosity, they came up with a saying especially for Ben. Please shut your big yap. I like it, said Ben. Short and to the point. Work a fox or a turkey in there, and I think you're on to something. Tom. Tom was an independent lad. One day, his teacher, Mr. Douglas, asked the class to make birdhouses by gluing macaroni to old balsa wood. No one speaks like this. Tom happily ignored him and used traditional building materials in a neoclassical design. When the class made a palm tree, Tom took one look and said, "Not on your life," then quickly left. Where did he go? he went to sketch his own tree. That is quite lovely. Young Thomas, fumed Teacher Douglas, would you mind explaining to the class why you insist on working so independently? Certainly, said Tom. In fact, I've taken the liberty to list the very reasons. Fear not, sir, says Tom. I've used small words for the benefit of the dullards. Tom learned the power of his words that day. Mr. Douglas told him to pursue all the life, liberty, and happiness he wanted. Independently, in the corner, the other students pursued lunch. The rest is history. Say, you want a revolution? Well, John, Paul, George, Ben, and Tom sure did. In April of 1775, that was quite a year, they got one. The redcoats were coming. In fact, King George III's army was marching to Lexington and Concord to arrest John and other Sons of Liberty. Fortunately, Paul Revere was a noisy man. After his midnight ride, every Minuteman, woman, and child knew who was coming and what they'd be wearing. It was the start of the Revolutionary War. The Americans needed to formally state their separation from the king. Who better than Thomas Jefferson, an independent man, to write the Declaration of Independence? Simply signing such a document was treasonous. And a dangerous Ben Franklin, I like that, a clever man, I like that even better, said it best. We must all hang together, he quipped, or assuredly we shall all hang separately. One might think twice about, one might think twice about signing his name. Not John Hancock, a bold man, he was the first to scribble his autograph, and man, just look at the size of that John Hancock. The war was won thanks to General Washington. Everyone thought he would make a great king for the now United States of America. But George Washington was an honest man. The last thing we need is another King George, he said. A President George, however, has a nice ring to it. Ye old epilogue. George didn't live in the White House like all the other presidents. He was asked to live in New York City, where there aren't so many trees. This, I confess, never having seen this before, I find a quite delightful story, and yet it is somewhat of a fanciful retelling of the founding of this great nation in which we now find ourselves, the United States of America. I wonder if any of you following along could detect any of the, let us say, exaggerations that may have been put forth in this story. There were several, having been at most of these events myself, or been very close to them myself, and I confess I know almost every one of these men. What do you think? Do you think that this is a 100% true story? Do you think it is mostly true, or do you think that a little too much of it has been invented out of thin air for the benefit of those, what did Thomas Jefferson call them? Dullards. Let us see what you think.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Franklin, for reading that story. Now, yes, I'm curious to know what our viewers think. Now, I wonder as well if anybody has any questions for Dr. Franklin. Now, Dr. Franklin, why don't you tell us a little bit about your boyhood? Where did you grow up, and what was your childhood like?
So I grew up, I was born and grew up in Boston, which is why I had been to the North Church, which was mentioned with young Paul Revere. My father there, Jediah, was a soap and candle maker. And my mother, Abaya, helped him there in the shop. We lived in one building, as was very frequent for merchants of this time. Our shop and our storefront was on the bottom, and our living quarters were in the top. And I was the youngest of many children. I had many brothers and sisters, but I was the youngest boy. And my older brothers, of course, were a good bit older than me, and they had already gone. One had become a shipmaster, one had become a carpenter, one had become a printer. And initially, my father wanted me to apprentice and become a clergyman with the church. And I very much put that out of his mind as quick as I could with my very, very poor grades in my schoolwork and my studies. And he decided to apprentice me to my older brother, where I was to learn the printing trade. Now, the printing trade I did learn, and it came to be the way I was able to make a living. I became, if I may be so bold, quite wealthy as a printer, but not with my brother. He and I did not see things eye to eye. He decided that he would keep me doing the very boring work, the very mundane work of setting type and printing things off, and never let me have a hand in actually creating newspapers. Newspapers are so important. They inform, they entertain, and they encourage debate. This is one of the great things, and I wanted to do this. And so I, somewhat sneakily, I confess, had a plan. Since he would not let young Benjamin Franklin write anything for the newspaper, I decided that someone else could perhaps write for the newspaper with a different name. And to very much disguise myself, I called the author of these letters Miss Silence Dogood.
Miss Silence
Miss
Dogood.
Silence
I
Dogood.
like that name, yeah.
I thank you. I came up with that myself.
Ah.
And this was a lady, a widow as a matter of fact, who would often give her advice and commentary on different things, not just the politics of the day, but the relationships between men and women and how to run a frugal household. And there was a good bit of humor and a good bit of truth in it. And it turns out that it was the most popular column in my brother's newspaper for many, many, many weeks. But he could not figure out who it was. I would write these down on paper and slip them. I would slip them under the front door of the print shop, and he would not know who it was, but was delighted when another one showed up because it meant the sales of his newspaper would greatly increase because all of Boston was enjoying this. Well, silly me, I thought that bringing my brother this much benefit would make him very glad and have him open his arms to me and let me be a part of the newspaper, an exciting part. And when he found out quite the contrary, he was, in a word, furious. Furious that he had been tricked, furious that it had been shown I was a better writer and newspaperman than he. And he immediately punished me. He immediately sent me back to those mundane jobs. And to make a very long story short, I ran away.
Oh, wow.
I left that apprenticeship, which at the time was quite the breach of... Remember, an apprenticeship is a legal contract between master and apprentice, and to leave one was a violation of the law. So I simply could not say, dear brother, I am out, goodbye. I'm going down the road to another print shop. I had to leave town.
Wow.
And so at a very young age, at the age of only about 15, I left Boston and went to Philadelphia, which became my home, my true home, both physical and philosophical home for the rest of my life.
Wow. So, I mean, you grew up with a big family, a working class family. You run away from home at such a young age, at the age of, you said 15, and all the way to Philadelphia. And I'm sure folks will be curious to know what happened next. But I want our viewers to be the ones to ask
Absolutely.
the questions. So viewers, if you have a question for Dr. Franklin, any question at all, go ahead and type your question into the chat. And while you are thinking of a question, I'd also like to thank our latest donor. Thank you so much to John McFarland for your donation of $50. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much, John. And that brings us to $4,125, which, Dr. Franklin, I'm sure that sounds like quite a lot of money to you.
That is a vast sum. That is a vast sum in any denomination, but especially in dollars. And I have to, I will say this too. This book is wonderful. What is it? John, Paul, George, and Ben. and Tom as well, and Thomas Jefferson. I have to confess a bit of amusement that the one man that it leaves out that it probably should mention is John Adams. But I find myself chuckling that John Adams was and continues to be very talented, very fervent champion of independence and the American cause, but he is a little bit paranoid. He always believed that that everyone would get credit for the founding of America and its independence except for him. I once saw a letter that he wrote, and it's rather flattering actually. I believe it was meant to be insulting. That he believed that when the future history of the Revolution was written, that it would be Dr. Franklin smiting the ground with his electric staff, and out would pop George Washington to secure American independence, and that his story would be swept clean from the slate. Well, I am sorry, dear friend John Adams, but it seems you did not even make a children's book.
Oh no. Dang. Poor John Adams.
I suppose the paranoia was perhaps somewhat justified.
Perhaps. Now, in this book, and by the way, if you're curious to know what the book is, it is John, Paul, George, and Ben by Lane Smith. Very, very funny book, obviously. Great illustrations, too. But in this story, the Ben character is very much known for all of these sayings of advice. and Dr. Franklin, I mean, where do these sayings of advice come from for you, and how did they develop?
Well, a good storyteller would tell you that all of these sayings and all of these ideas just spring from my head because I am such an excellent writer. But to take a note from George Washington's book and be perfectly honest, some of them were invented by myself. I am an inventor, including words and phrases. Many of them, however, came from other places, from other almanacs, from other writers, from Shakespeare. Even I'm not what I would consider a lettered man. I'm not well read in the classics, but I know a good quip when I hear one. And so when I heard one or thought of one, I would immediately write it down and know that I could use that later. And they are as you could tell from the story, some people do think they're quite flippant and somewhat a little too quippy, if you will. But I think that there is value to them because not only do they impart wisdom, but they do it in a clever way, and they do it in a very memorable way.
This is true.
If only a phrase or a sentence can impart a good lesson to someone, then why not do that instead of putting them in one of those Calvinist churches where John Adams goes and listen to a 3-hour lecture on the exact same topic?
Dr. Franklin, one of our viewers mentions that her daughter was when she was in kindergarten, a very young school age. She needed to choose someone to impersonate or embody, and of course, a lot of the girls chose females or female historic figures, but her daughter, she chose you. And so she decided
I congratulate her first on the wisdom of her decision.
Exactly. And she dressed up as you, wig and all, for her, of course, and even had a handmade kite. Now, we all know that you are very famous for this kite experiment, but perhaps we don't know the details of it. Could you explain what was this experiment about, and how did it happen?
The kite. Well, first, I hope she did not take her homemade kite into an actual thunderstorm. Having done that once, I would recommend never doing it again. But you have to understand that I was blessed and fortunate enough to be alive in the age of the Enlightenment, where we were looking at the world through a brand new set of glasses, you might say. we were trying to attempt to understand the world not through received wisdom or what we were told, but through observation and through experiment and to put ideas together. And only that which could be observed could be real. And one of the things that had always fascinated me was the idea of electricity. Now, electricity was not new in my age. We had people could create electric current with machines, and even the ancient Greeks knew about electricity. The electric eel, they would have pools of electric eels, and you could reach in and get a shock from the electric eels. And I would wager that everyone here, including you, have experimented with electricity before. Have you ever, in the middle of winter, walked across a room with a carpet and then touched a metal doorknob? What happens?
Well, a spark happens. You get a little shock.
Exactly, a spark. And what do you think that spark is?
Well, it must be electricity.
Exactly. It is, in fact, electricity. But being able to produce a spark from your finger to a doorknob doesn't explain the natural phenomenon of which is electricity. And that was my goal, to show that electricity could be stored, that electricity was all around us. And the purpose of the kite was to show scientifically and finally that the lightning we see in the sky was electricity, the same electricity that sparks your finger from a doorknob. Now, one can observe the electricity, the lightning in the sky from cloud to cloud and see that it does have that same blue light, but we need to carry that further. Again, we observe, but we must also experiment. And so we had experimented with small apparati, to use the proper Latin, and we could sort of control lightning on a tabletop, in a study or in a laboratory. What if we could do the same with the lightning in the sky? Mm-hmm. What if we could first prove it is electricity, and then find a way to, if not harness that energy, at least control it and shunt it off? Because some of you may know that electricity can strike very tall things, structures, churches, houses, warehouses, trees, and can cause a great amount of damage and even death. So first, to prove it was electricity, we took a kite. We weren't not hoping that lightning would strike the kite because that would kill us. And death is not the proper way to prove a scientific fact. Nope. Unless you're studying death, which I do not recommend.
Right.
The kite in the air, however, could perhaps take the charge from the lightning taking place in the sky. Notice that lightning always goes from a cloud to the ground, or from a cloud to another cloud, or sometimes from the ground to the cloud. So the clouds themselves must be able to create a charge, according to my theory, that would make the electrical spark jump from one to the other. So I had to replicate, I had to take these charges from the clouds and somehow hold them in my hand. So we took our kite, and the string was made of silk, not cheap, I would mind you, but the silk we knew could carry electric current, and we tied a key to the bottom. And now, to be perfectly honest, most of the time I was standing under a shed, out of the rain and out of the weather, and I had sent my son William to go frolic in the field with the lightning and the storm striking all around.
You weren't worried for your son?
Oh, he was young. I'm sure he will be fine. All in the name of science.
Yes.
All in the name of science. And so, but I did grow excited enough when he called, "Father, it's working," and I did go out, and you could see the small fibers on the string begin to lift up and separate, which is exactly the phenomenon we'd observed at our tabletop laboratory. And then, what if a charge had collected on the brass key? And so I took my finger, just the knuckle of my finger, and held it close to the key, and lo, a small spark leapt from the key to my finger, thus proving that it was in fact electrical charges in the sky, thus, therefore, and forever, that the electrical charges were electricity contained in lightning.
Wow! What did it feel like to really to confirm this? Was it?
It was shocking.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I
couldn't help it.
A wordsmith must love a pun now and then. But it was I had studied electricity as a hobby, really. And I knew that I had to, as things are done properly in the academic sphere, publish a paper with my findings. And the key also is to have someone replicate your experiment to prove that it was not a one-off fluke. Mm-hmm. And so I published the paper and had it translated into French, sent it to my academic colleagues in France, sent it to my English colleagues in England. And 2 sets of people were able, in fact, to replicate the experiment exactly as I described it. And I, again, modesty aside, was hailed as quite the scientific genius. Wow. The University of Edinburgh conferred upon me an honorary doctorate, hence the Dr. Franklin. and I was the toast of all of the known and educated world. In Europe, in America, even into the Russias, they recognize the name of Dr. Benjamin Franklin.
Wow. And you mentioned your time in France, and actually one of our questions is from Terry. And Terry asks if you can tell us more about your time in Paris.
Ah, Paris. What a remarkable city. So I had traveled to back and forth to England a couple of times, but I did not go to the continent. I did not go to Paris until 76. Mm-hmm. That year may ring a bell for some of you. And I was sent not for pleasure, and I did not take myself for scientific observation and experimentation. I was sent as a minister plenipotentiary from the new and independent United States to the court of King Louis of France. The purpose being to gain France as an ally against our war with England. For by that time we had the military activity at Lexington and Concord and Bunker Hill had already taken place. We had declared our independence. We were raising armies. We were trying to raise funds to pay these armies, and we knew that we were going to need help. We were firm in our cause and upstanding in the faith of our own independence. But a practical man knows that war needs sinew, it needs muscle, and that means men and money. We had men willing enough, but we must have money. And so we had to get someone who would help us against, you must remember, the most powerful nation with the most powerful army and navy on the face of the earth. And we were but simple farmers and tradesmen who had our guns that we would use to go hunting or to kill small game and shoot at ducks over a pond. And we were supposed to regiment ourselves and defeat not only the British Army, but the British Navy. The British Navy at that time had about 400 ships of war.
Wow. And how many did the U.S.? Well, I guess...
Take a guess.
10.
Take 10 away.
0?
We initially had 0. We could build no ships.
Wow.
No warships. And so we would have to give letters of marque, privateers to sail on our behalf. A very complicated issue that I won't go into, but that is why I went to Paris to discuss, to gain the favor of the French people and the French aristocracy, but most importantly, His Majesty King Louis. And after, and it's very difficult. France had been humiliated only about 2 decades before in what we call the French and Indian War. And they had been defeated by Britain, in part thanks to American help, I might add. And now we were going to ask the French to help us fight the British.
I see.
They were not going to jump in at first, and certainly not with both feet. And I had to convince them, and it took a little while for them to see that the revolution was not simply a flash in the pan, and that it was going to stick. And once they saw it was going to stick, once they saw that we were having military victories against the British, eventually they did sign a treaty with us, the new United States, giving us our first recognition and agreeing to ally militarily with us. And that brings a navy. I cannot emphasize how important that Navy was. But I will also confess that though I was working for the cause of independence, that I was working with the court of King Louis, my time in Paris was some of the best times of my life.
Oh yeah, and was this the first time you had been to Europe in general or overseas?
Other than England, yes.
Okay.
England, yes. And you have to remember too, I was, let me think. This is a good deal of counting, I assure you. I was 70 years old.
Oh, I didn't realize it was so late in your life
Yes,
that you made such a big voyage.
I was 70 years old in 1776 when I was sent to Paris. They sent me for several reasons. One, because, as I flatter myself, I'm a somewhat clever and convincing man, as is shown in this wonderful book. But also, as I mentioned, I was, because of my scientific experiments and my knowledge, I had become literally world famous. I was in fact somewhat of a celebrity. And there is nothing that can compete with the power of a king as that of celebrity.
I see.
And so that was another, it was a convenient conglomeration of abilities, talents, and renown that sent me to Paris. And all in all, we did succeed in getting that alliance with England. I stayed there until nearly the end of the war. I was involved with the treaty.
Oh, I think you said England alliance with
I'm sorry.
France.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I was like, wait a second.
Our alliance with France, and then was there to sign the treaty with England. That's where I was trying to get. Thank you. And 1783, we signed the Treaty of Paris with Great Britain, and they were forced to recognize our independence. All 13 colonies, now states, stretching from the Atlantic seaboard all the way to the Mississippi River.
Wow, what a time, especially for so late in your life, to take that overseas voyage all the way to Paris and have so much pressure on you, I'm sure. And I'm sure that with, what's your opinion, if we didn't have the assistance of France, what could we have done it?
To be perfectly honest, I do not think so. You see, our alliance with France served two important purposes. First of all, it did have financial support and military support come directly from France. They sent us money, muskets, uniforms, cannon, and they sent several thousand French soldiers and several hundred French ships to North America to help us fight the British. But having France join the war meant that the war went from a small rebellion in England's North American colonies to, in effect, a world war.
Wow, right.
And France also saw this opportunity to perhaps get some revenge for its defeat in the French and Indian War and get some of those territories back that it had lost, especially in the Caribbean, where those very rich sugar islands are. And so Britain, that had been concentrating its forces against we Americans, now had to send soldiers and ships everywhere, allowing us to then take we had the greater numbers in North America after this happened. We had always had the greater spirit.
I see. Yeah, so it was quite an accomplishment for you to convince France to join us. Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, one of our viewers, Jack wants to know, who is your best friend? And thank you, Jack, for that question.
Jack, that is an interesting question. I have made so many friends over my very many years.
And while you're thinking of that, Dr. Franklin, if anyone's just joining us, you do still have time to chat a question for Dr. Franklin until we conclude this hour. So let's see. Jack asks, who is your best friend? I know that might be a tough choice, but...
It is... I will tell you this. I've mentioned my son, William. My son William, who flew the kite in the famous kite experiment that I got the credit for. He was my child, and as he grew up, we were very, very close. We shared everything. He was always with me. He was always there with my experiments. He would come and visit me at the print shop. He would come and visit me when I was meeting with the other businesses there in Philadelphia. And as he grew to manhood, he was very much my intellectual and philosophical equal. I could discuss anything with him. And again, the bond between father and son was indescribable. And yet, the ideas of the revolution, of separating from England, pulled us apart forever. Forever. I had worked very hard, and as the revolution approached, I had arranged, and not just me arranging, it was his own talents that achieved this. He was the royal governor of the colony of New Jersey.
Oh, wow.
So he had, I, a simple candle maker and soap maker's son, had raised himself in the world through his own thrift and his own ingenuity, and my son had become a royal governor appointed by the king himself. And as you can imagine, therefore, he was quite on the side of the king, of the crown, of Parliament, and of the loyalist in North America. And I could not reconcile this with him in any way. And as independence was declared, as the war was carried on and carried through, we split apart and have not spoken since.
Oh, wow.
We have not spoken since. So a sad answer for your question, Jack, I suppose, that my son was my best friend for so long, and now we are very much estranged. I do, however, still see my dearest sister of all those siblings, Jane, a lady named Jane Meekum, who also I have convinced her to move to Philadelphia. My sister, we are quite close, and I visit her as often as I can.
Jack says, "Thank you, Dr. Franklin." Now, I'm curious to know, would you consider your fellow founding fathers, as we call the group of individuals who were so influential in our independence, would you consider them friends, or were there some, I would imagine there were some heated debates sometimes?
There were heated debates, and that is something that I would emphasize. We were in the very midst of creating a new state. And I believe, had some of the greatest minds in history there to help bring this independent nation to its birth and through to its healthy childhood. As you can imagine, though, with such great minds, and there would come great ideas, and those ideas were not always in harmony. In fact, they rarely were in true harmony. Now, in my day and age, true educated men, true gentlemen of the Enlightenment, can disagree a great deal and still be friends, still respect one another. And so the men mentioned in the book, I confess I did not know Paul Revere personally. I have a few pieces of his silver, but we did not meet. But John Hancock, of course, I knew from the Continental Congress, and of course George Washington, and of course Thomas Jefferson, and as I mentioned, the unfortunately overlooked John Adams. We were all quite the close-knit group of people, and all of us who were there for independence and were there for 10 years later to write and adopt the Constitution. We got along. They were very strong acquaintances, but you have to understand, people say founding fathers now as though we were all of one accord and had one idea. That is not the case. We had very, very different ideas about what independence meant, about how we should govern ourselves. Should there be 13 separate nations? Should these nations come together in one nation? What would the relationship be? Who would control commerce? Who would control the courts? How would those, if we did come together, how would the states be represented? How would the people be represented? Who would vote? All very important questions, and none of us had the same ideas about this sort of thing. Well, how did we get to where we are? Because we spoke, we discussed, and we compromised. This is the key to diplomacy, to creation. Artists, it is said that art is not a democracy because those who create art create from and within themselves solely. It is not that way for a nation. A nation is a creation of many, many different people. And that is what we were able to work together and create. Were they my friends? Yes and no. Some were very good friends at some times. And as time went by and some of those divisions became more distinct, then perhaps our friendship would cool over time, such as John Adams. John Adams and I were in 1776 when we were trying to convince all of the other representatives in the Continental Congress to declare independence. Yes, we were, as they say, thick as thieves, John Adams and I. When I was sent to Paris, I was doing the best I could to work my magic in the court, and to help me, they sent John Adams along. John Adams was not very helpful to me in Paris. He came in like a storm, trying, I would think, to undo all I had done, rather than trying to gently coax and convince with a smile that French should come along. He was more of the pound his fist on the table and you must do this or else. Well, else what, John? Else they'll say, no, you're not helping. Go stand in the corner. So yes, the friendships were always there, but they certainly had peaks and valleys, if you will.
Right. And Karen, one of our viewers, Karen, has a question. What did you think of the other Pennsylvania representatives?
Oh, I respected all of them. I respected all of the Pennsylvanians. There were one great man. John Dickinson, who before the Continental Congress was formed was strongly in favor of American rights. As a matter of fact, he had written a series of pamphlets called Letters from a Pennsylvania Farmer, in which he strongly argued for self-representation, for the rights of Americans to be as equal as those for British. You must remember, we considered ourselves British subjects, and we're proud to be British subjects, such as John Dickinson. And he was simply arguing that the British subjects, the citizens who lived in America, should have the same rights and representation as those who lived in England. Very strong proponent of the American cause. And yet, when it came time, when so many other people were in favor of a separation of independency, John Dickinson remained unsure and firm in his belief that while we had indeed been wronged, leaving the British Empire was not the way and was absolutely the wrong decision. And he argued against this vehemently in the Continental Congress. He was and he voted within the Pennsylvania delegation strongly against independence. And yet, when the body of the Continental Congress decided for independency and all of the states ratified this decision, John Dickinson took up his sword, put on his uniform, and led the soldiers of Pennsylvania against the British forces that had landed from England. A man of his convictions and a man who is willing to follow through with the will of the majority, even if he disagrees with it. A remarkable man.
That's a great story. And Karen says, I say, yay, John Dickinson. That's excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that. And of course, we are nearing the end of our hour with Dr. Benjamin Franklin, but we do have one question from Amelia. Amelia asks, did Dr. Franklin ever think about running for president, or did he support President Washington's campaigns?
So at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, in 1786, we were developing a form of government. And we had the executive branch, which we all knew was going to be George Washington. He would be our first president. And again, you have to remember, at this point, I was 80 years old. I mean, I'm a little bit older now, but at the age of 80, one does not want to take up anything that is too exertive or too exhausting. And being president of a new nation is certainly that. No, I have never had a wish to be the executive for anything except perhaps a small and quiet supper club. The presidency, a governorship, is not for me.
Now, you mentioned sort of getting up in age, and of course that comes along with some health issues. Karen wonders, do you have gout issues, as some people claim?
That's why I'm sitting down behind this table. Yes, I have extreme gout, and it began even before. My gout is older than independence. While poor Thomas Jefferson was up in his room, locked in his room for 2 to 3 days, writing the first draft of the Declaration of Independence, there were 4 other people, including myself, who was supposed to be helping him. Well, I was laid up in my room with gout and stomach issues and parts of stones, as they call them, and could not move very well. And now that was not a permanent condition, but it did flare up. By the time I came back after the revolution, I came back from Paris. I had to be carried from my house in Philadelphia on a litter to the State House at the Constitutional Convention every single day.
Wow!
And it got to the point where when we had when we had ratified the Constitution, it was expected that certain distinguished members of the Assembly would give some sort of speech. James Monroe gave his. George Washington said a few words, and then it was expected that I would. I was simply too weak and exhausted from all this traveling back and forth, and I had written a speech, and I had someone read it to the Assembly on my behalf, but I could not even stand at that point to give the benediction.
Well, we wish you the best of health moving forward. And before we go, I wanted to say thank you to Sally Cheo, who has donated $100 to our Gainesville Reads donation fund.
An immense sum.
An immense sum.
You can buy a ship for that.
And Dr. Franklin, I know that you are also a man of philanthropy. Perhaps we could end on your own philanthropic endeavors.
Well, I did tend to think in the long term. I gave several thousands of dollars to a trust that was to go towards a medical school and to a not just a medical school, but a university, and to the city of Philadelphia to help independent businessmen. And I basically put this sum into an account that would earn interest over time. I put nearly $2,000 into the account for the city of Philadelphia, and about twice that sum for the University of Pennsylvania. And I said that this money would have to earn interest and grow and could not be accessed by either of those institutions for 200 years.
Wow.
I challenge you to go. It is an excellent mathematical exercise and an accounting exercise to see what those donations grew to in 200 years.
Wow.
So I encourage you to go and do some research on that.
Yes.
I will also encourage you for this fine institution that is hosting me today. Perhaps don't wait 200 years to make your donation.
Very good advice as usual, Dr. Franklin. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, reading this lovely story and answering our questions.
I might have to keep this book and take it back with me.
Yes, please do.
Quite amusing, quite droll.
Yes. And thank you to everyone who asked questions and joined us today. Up next, before we meet Girl Scouts founder Juliet Gordon-Lowe, we are going to hear from Georgia children's book author Laurel Snyder. This will also be a great chance for you to donate if you are ready to donate. You can go to our donation link, or you can donate by phone. So let's hear from Georgia author Laurel Snyder. And again, Dr. Franklin, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
My pleasure.
My name is Laurel Snyder, and I am a children's author, and I have been writing stories and obsessed with books, obsessed with, you were to look around my room right now, you would see so many different kinds of books, since I was about 8 years old, when I was in 3rd grade, and my parents actually got divorced, and I started having to go across the street to the public library every day after school. And so I would sit there at the public library, and I would just read, and hang out with librarians, and sometimes I'd help them shelve books or something. And somewhere in that process, I started making my own little stories. And so I started just taking little pieces of paper at home and stapling them together, and then taking my like art supplies, and I would draw pictures. Sometimes I'd go outside and run around and play a game, an imaginary game, and then I'd come inside and write the imaginary game down really quickly. Sometimes my best friend and I would get together and do this as like a group activity. And then in 4th grade, I had a really wonderful teacher named Mrs. Powell, who was very supportive and encouraging of me, and made me feel like this was something I could do if I really wanted to keep at it. And so I've every day for the rest of my life, I have written stories down and I have read stories. And so these are some of my new books. These are my 2 newest books, Charlie and Mouse Are Magic, which is the 6th in a series called Charlie and Mouse, which is these guys. And these are about my kids, Mose and Lewis. And then this book, Endlessly Ever After, which I'm very proud of, that I've been working on for 8 years. So even when you've been doing this a long time, and even when you're a grown up, it's still really, really hard to write a story. And if anybody out there is feeling frustrated sometimes that when you try to write the things down, they don't come, or that maybe you start to tell a story, but you get stuck in the middle, it's still hard when you're a grown up, but it's worth it. So this is a book about Rosie, and you may recognize Rosie from other books you've read. This is Rosie. And maybe I'll even read you a little bit of this one. But the full title of this book is Endlessly Ever After. Pick Your Path to Countless Fairy Tale Endings. A story of Little Red Riding Hood, Jack, Hansel, Gretel, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, a wolf, a witch, a goose, a grandmother, some pigs, and endless variations. So this is the kind of book, this is an unusual kind of book these days. They were more common when I was a kid, where you have to make choices if you want to work your way through the book. So in this book, you may know her as Little Red Riding Hood, but in this book, she's Rosie. And she only becomes Little Red Riding Hood if she puts on her red cape, right? So on the very first page, maybe I'll read you a little bit of this. Would that be all right? Your mama shakes you out of bed. She says, my darling dear, you need to run to Grandma's quick. She's feeling ill, I fear. Now take this cake to cheer her up and have a lovely day. But mind the path, for danger tends to lurk upon the way. So up you jump, you give a nod, and through the room you tear. But wait, you'll need to grab your coat. It's rather cool out there. And then on this page it says, what next, Rosie? Which coat will you wear? To slip on your coziest faux fur coat, turn to page 20. To grab your favorite red cape, turn to page 6. And so then you, the reader, has to make a decision. Do you want to do the thing that feels maybe familiar, or do you want to do something that feels a little less familiar? And usually kids pick the fur coat the first time through because they want to see what might happen if Rosie wore something different. So then you turn the page and now she is wearing her fur coat and she is walking along the path, and it says, inside your coat, as warm as toast, you skip through every glade. You'll soon be at your grandma's house and sipping lemonade. But when you get down the path, you find you're somewhere new, a house you've never seen before. It's brick, the door bright blue. You know your gran is waiting. She's sick and stuck in bed. But would it hurt to quickly knock on this fine door instead? And so then you have to make another decision. You have to decide if you want to hurry along to Grandma's house or if you want to stop and meet your neighbors that you've never met before. And so that is how the book works. And you go through and all sorts of crazy things happen. All of these characters that you think you know from other stories. But in this book, they're a little different because they meet different people and they have different kinds of adventures. And some of them are scary and some of them are silly. And all of them are fun. So that is my newest book, Endlessly Ever After. And I should say, I didn't say this out loud. The art is by Dan Santat, who people may know from Beagle. He's done a million jillion books of all sorts. He's one of my favorite artists, and we were very, very lucky to get to work together on this project. And I would be remiss if I did not say Dan Santat is amazing. And you should go read all of his other books. I loved fairy tales as a kid. And so one of the places that this book came from was just that I love fairy tales. I also really love choose your own adventure books, which this technically isn't because that's a brand, but I love stories where kids get to have agency and make their own choices and work their way through. And sometimes it doesn't end well, but then the kid has the power to go back. You have the power to go back and start over again and get the ending that you wanted in the first place. And so I feel like that's sort of a nice way for people to experience a story, is to know that they on some level always have control in a story. And when you finish a book, if you don't like the way that book ended, you can just close your eyes and you can lay down on your bed or on the floor or just sit in a quiet place and try to tell yourself the story of what might have happened in your version of that book. And that's something I do a lot. I have written nonfiction, like I have a biography of Anna Pavlova, who's a famous ballerina. A big part of story is entering it, is getting inside a story. If you've ever watched a movie or read a book and thought like, oh, I would like to be in that, telling a story, writing a story is one way of sort of using your imagination to kind of be in the stories that you love by other people too. And I think that was one of the things that I learned when I was very young, was that one of the best ways to start learning how to write is by imitating. And it can be a tricky line. You don't want to turn it into school, if you didn't make it up all by yourself. But it can be a fun thing to play with at home as just an activity. The thing about writing for kids that's really important to know if it's something that people might be interested in, and I think a lot of people are interested in it, because we all love children's books. We all have books from our own childhoods that we remember and love, and certainly kids love children's books. The hardest thing about writing for kids is that in some ways, as a grown-up, you're writing in a language you don't speak anymore. And so the most important thing, I think, is just to spend lots of time really listening to kids, not just being around them and not imagining what you would be thinking or feeling if you were in their shoes, but actually listening to what they are thinking and feeling. And I spend a lot of time, it sounds kind of silly when I say it, but I spend a lot of time trying to go back to childhood, spend a lot of time with old photographs and my diaries from when I was a kid and reading books from when I was a kid, but also like sitting under the dining room table, or, eating grilled cheese sandwiches dipped in tomato soup, or whatever the things are that I feel will reconnect me to those sort of sense memories of childhood and open that part of my brain back up again. And then the other piece of it, obviously, is just being with kids, spending time with children. And that's actually been something that's been really hard for me in the pandemic, was not being able to go and visit schools and libraries and bookstores and be around lots of children anymore. And so I'm really glad that that's coming back. There's so many reasons books are important. They're like physical books like these, stories in general, audiobooks, digital books. There's so many different ways to connect with books at this point. But I go back to this object that is this paper thing. There's a lot of science on this. We know that kids retain differently when they read this way. But more than that, it's something you can take to the yard, you can take to the bathtub, you can cuddle up with a flashlight under your covers, and it's a sort of amazingly perfect technology as it is. And I know kids love video games and computers and all of that, and adults get hooked on that stuff too. But there's just something really, really special. The other thing is books are, you put yourself in them. And then you're living inside the book. Like there's nothing else there. There's nothing else to distract you from the story. And you can be fully engaged in and fully invested in the story in this kind of a format. Even like I even find when I read today digitally, if I read a magazine article or something, it's just too easy to pivot away. It's too easy to check your email or your text or whatever. I think kids are naturally curious. I think kids naturally make up stories. I think kids naturally ask questions. They go outside and they walk around in the yard, and what they see when they see, leaves or a squirrel, or they look up at the sky and they see clouds, whatever it is, like they're engaging with the world always as questions and stories. And I think as we get older, we sort of lose that ability. We get lost in the adult world of work and dishes and laundry and all the things. And we sort of sometimes feel like we don't have time to be curious. So I feel like engaging with that when kids are little and sort of embracing that and supporting that and encouraging that and admiring that this is something they do better than we do and we can learn from them. rather than shutting it down. Feels like a really important thing. Not just because, I mean, not all kids are going to become children's authors, but some are going to become scientists, some are going to become carpenters, some are going to become chefs, some are like, there's, engineers. There's a million things that you can do where storytelling and that sort of curiosity building sort of help develop the brain and just to develop a way of being in the world. My books, I have like 30 books out there in the world. Some of them are easier to find than others. These guys, these newer ones, should be available at your local bookstore or any online place that you would buy a book, but also at your public library and your school library. And the nice thing about the library is if you want a book, if you would like to read this book and you can't afford to buy it or you can't find it in a store near your house, if you ask your public library, they will probably order it for you. I just want to thank you all. It sounds like an amazing program you guys have, and it's just encouraging to know that all of this is happening in the world.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Do gather round. I am Girl Scouts founder Juliet Gordon Lowe, and well, I'm just pleased as punch to be here with you all. And today, I am going to be reading a little story about my life, and I would love to take your questions about my life and my work with the Girl Scouts. So, if you do have any questions, go ahead and send them my way. Now, we are going to read a lovely little story today. I just can't believe that there are stories written about little old me. But that is an honor that I must accept, I suppose. And today we are going to read a story called Here Come the Girl Scouts, the amazing, all-true story of Juliet Daisy Gordon Lowe and her great adventure. Now, this book is by Shana Corey, and it's illustrated by Hadley Hooper. And if you would like that information on this book, I'm sure that we can get that to you. But why don't we go ahead and dive into this story, and afterward, I'd love to take your questions. Oh, look at that. Well, it seems that we have a tree here that says gumption, courage, spunk, initiative, wit. And up here, it seems like, oh, that must be me, little Daisy. Daisy was a girl with gumption. Well, that is certainly true. And it says up here, to make yourself strong and healthy, it is necessary to begin with your inside. Now, I wonder what that means. Now, I do appreciate that little Daisy has her fishing pole with her. That is one of my favorite pastimes, and I've got a few funny stories about my fishing excursions. Now, oh, look at that. It's Savannah just like I remember it. Now, Daisy grew up in Savannah, Georgia, at a time when proper young ladies were supposed to be dainty and delicate. And at the bottom, you see there in the grass, it says, it is possible for any girl to make herself into a strong and healthy woman if she takes the trouble to do a few body exercises every day. Now, you can see little Daisy there hanging about in a tree upside down there. And, well, you know, I would be found doing that or even handstands, as I'm sure some of you know that it is a tradition of mine to do a handstand on my birthday. But there it is, all those proper ladies in Savannah and little rambunctious Daisy. Oh, look at that, my family tree. It says here, but Daisy came from a family of pathfinders and pioneers. She wanted adventure and excitement. Well, that is certainly true. Fresh air is your great friend, it says up there. Oh, that's lovely, my little family tree. And it says there, delicate, thought Daisy. Bosh. How boring. And of course, there I am, little Daisy, with my dear cat and, a little bird, and playing about in nature and always seeking adventure and excitement. Now, it says here, when Daisy grew up, she went traveling, ready for adventure. But on a visit home, she got an ear infection. Oh, yes, I remember this. And lost almost all her hearing. Oh, yes. Now, Daisy didn't let an obstacle stop her from seeing the world, though. No, she did not. Her mother worried, so Daisy wrote and reassured her. Here's a little letter I wrote. Progress. Daisy's hearing. February 1st. Heard a foghorn. March 1st. Hearing improved. Heard a camel when it rose. And April 1st. Hearing decidedly improved. Heard grass growing. Now, of course, I am being quite tongue-in-cheek with my mother. Now, she was so worried about my hearing troubles, and I understand that as a mother, but I pushed through, and I did learn to accept my challenges and even make a bit of fun with it. Oh, here we are. Now, Daisy had adventure after adventure. When she wanted a new gate for her house, oh yes, I remember this, she took lessons from a blacksmith and forged it herself. That's right, I did indeed. And you know, all of that work with that blacksmith, it actually had my arm muscles began to grow from it, and I had to let out my shirts a little bit. Oh, and it says here, every time you show your courage, it grows. Oh, well, isn't that so true? She rode elephants in India. Oh, yes, I did. Visited the Great Pyramid in Egypt. Oh, that was a wonderful sight. Went fishing during fancy dinner parties. Oh, now, that's one of the stories I can tell you a little bit later. And even flew in a monoplane. I sure did. And I had a good friend named Neville, and he was a pilot, and somehow I convinced him to take me flying. A delicious experience, she said. Oh, delicious indeed. And what an exciting and thrilling time in my life. Oh, yes. After many years, though, Daisy grew restless. Her family had settled towns and served in wars, written books and built railroads. And Daisy wanted more than adventure. She wanted to be useful, to make a difference in the world. But what could she do? Then, one day, Daisy discovered a group in England called the Boy Scouts. It had begun as a way for boys to help serve their country. And the Boy Scouts spent lots of time outdoors, running and camping and swimming and fishing. Well, you might already tell those are all things that I love to do. There was even a sister group called Girl Guides. Now, the more Daisy learned, the more she was excited. The more excited she grew. Why, the girls in America should have something like this, Daisy thought. Oh, and it says here upon that hat rim, many of the greatest movements for the good of people and those which have influenced the world most have been the work of one person. Now, of course, I've had quite a lot of help in my time and assistance, and I couldn't have created Girl Scouts all by myself, but it takes one person to ignite that. So I can take the honor of having ignited that flame for the Girl Scouts. Now, oh yes, I remember this phone call distinctly. Daisy couldn't wait to get started. She packed a Girl Guide handbook and took a steamer, that's a big, big boat, back home. Now, when she arrived, she telephoned her cousin Nina and said, "Come right over," she said. "I've got something for the girls of Savannah and all America and all the world, and we're going to start it tonight." And you can see up there, her little poster says, "The work of today is the history of tomorrow, and we are its makers." Oh, isn't that true? And we felt like we were making history that night. And on March 12th, 1912, Daisy began her biggest adventure yet. She invited 18 girls to the first Girl Scout meeting. She told them about all the adventures they would have. They'd hike and camp and swim. They'd do good deeds. They'd learn to tie knots and survive in the wilderness and even save lives. Well, the girls thought Daisy's idea was brilliant. Daisy divided them into 2 troops. Then she taught them the 10 Girl Scout laws. A Girl Scout is honorable, loyal, useful, a friend to all, courteous, pure, kind to animals, obedient, cheerful, and thrifty. From then on, Daisy devoted all her energy to the Girl Scouts. She designed uniforms for them to wear. She gave them her carriage house to meet in. She turned the vacant lot across the street from her house into a basketball court. Now, I have a funny story about us playing basketball, if you'd like to ask me a little later. And she even gave the Girl Scouts a boat so that they could take trips up and down the river. And you can see right there on the water, it says, "Whatever you take up, do it with all your might." That's what Scouts do. Daisy wanted the Girl Scouts to be open to lots of different girls, so she organized troops in private schools and in orphanages, in churches and in synagogues, in factories and in shops. Of course, some people didn't approve of Daisy's new adventure. "Here come the Girl Scouts," they grumbled. And look at these 2 ladies. Unthinkable. Preposterous. But nothing would stop Daisy. And you can see up there on that sign, it says, "A Girl Scout is a friend to all and a sister to every other Girl Scout, no matter to what social class she may belong." Now, Daisy and her friend, Professor Walter Hoxie, oh yes, Professor Hoxie, worked together to write a handbook for the Girl Scouts. The girls read the book and learned all sorts of interesting things, such as how to find the time by the stars or the sun, how to cure hams, how to secure a burglar with 8 inches of cord, just 8 inches, that's right. How to stop a runaway horse. How to get the skin of a sardine. How to brush your teeth if a crocodile takes a toothbrush. Oh, well, I have to admit, I don't remember that one. And you can see there it says, "Waste of time is the worst of waste. We can never get those moments back again. They're all so very precious." Now, the Girl Scouts worked on earning badges. You can see some of them here. There's Dairy Maid, Naturalist, Horsemanship, Pioneer, Swimmer, Interpreter, Cyclist, Flyer. Oh, so many. Those are just a few of the badges you can earn as a Girl Scout. And you can see down there it says, "You will not have any luck unless you try hard." Oh, that's very true. To get the full benefit of actual contact with nature, it is absolutely necessary to camp out, where every breath of heaven can reach you and all wild things are within easy reach. Oh, and you can see there, us around the fire, some of my favorite memories. It says here, the Girl Scouts went camping. They took an oyster boat to an island near Savannah. They sang songs around the campfire. They feasted on fish and cornbread and turtle eggs. And at night, they tiptoed out of their tents and slept under the stars. Now, most of all, the Girl Scouts went on walks. Oh yes, they savored the green. They soaked up the sunshine. They breathed the good, fresh air. And you can see up on that little kite there, it says, in this United States of ours, we have cut down too many trees. So let us plant trees. Indeed, indeed. All over Savannah, people saw Girl Scouts swimming and singing and hiking and camping and playing basketball. Some of them just sniffed and shook their heads. Nature, fresh air, bleck, said one dainty damsel. In my day, young ladies knew their place, grouched a grandmamma. All that exercise can't be good for them, worried the neighbors. Oh, how wrong they were. Now, other people saw them, though, and cheered. Here come the Girl Scouts. They hugged their daughters and smiled and said, it's about time. And then at the bottom there, you can see when mean girls want you to join in some oh dear, my eyes are failing me. When mean girls want you to join in something awful, when you think it's just not right, be brave and have courage to say it isn't right. You will feel twice as happy afterwards. Oh, this is true. Now, Daisy, she traveled all over giving speeches and raising money for the Girl Scouts. Many people who heard her started their own troops. Soon, there were Girl Scouts across the country. Now, it says there at the bottom, the world looks to great organizations like the Girl Scouts to break down petty barriers of race and class. And that's just what we did. But Daisy never forgot the Girl Scouts of Savannah. Whenever she wasn't traveling, she visited them and told them about her adventures. She shared stories of female doctors and scientists, architects and airplane pilots, and she read to them from the Girl Scout handbook. One of you may someday alter the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. And Daisy believed that girls could do anything. And now it says up there on the clothesline, to get on in the world, to give anything, and get anything out of it. Oh yes, each girl has got to do her part. And that's just what Girl Scouts do. And she was right. Girl Scouts have been making a difference ever since, just like Daisy. Every little girl goes to make up some part or parcel of our whole great nation. Oh, that is simply marvelous. Wonderful, wonderful. And I believe that is the end of our little journey. That was a lovely going down memory lane, and I do hope that you enjoyed that story. And it did take me down memory lane, as I said, and I reflect on many moments of my life with the Girl Scouts and my childhood. But I'm curious if anyone here today has any questions they would like to know about me, and perhaps my lovely assistant, Guada, could you let us know if there are any questions? Or Guada, perhaps you have a question for me. I'd be so happy to answer.
Well, Miss Julia Gordon-Lowe, we have many lovely comments in our chat, in our live chat. We have a comment from Karen. She's saying, "Thank you, Juliet Gordon-Lowe, for what you gave to the rest of us."
Oh, well, Karen, you are very welcome. You know, I ought to be thanking all of you because there was a quote in there talking about how it takes only one person to make a difference, but I can't agree with that, and in a sense, I don't agree with that because it takes so many of us to do good in this world. And throughout my time at the Girl Scouts, I have worked with incredible women, women who have far better organizational skills than I do. Believe me, that was one of my faults, and it still is to this day, I must say. And to have those skills in our organization to strengthen it and to recruit more girls across the nation and even across the world, well, I could not have done it alone. And I know that all of you out there, all the Girl Scouts out there, perhaps you're watching now, you are part of that as well. So I thank you.
She also added, and I quote, "My girlie used to love earning patches when she was little."
Oh, that's
So
wonderful. Oh, yes. You know, earning a patch, it's fun to have that little reward and to show people the skills that you have earned, but it's all about the learning of those skills and taking those to do good in this world. Now, Gwen, I would love to be able to see how we're doing here with our story and perhaps the chat. If you could be so kind as to allow me to see ourselves. Oh, there we are. Yes. Excellent.
Now, on the topic of patches, we do have a question and a comment. What were your 3 favorite patches?
3 favorite patches. Well, you know, I wanted to encourage girls to go into different careers, and especially of my time. I am speaking to you from my time today. Of course, that is the year 1920. And in my time, there were many new technologies happening. Of course, we had the advent of the automobile, we had much heavier telephone use, and the aeroplane. Now, of course, I am a big fan of the aeroplane, and I encourage our girls to learn about piloting. So we could do our own research and learn about airplanes of my times, also known as monoplanes. So that was a badge that you could earn, and it was one of my favorites because I really enjoyed encouraging girls to consider careers that may be largely dominated by men of our time, such as not only pilots, but architects as well, doctors, translators, you name it. I believe that all girls have the potential to become whatever their dreams are. And that was my first badge, I suppose. Now, another badge that I do enjoy, it's a little different. Now, this badge is called the Thanks Badge, and this is a special badge that you are able to give to someone that you want to say thanks to. And what's special about this is that you can create this badge on your own. So this is a customized badge, and this is a long-standing tradition in Girl Scouts to have a thanks badge. And perhaps, you know, I mentioned that I love to go fishing, and going fishing with the girls was just so much fun because, well, there's always the anticipation. Are you gonna catch that fish or not? And in between all that anticipation, we would talk about our hopes for the future. Perhaps we'd even talk about the problems we're facing, challenges we're facing in our young lives, or, well, their young lives. And it was those moments that I cherish so much as a Girl Scout leader. At our camps that we had, on our little excursions, especially our nature walks with Professor Hawksley. But fishing, it was a time where we could simply relax and be together, celebrate when we caught a fish or two, and be out in nature and appreciate the nature around us. So girls, any Girl Scouts out there, I highly encourage you to go out into nature. And I would also encourage you to take a friend along with you. Take a big group of friends to go out on a nice nature hike
maybe take your fishing poles along with you, tell stories, share your memories, share your hopes, and enjoy that time together. Oh,
Now-
thank you so much for that question.
Bislo, I do recall you mentioned a fancy dinner party and fishing during your storytelling time.
Oh, yes, indeed. And, this fancy dinner party, well, this was when I was living in England. And, well, I lived in England because I married an English man. And, well, when we moved over to England, we had a place in Scotland and England. Well, Willie, my husband, he has since passed. But when we were married, well, he was a man of much higher social status than I. Now, I growing up in Savannah, I had a very privileged childhood. I did not want for anything, but I was nowhere near the social class or the height of wealth that Willie's family was from. And well, going over to England, where his family hails from, and being amongst folks who were, well, there were times when I was surrounded by princes and princesses and royalty and all sorts of folks that I never would have dreamed of meeting. And while that was exciting for a time, I must admit I did find myself getting a little bored sometimes at these fancy parties with all these the women who just didn't have much gumption, we could say, borrowing from our story. And so I would often try to excite a few people to entertain themselves by some night fishing. Now, at this particular party, there was a little pond out there, and we decided that I did convince a few partygoers that we would go fishing. So I was thrilled. I was so excited to get out of the stuffy party. And so I took my little group and fishing pole in hand. And of course, I was the first to cast my reel. I was just so excited. So I cast my reel, and would you know, I just about immediately caught something. So I decided, I better reel it in. And I kept yelling, "Get the net," hoping that this was going to be a big old fish that I caught. Well, I told you I had some hearing problems, and I did not hear the painful cries of a man who, well, I had hooked his ear. Oh, goodness, I was so embarrassed. And, well, luckily, it didn't damage his ear too badly, but I don't think he's spoken to me since. But that was so embarrassing. You know, my hearing troubles have gotten me into a few funny situations, and I remember one time at a banquet, and this is when I was still founder of the Girl Scouts, and I saw that everyone was standing up to give a standing ovation. Now, if you're not familiar with what a standing ovation is, well, that's just the nicest thing you can do as an audience member. You rise and you applaud, and you're saying that you honor this person so much that you are going to stand up to rise and applaud for them. Well, I didn't want to be rude, but I couldn't quite hear who we were honoring, and well, I decided, I gotta stand up. I don't want to be impolite. So I stood up and I applauded enthusiastically for this honoree, and well, I saw people were looking at me. They were honoring me. And here I was giving myself a standing ovation simply because I hadn't heard who they were honoring. Goodness gracious. And, you know, with these hearing challenges, I have to say it's taught me quite a lot. This story mentioned that I had hearing trouble growing up. That's true, but the incident that really caused my hearing to be quite poor was, will you believe it? It was on my wedding day of all days. And as Willie and I were leaving the chapel and throwing celebration rice into the air, well, the guests were, one of those little grains of rice, it lodged into my ear. Oh, goodness, and we could not get that grain of rice out. I tried everything I could think of, and I actually had to have a surgery to have it removed. And I did have it removed, but it caused quite a lot of pain. And from there, it did damage my hearing further. I'm sorry to say that I think it also sadly damaged my relationship with my husband, as it causes quite a barrier when you cannot communicate effectively. So with all of these challenges, I have found strength through the Girl Scouts. Those girls, they give me so much strength and energy and courage, and they inspire me every day. And if there are any Girl Scouts watching, well, trust me, you inspire me as well. And I've had a few different challenges in my life. Now, before we get started, I do see that, Miss Guada, I see that I'm just very small on the screen. I would like to have a nice direct contact with all of our Girl Scouts, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, well, interesting. Yes, could you just change this contraption here? And, oh my. Well, look at that. Oh, the technology of your time. Thank you so much. Now, I was discussing some of the challenges that I've faced, and one of those challenges was also the loss of my dear sister Alice. She died of scarlet fever when she was only 17 years old. I was in my 20s. And that challenge really shook our family, tore us to pieces. And I feel like at that time, that was the most pain, heartbreak I had ever experienced. And then later, I faced another challenge of my marriage simply dissolving. And to go through all of those challenges, the hearing loss, the loss of my sister, the loss of my hopes for my marriage, I also discovered that I was unable to have children of my own, and I'd so hoped to have a family of my own. And so it was during this time when I was a bit lost and I had to go find my way. In the story, it mentioned a few of those adventures that Daisy, that I went on. And while that sounds very thrilling and exciting, and it was, this was also a time in my life when I was really searching for meaning in my life. I wanted to do good in this world and to be useful and somehow in this world. And it was during that time, through all those travels, and sometimes to distract me from my sadnesses, and sometimes to simply get away and be with friends and learn and follow my own curiosities as well. Well, it was during this time that is when I discovered the Boy Scouts, in particular Sir Robert Baden Powell. Now, he is the founder of the Boy Scouts and a very distinguished military scout from the British Army. And we became very, very good friends. We're still very good friends, of course. And he was the one who encouraged me to learn more about Girl Guiding. Now, those Girl Guides, that was the sister organization of the Boy Scouts. And when he was telling me about all of the wonderful activities that the Boy Scouts were learning, and all the wonderful things that Girl Guides were learning as well, well, I got very excited. You know, throughout my entire life, I've always had these fascinations, and of course, it's gone from painting as a fascination. I was very dedicated as a painter. Sculpting, I was very involved in sculpting as well. And when I came across Boy Scouts and Girl Guides and told my parents about it and others, well, my family thought that this was just another one of Crazy Daisy's fascinations, and I can understand that, but here was something different. Here was something where I could follow my own curiosities, I could learn, and I could engage in all of the things that I love when it came to nature and sports and art and giving back to the world. And I think that's what really made the difference for me. It seemed like I finally found my path, and I'm so very glad that I did find it. So Girl Scouts out there watching, when you come across those challenges in your own life, know that there is a day out there in the future
where those challenges, they may still be with you, but you will have overcome them in a way. You'll have learned to live with them. You have learned to be strengthened by them. You will learn from them. And you will persevere. You will. Especially because you're a Girl Scout. And you've learned new things. You adapt to challenges. You know how to survive. And I know that you know how to be a good citizen and a good fellow Girl Scout and neighbor to all. And those are the things that are going to get you through those challenges, is doing good for others. It's such a good feeling to do good for others, isn't it? It's a little reward in its own. And I hope those words of encouragement have inspired you today.
Thank you so much. We have a question
yes.
in the chat. Let's see.
And you know, I may stand. I hope the frame is all right for this, but I think I will stand at this point, and perhaps you could assist me, Miss Wada. Now, I don't like to sit down for too long, but I also would love to show you my Girl Scout troop outfit. Now, you see here, we have a Norfolk jacket and a lovely little tie here. Yes, you can go right ahead, Miss Guada. And I've also got my cap here. Now, this is a nice wide brim hat because we want to keep the shade out of our eyes. We want to keep the sun out of our eyes. And this jacket, with it's made of wool. It's a very good fabric for out of doors. So now that you've seen my ensemble, I would be glad to take any questions that we have.
So Sally and Annie would like to know, how did the Girl Scout cookies get started?
Sally and Annie want to know about Girl Scout cookies. Now, as I am speaking to you today from the year 1920, this is quite a new idea, a new fundraising model. Now, I have heard of some girls having bake sales. Now, with these bake sales, they have done quite a good job in raising funds for their troop. And one of the cookies that we enjoy in our bake sale is the shortbread cookie. Now, this is a simple cookie that is excellent to have with tea or coffee for you adults out there. And the shortbread cookie was one of the first recipes that we had for any of our bake sales. Now, as far as selling more cookies for fundraising, as I speak to you in 1920, that is just an idea at this point. Now, I wonder if that will take off. Other ways that we fundraise, well, of course, we sell our handbooks. The girls must pay dues, of course. Now, we do try to keep those low so that all girls of any social class may join the Girl Scouts. We also make we do fundraising through our uniform sales as well. And something that's somewhat new in the year 1920, you know, when we first started out about, it's 8 years ago in my time, we would make our own uniforms, but nowadays we can purchase them from a department store. Now, that is just fascinating to me to see pre-made Girl Scout uniforms that you can simply purchase. Before, we had to make them. And of course, that was a fun learning experience, to make your own uniform. So perhaps some of our Girl Scouts out there would be interested in making their own uniform as well.
Now, this is a lovely comment by Karen Alderton. Girlie's Bronze Project with her first troop was to encourage others to be more giving, and she says they reached all 50 states and 14 countries.
Wow, that is remarkable. Now, could you? I want to understand this exactly. This is their troop. Oh, could you repeat that for me? I'm sorry.
She said Girlie's Bronze Project with her first troop.
Oh, that is fantastic. I applaud you. What an honor. Oh, to know that Girl Scouts has grown in your time so much. You know, as I stand here today in 1920, speaking from my time, there are about 80,000 Girl Scouts, but I bet there are plenty more in your time.
We do have another question in the chat. So when you went deaf, were you able to learn any
sign languages?
That is an interesting question. Now, I am not deaf. Now, folks who are deaf, they have complete hearing loss. Now, there are days that I can hear better than other days. And you know what was interesting is that when I was in Egypt, of all places, the climate there was remarkable for my hearing, for whatever reason. In Egypt in particular, it was like I had no hearing loss at all. It was quite remarkable. But it depends on the weather oftentimes. It depends on the surroundings where I'm at. But to answer your question, did I ever learn sign language? No, I did not use sign language. I've never learned American Sign Language or any hand sign language. Now, I am familiar, one of my dear friends, her sister is deaf, and so I have experienced meeting someone who is actually deaf and them using hand signs. And I think it's just a remarkable way of communicating. But fortunately for me, I have not had to resort to sign language. Now, I've tried a few different things. There are some new technologies that I've experimented with, and one of them is a hearing aid of sorts, but oh, it's just a big old clunky thing. Now you have to have this big old receiver here that's tied to you, and it's just a big old box. And then you have a hearing receiver that goes over your ears, like a little circle there, and then almost like a little what receives the sound, where the sound goes in, a little tube there, and you hold it out, and then it can help, but goodness, I travel quite a lot, and I just couldn't bear to have that big clunky thing. And you know, when I'm trying to talk to folks, I don't want to put something in the face like that, and it was just a big distraction. I just couldn't fool with that. So most of the time, I just try to get by. Hope the weather is going to be good for my hearing, but there have been occasions when my hearing loss, I should say, has worked to my advantage. Now, I recall when I was recruiting, I had a friend who I knew that if she just had a little bit of a push, she would love being a Girl Scout troop leader. And so when I approached her, her response was, no, I couldn't possibly. Now, I decided that I did not hear that, and I said, oh, well, that's marvelous. It's all set, and the girls are expecting you this Sunday. And you know what? She became a troop leader, and I'm very glad that she did, and I think she is too. So I suppose you could say that sometimes it's fortunate that I don't have to hear the word no.
Well, thank you so much, Miss Juliet Gordon-Love, for being here with us and sharing this wonderful story with all of us. It looks like we are running low on our time spending with you for now, and we will transfer on and listen to an interview from a tutor from one of our programs that we offer.
That's right. I hear that you are raising donations for a children's reading program, and I'm just thrilled to hear that. You know, some of my favorite memories with the Girl Scouts were sitting around a fire reading stories together, and reading is just so fundamental to all learning and growth, and I do hope that you will give today, and I thank you all for allowing me to read the story here today, to be with you, but I am quite busy recruiting for the Girl Scouts, so I must be off, but thank you so much for taking the time, and I wish you all the very best. And of course, any Girl Scouts out there, especially those who are in Georgia, you can schedule a meeting with me through the Northeast Georgia History Center, or any Girl Scout troop can. So I'm sure there's some information about that from the Northeast Georgia History Center, but thank you all so very much for having me here today.
Thank you.
It's a great opportunity. Things are pretty structured for you here. And
it's a pretty good opportunity to just try things out. You know, you're not being observed. You don't have someone standing over your shoulder saying, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong. You know, it's an opportunity for you to kind of get to know a kid, sit down with them and read, and look at their progress and see, wow, you know, what kind of help that you've done for this student, and what kind of confidence have you instilled in them. And, you know, there's no pressure, I think, is the easiest way to say that. And it's a good, I think it might be a good, you know, somebody who might be interested in going into education, but they have to understand it's a commitment. Just having a program like this that's free for the parents, all they have to do is bring them here. Like what a great opportunity. And they're only limited by the number of tutors that you have. You get more tutors, you can get more kids involved. It's going to help the community as a whole, as you know, as we get better readers. And just having a program like this that, again, is free for the parents. The kids come in, they get a snack. That's important. They, you know, have that one-on-one help, and you can't put a price on that. You know, just to have this program out there for the community is incredible. As a special educator, you know, you watch kids struggle. You know, you see every day that, you know, they end up starting to hate what they're doing. They hate school because it's hard. And when you have a program like this, that you're getting past that it's hard. It's not, yeah, this word's hard, but look at all these other words in this story you can figure out, and, you know, okay, I'll help you with this one. But, you know, in a classroom setting, you know, the teacher's going 17 different directions, and, you know, the responsibility of a teacher nowadays is, it's ridiculous. I don't know any other word to say. You know, it used to be fun to teach. Now it's the paperwork, the meet this expectation, do this, do this, do this. And it's hard. A program like this, I think, is only gonna help the teachers. When kids are in school, they don't get a whole lot of one-on-one instruction. And so just having a person sitting next to him, you know, if he didn't have a person sitting next to him, he might just fly over the word and just keep on going and not really care. But when there's somebody sitting next to him, he's much more confident in trying to figure out what that word is and moving forward. He even did some Lexia at home. I was like, whoa! I was so proud of him, like, yay, dude! So, I mean, that's awesome for him.
Well, Libba, I'm involved with a couple of other volunteer activities, but I have wanted for a while now to get involved with children, especially in reading programs, because I had heard about them. And in fact, I have a neighbor who is a volunteer here at Gainesville Reads, and he spoke so highly of it that I thought, well, gosh, I'm going to go up there and check it out. And so I did, and there were several things about this program that I really liked. First of all, is you don't have to have any teaching background, which I don't. And you know, that really intrigued me. And then secondly, the organization here at Gainesville Reads, I just thought it was very impressive. And all of the tools that you all have to help with the teaching, such as the Lexia online program, written materials and books that we read with the children. And all of this just seemed just very, very attractive to me. And I thought, boy, I want to give this a shot. And I have a fourth grader who's 10 years old now. This year she's in the fourth grade. And she was initially very shy, as you would expect. But as time has gone on and we've gotten to know each other, it has really become a lot easier for her to relate to me and for me with her. In fact, we start out the first 5 minutes of each session just talking about she happens to have some dogs and she rides a horse. And so we always talk a little bit about that. So it's always just kind of fun to catch up with her. And I've really enjoyed getting to know her and her mom. So the school had indicated that she was having some issues with comprehension. And so what I've been doing is at the end of every sentence or two, I'd stop and then I'd ask her questions about it. And then I noticed at the beginning, she did kind of struggle to try to remember what she had heard or had read, but then it got better and better. And at the end of the very last session, I noticed that she was actually anticipating questions that I might ask. And that made me, feel really good, humbled because it's something I hadn't even thought about. But having those resources come back as support for where she needs to focus has just really been a blessing to have. The staff here is incredible, and I work, of course, with you, Libba, but also with Ruth and Diana. And I try to get here a little early, and when I do, it's not unusual at all for Ruth or Diana to come over and say, here's something that I've put in her packet for this week, and maybe even remind me of what I had said the week before, just to prepare me for what's going to happen. But those two are absolutely wonderful. They're friendly, they're very supportive, and I feel like if I've got any kind of question to ask, they are here and ready to respond. First of all, it's in a very open space. It's the space behind me right now. And then every 20 feet or so is a desk where you sit with your student. And I like that a lot. It's out in the open, and it's clear that everybody is involved in teaching, but I would say the overwhelming adjective I would use is informal. It's a very informal space here, and it's just so inviting and friendly. Now, at the end of each session, Libba, as you know, you are the master of playing tag outside. And I actually don't even start doing my summary. I typically will go out and watch the tag game because it's just kind of fun to just watch the kids. And I think it also is an advantage that they've come to know each other over time, which I think contributes to the informality of this space. So I think it's very inviting. So I had some initial concerns about coming here because I had had no experience whatsoever in teaching youngsters. And so I carried that in here even on the first day, but I can tell you that it was dispelled in that first day. And the other thing is that the materials themselves lend themselves to being used by somebody who is not a professional teacher. The Lexia is just a wonderful online program, and the work materials I find to be probably the most helpful because it always has a specific task that the child is going to learn for that day, and there's a lot of repetition, and so I don't really feel at any disadvantage at all. And then we always try to get a book and read the book, and with that, I'm just listening. Luckily, my student likes to read, and I just think that's better for her anyway. And so I help her if there's a particular word that she's not familiar with or she's having trouble sounding it out. But I would say I don't feel at any disadvantage whatsoever. From my standpoint, coming here is not just helping that child, but it's also helping the community. And to the extent that all of the students can continue on and feel confident about what they're doing, it just seems to me that that helps the entire community. I just want to say that if anybody is willing to donate $1 million, I'll throw another 10 on top of that. $10, that is.
We're holding you down to that. Thank you so much, Brad.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Our telethon is sponsored in part by Wisdom Project 2030. The Wisdom Project program provides adults 55 and up with opportunities to learn more about Hall County and then draw from their interests, passions, and leadership skills to help the community. More information is available at www.wisdomproject2030.org.
Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome to the dating game. I hope that you all enjoyed meeting Girl Scouts founder Juliette Gordon-Low. I know I did. That was really fun. I'm so glad that we had Girl Scouts join us. But now we are moving on to a fun game that we have created ourselves. Actually, I should give credit to our archives collections manager, Leslie Jones, who has created our history games tonight. And these are games that you can join. So we highly encourage you to play. And it's very easy to play. So you can either use your smartphone or just open up another tab, another window. And you're going to go to kahoot.it, and then you're going to type in that PIN number. So if anybody wants to play, please go right ahead. Now, Guada, our lovely assistant, could you also put the link and the PIN number in both of our chats? Thank you very much. Oh, I see that Jenny Jones has entered the game. Thank you, Jenny. And before we go any further, I want to welcome one of our special guest players, Richard Berg. Yay! Thank you so much, Richard, for joining us. And Richard is a fantastic living history interpreter for us. He has portrayed Benedict Arnold and James Oglethorpe for us, and I'm sure he will portray. Well,
you are talking about Benedict Arnold.
I know, yeah, there you go. There you go, yeah, exactly. So thank you so much, Richard, and I love the costumes we got going on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so Richard, tell us about your costume. What era is this? What do you wear this for?
This is a mid-18th century upper middle class, probably professional, like doctor, lawyer, speculator, something like that.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean the coat is very well cut. Black shows that you're rich, but you're not showing it off.
Yeah, right. That's funny, yeah. Well, I love it. Marie, what are you dressed as?
Yes, so you said costume.
Oh, yes.
So I took that fully, meaning that I'm wearing a costume rather than a traditional historical recreation.
Yeah,
those are my historical clothes, right? So this is a fantasy take on a medieval outfit. So it has fun, big drapey sleeves that I get to have here.
Nice.
With a velvet overcoat. Sadly, I'm sitting, so you can't see my fun waist chain here.
Oh, that's pretty
got
though.
that.
That's really cool.
And then, of course, my tiara. And then also some more fun embroidery. This is actually the first embroidery project that I did for a costume once I got my machine. And if
that's
you
cool.
want to have some of my own embroidery for you, you can enter my sewing bundle.
Oh, that's
Get some
right.
embroidered hand towels.
That's right. That's right. We have that as part of our raffle, so do check that out. And Glenn, what are you wearing?
Das ist eine Frontsoldaten der Weltkrieg.
What?
I'm sorry. This is a German soldier from the First World War, the early part of the war.
Ja, und Wiener Schnitzel to you too.
Ja, das ist eine Pickelhaube.
Wait, what is that?
Eine Pickelhaube.
Ja.
Pickelhaube.
Pickelhaube.
Pickle hat? Pickle helmet?
No, well, pickle is not a direct translation.
It basically means spike.
Yes, it's made of leather.
I gotta.
I think we should just put a pickle on the spike.
That's what I'm saying. I gotta be honest. I'm disappointed it doesn't actually mean pickle.
That's
helmet.
actually what the war started about. Is France tried to put a pickle on the Kaiser's spike, and it did not go well after that.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, little known history.
Then when we make up more history tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, right, yeah, for sure. Well, y'all, go ahead, viewers. If you're just joining us, I know that we just got started with the dating game. You can play with us. So go ahead and go to Kahoot.it. The link is in the chat, and then you can just enter this PIN number. So go ahead. We encourage all of you to play. Don't be scared. We want you to play. But each of so we have Glenn, Marie, and Richard. They're going to be playing against each other. But we also have Jenny Jones as well. So thank you, Jenny, for joining us. Yes, exactly.
Barbed wire.
Yeah.
Ja, das ist eine Frontleinen.
Well, you know more German than I expected, to be honest, Glenn.
Danke.
Nice. What did I went to Germany once, and I said, wait, how do you say? I learned how to say I don't speak German. Nicht sprechen?
Ich nicht sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Yeah, that. Well, that's gone from me now. Yeah, I think I also learned ein Kaffee bitte, one coffee please, because definitely that's essential. So. Well, y'all, Karen says we're going to watch. That's totally fine. Yeah, that is totally fine. Now, this is called the dating game, and we are going to be trying, our contestants are going to try to guess the correct date of objects from our archive that Leslie has picked out when they were made. So, and then we're going to learn about each of the objects as well. Now, I want to give folks another few minutes to join, or perhaps summon the courage to join us. Join us on the dating game. We have some donors to thank, so let me go to our lovely donor list. I know that Victor Lawrence, thank you so much, Victor Lawrence! Yay! Victor donated $100. Thank you so much. We so appreciate that. And Marianne Burke also donated $20. Thank you so much, Marianne Burke. And, Susie and Jerry McKee, I know them. They donated $20. Thank you so much. We so appreciate that. And now we are at $4,145. So we're getting there. We're getting there, folks. In fact, Guada, while we're playing, would you double check that figure, because I know that we had some donations come in. I want to make sure we've got the latest donation amount. So because we're so close to hitting our goal. Yeah, but without further ado, I think we've given people a fair amount of time to join. Why don't we go ahead and start the dating game now? You will have 30 seconds for your answer. That's right, Leslie, right? Yeah, so only 30 seconds for your answer. And
now? Do I know it now?
No, not yet. Okay. Good luck to all. I am going to get the game started. And
there's more of us.
Whoa!
There's way more of us.
That was quick. How did that happen? Well, yay! I'm so glad.
Oh, there's more.
Yes. Okay. Well, maybe we should hold. Yes. Please join. Maybe people just need a few minutes.
Olivia and Gabby are playing. That means it's the first time we've gone head to head.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh yeah, you think so?
Yeah, he's a librarian.
Yeah, so go ahead and join. I'm gonna give folks a few more seconds to join then, because maybe people are just joining a little late. That's perfectly fine. But of course, if you are just joining us now, our telethon today and a little bit of tomorrow, our 24-hour telethon is dedicated to our free children's reading program, Gainesville Reads, which provides free one-on-one tutoring as well as group virtual sessions to children in 1st through 5th grade in our community. This is Hall County, Georgia, so Gainesville, Georgia, Gainesville Reads. And this has been a wonderful program that we began back in January of 2020. And we faced the challenge of the pandemic. We have been so successful with our program as intended when we got back to on-site tutoring, and the success of that program is largely largely due to our team of volunteer tutors. We could not have this program without our wonderful team of volunteer tutors. If you've been watching throughout the day, you've probably heard comments from them from our interviews with our tutors. And also our fantastic program manager and assistant program manager, Diana Mencia and Ruth Moreno. They have taken this program to new heights, and I am just so thankful for them. So, all right, without further ado, I think we are ready to begin. So we're gonna go ahead and start our game. So I'm gonna have y'all disappear so you don't get in front of the images. So goodbye, and we will begin our game shortly. So I'm gonna get us ready here, and we'll go ahead and transition. Goodbye. Okay, here we go. Pressing start. Boom. All right, the dating game. 3, 2, 1. All right, this is the dating game, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love that graphic list.
Oh, yeah.
That's really fun. Okay, our first question is coming up. Now, Leslie, do you want to show the item afterward or before?
They need to see it
to guess.
Oh, okay. I got it. So, our lovely contestants are actually going to be viewing the first item, which is, here we go, a Mr. Peanut watch, part of the Linda Johnson collection. So I'll let our viewers see the screen. So this Mr. Peanut watch, is it from 1984, 1973, 1966, or 1990? We've got 8 answers so far. Oh man, this is a tough one. I gotta be honest, it's a little tough. I'm trying. There's a nice little wear and tear to this one, so you gotta consider that. So most of y'all got that correct. It was indeed 1966. So we're gonna see the leaderboard, the scoreboard first, and then we'll learn a little bit more about this artifact from our archives. So let's see who's in the lead so far. Mike is in the lead. Congratulations, Mike. But followed very closely behind Kaiser Bill, and not too far behind, Olivia and Ruth and Sir Richard have made it onto the leaderboard. Very, very good. All right, let's go ahead and learn a little bit more. So the Mr. Peanut watch from 1966. So Planters, the company, this was founded in 1906 in Pennsylvania. I'm kind of surprised that it's that early. That's really interesting. I love this timeline of Mr. Peanut through the years, It's such a dapper legume. Now, Mr. Peanut was created by a 13-year-old, now Antonio Gentile, in a mascot contest. Oh, that's a fun story. That's so cool. I bet he's very proud. And sales skyrocketed during World War I. Perfect for you, Glenn.
That's why I wore this.
There you go. Now, people were told to eat them and send off their canned goods. In 2021, Planters was bought for, $3.35 billion by Hormel. Interesting. Now, I'm going to put y'all on the screen for a little bit to see if y'all have anything to share about your reminiscences of Mr. Peanut. Was this a part of y'all's nostalgia, your childhood at all? No, Marie says nope.
I have an amusing anecdote.
Oh, do you? Do tell.
In my wanderings in the college life, when I went to Jacksonville State University for one semester, I studied one class under a fellow named Doc Claren.
Okay.
There in the theater department. Doc because he was a doctor, and Claren because that was his last name. Turns out he was the first dancing Mr. Peanut on television commercials.
What?
Because he was a long, tall, skinny guy. So if you've ever seen those old commercials where he's dancing around, those long legs belong to a fellow I once knew.
Oh my goodness, that's
and
so
studied
fun.
under. Okay.
That's awesome.
How about that?
Wow. Karen says, 1966 was a great year and an awesome route too. Nice. And Karen also says, tell Marie we're rooting for her. Ooh. Nice. All right, so I'm going to make y'all disappear. I'm going to disappear. Poof. And we're going to see our next object. It's being shown to our in-person contestants now. A handmade yo-yo, part of the James and Sharon King collection. Now, yo-yo, was this in the 1910s, the 1920s, the 1950s, or the 1890s? All right, this is a really cool looking yo-yo. This is like professional, you know? So this is pretty, we got 10 answers so far. Let's see, we got a few seconds left to submit answers. And we're going to see who got the year correct. Now, I was pretty split. Okay. So the correct answer was indeed the 1920s. A lot of you thought it was the 1910s. So let's see where that takes us on our scoreboard. All right. Kaiser Bill coming in the lead, followed by Olivia. Oh, nice. Oh, and Lady Bartlett has made it onto the scoreboard. Yes. That's excellent. All right, now let's learn a little bit more about the yo-yos. So, handmade yo-yo, 1920s. Now, this is a really cool yo-yo because it was made from a bobbin used in mills, a textile mill. Now, you can see where it's hammered in place. You may have noticed that in the picture. But yo-yos apparently originated in ancient China and called a bandolore in the 17th century. In 1916, the Scientific American labeled it as a Filipino toy. Interesting. Okay. Was said to be in the Philippines as a national pastime. And there we can see a lovely lady having fun with a yo-yo. Now, y'all got any yo-yo stories? I mean, I myself never learned how to yo-yo really at all. I mean, I played with one, but never really caught my attention completely. Did y'all get into it at all?
I have a cat named Yo-Yo.
You have a cat named Yo-Yo? That's so cute.
Well, it's actually my husband's, but
he
tolerates me.
That's funny.
I remember when I was very young, I was at the playground and the Duncan Yo-Yo Man would come by and do demonstrations.
Oh, that's fun.
So
I bet he was
like
really
with that
good.
kind of yo-yo, or is it the one with because there's also like the yo-yo that has like the 2 strings and the handles.
No, his was just like that, and he could do some amazing things with it.
That's cool.
Yo-yo tricks are really cool. I'm good if I get it to go up and down.
Yeah.
I can do around the world and cat's cradle.
Oh, very cool.
Nice. I mean, that's better than me.
Don't do it around windows, kids.
Yeah. No.
Is there a story that goes with that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Now, Karen asks, was the yo-yo a weapon? Leslie, did you find any information about whether the yo-yo was a weapon originating in ancient China?
I heard in the...
Yeah, sure. Come on down, Leslie.
I heard from my professor, Dr. Philip Gertie at UNG, that the yo-yo was sometimes used in Victorian period to fight off attackers.
Oh.
On the street, not in war.
Oh, okay. But still,
So it was like Victorian pepper spray.
Yes.
Got it.
Wow. All right, so really cool stuff about the yo-yo. All right, we're gonna move on to our next artifact. So goodbye, contestants, for now. And let's move on to Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. All right, so here we have Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Was it created in 1902, 1934, 1944 or 1917. Place your bets. So let's see what you got. All right, and we've got 10 answers in the chat so far. And, oh, that was split all the way across the board, but only 2 people got that one right. It was indeed 1934. Okay, let's see where that takes us in our leaderboard, our scoreboard. So Kaiser Bill in the lead, followed by Olivia. Ooh, but Lady Bartlett, rising up in the ranks. Very good, very good. All right, so we are going to learn a little bit more about this. So let's see, let's go next. There we go. All right, Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Now this was a bit of context. We have ancient Egypt made tooth powder with salt, flowers, and mint, and some used burnt ashes of ox hooves. That's fascinating.
Interesting.
Yeah. And ancient Greece made it with animal bones or crab shells ground into a powder. In the 1700s, the English ground toast into powder. Wonder how that worked out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Insert English dental joke here.
I know, right? Yeah. Exactly. And then we also have that powders were taken over by paste in the 1940. Interesting.
Okay.
So, all right, tooth powder. Would any of y'all use? We also have a lovely ad here. It's the new Dr. Lyon's dental cream. Ooh, so we go from powder to cream. Interesting. Have any of you ever used tooth powder before?
Oh, sure.
I think I've used baking soda.
Baking
I have
soda
too, yeah.
Yeah. So
It wasn't pleasant.
not pleasant.
Something I couldn't put on the slide is that they still use tooth powder in India.
What? Oh, that's cool.
You can get it on Amazon. And use it at your reenactments to be more authentic.
That's fun.
I guess. I mean, I don't know.
You don't know. What are you talking about? No, that's really cool. All right, so we've got a little bit of experience with tooth powder. Now, next we have... Oh, I better get y'all the way. Oh, sorry. We have... Ooh, the Puck phonograph, donated by Judy Dodge. Now, was this phonograph created in 1887, 1920, 1903, or 1927? What do you think? Ooh, we got 11 answers now. Wonderful. Yeah, if anybody's joining in, y'all can hop on the game. Okay, so we've got 11 answers in. This is a tough one. But we only got a few seconds left. Let's see what we got. Okay, only 3 people got that one. Most of you thought it was earlier, but it was indeed 1903. So let's see what our scoreboard is like now. Jenny Jones is now on the scoreboard. Congratulations. But Kaiser Bill is in the lead, followed by Olivia. Up 3 places. Annie Lewis is the highest climber. Great job, Annie. Excellent. Now, with this phonograph, let's learn a little bit more about it. So, the Puck phonograph of 1903 was selected. Oh yes, this artifact was selected for Antiques Roadshow, and it still works. I can't wait till we can demonstrate that. We need one of the cylinders, right, Leslie?
String.
Oh, a string. We need a string. Now, this was inspired by German clock making because they're made with wind-up clock parts. That's fascinating. And it was designed to play 2-minute cylinders. It's cheaper than their competitor, the Thomas Edison phonograph. And unlike others, this uses string instead of a belt to wind. I wonder if we had a belt, if it would have lasted longer. But we have the string variety. So, are y'all familiar at all with phonographs? Have you ever owned one or used one at all?
Like a record player?
I mean, I've used a record player, but I've never.
It kind of looks a little bit like a record player.
It kind of, yeah.
Not this one because it has like the wax cylinder, so obviously. I've never used a wax cylinder one.
Yeah.
The mechanics are the exact same. It's just that the cylinder spins instead of the flat disc spinning.
And the disc was a lot more durable.
Okay, right. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah,
I
Leslie's
do
gonna
wax
show it off.
melts if it gets too hot.
Well, the first records were wax too.
Ooh, take a look at that. That's so cool.
I like the bottom here.
Oh, that's
It almost
neat.
looks like a kitchen tray.
Yeah.
Looks like cast iron.
That's really neat. Well, thank you, Leslie. Thank you very much. If you want to show it off closer to the camera, you're more than welcome to show our viewers. Take a look at that. Oh, there we are. Yes, excellent, excellent. Nice. Very cool. That's so neat that was on Antiques Roadshow. We need to find that episode.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. Okay. All right. Gonna make our contestants disappear for our next question. Here we go. Okay, this is a Sony Watchman model FD30A. Oh, that looks really fun. I like that. Okay, was this 1990, 1992, 1988, or 1985? We've already got 8 answers in. Of course, keep in mind, contestants, that speed of your answers also equals more points, so you want to get those answers in as quickly as possible. People are taking a moment to check this one out. Oh, but we just got 11 answers. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so most of you got that correct. It was indeed 1985. So let's take a look at our scoreboard. Ooh, big changes, but we still have Kaiser Bill in the lead, now followed by Mike and Jenny Jones. Olivia's gone down on the scoreboard, but I bet she'll come back up, and Lady Bartlett is still on the scoreboard as well. Yep, still there. That's what matters. All right, so let's learn a little bit more about the Sony Watchman. 1985. So this model was the first to have AM/FM stereo radio. A quote from a 1985 review in the Washington Post: "The Watchman is as cute as E.T."
And it's not.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't have to wait in the woodshed for one to come and visit you. Ah ha ha. Really, I guess. I wonder if they used one of those in E.T. If there was like some good product placement or something. I can't remember.
No, Elliot was from a middling to poor family. I
Oh,
can
okay.
afford one of these things. Are like a fortune.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. Yeah. I wonder. Yeah. So we also have these were they stopped making them in 2000 when TV went digital. It looks really cool though.
Yeah. And now you can just use your phone.
Right.
And now we can just use our phone. But did any of y'all own a Sony Watchman or something similar?
I owned a Walkman, but I never owned a Watchman.
Yeah. I knew about them, and from what I heard, you basically had to be in the city where the broadcast was happening. And if you were, 20 miles away from the broadcast signal,
yeah,
snowstorm.
Yeah.
Blizzard, right?
They stopped making them when I was 3, so didn't have one.
Yep. Karen's asking, how are the panel doing things in their answers? They are using their smartphones, yes, to input their answers, just like the other contestants. So yeah,
just like the people in 1985.
That's right. Yeah, they're using their
Using the
smart-
Walkman.
using those radio signals. Yeah. So awesome. Do you want to? I guess we got a fair picture with that.
It's there on the table.
Oh, it's there on the table. Oh, that's fun.
To demonstrate.
Nice.
Let's pick this up.
Yeah, go for it. Oh wow, look at that antenna.
Beautiful antenna.
Wow.
For all of your reception needs.
Man, that could work like double as a selfie stick or something.
You could put your phones in here, your DC in 6V, video in, volume and tuning function.
It is literally about a 2-inch screen.
Wow. Aw. Oh wow, Olivia, one of our young fans, says, I have a still operating Walkman with FM and AM radio.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Very cool.
You
Oh,
also
that's
see
fun.
In the photo there, that's Jason Alexander.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, it is. With
Nice.
hair.
Yeah. Wow. Let's see. Karen asks, Jack was trying to ask how they were doing score-wise. Oh, yeah, so when we go to the scoreboard, it's only the top, 5
she
or
may not know
6.
who we signed in as.
Oh, right. So Marie, the one we're rooting for, Marie is Lady Bartlett. So you're rooting for Lady Bartlett, who is on the scoreboard.
I'm there.
Yep. All right,
Hang
let's go on to our next one. So goodbye, contestants, for now, and we'll go to our next question. All right, so this is Old Mr. Boston Straight Bourbon Whiskey, donated by John H. Smith. Now, the bottle says this whiskey is 4 years old, but it is likely much older. So we have 1933, 1942, 1935, or 1912. So take a look at this bottle, Mr. Boston, old Mr. Boston, excuse me.
Right.
I thought that was just Leslie saying it's
Straight
old.
bourbon
I'm like,
whiskey.
these are old. Now, wow! I'm pretty impressed. A lot of y'all got that. Although it's interesting that it was a split between 1935 and 1912, but most of you got that correct. 1935. So let's take a look at our scoreboard.
Interesting. So if the whiskey was 4 years old, that means it was made while whiskey was still illegal.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. What do you think of that?
I wonder if that's Canadian, eh?
Oh, yeah, might have been. Now, on our scoreboard, Kaiser Bill is still in the lead, but Jenny Jones has the highest answer streak of 3, followed by Mike and Olivia still on the board. And now Gabby is on the board. Oh, Lady Bartlett has left the scoreboard.
I'm only 17 points behind you, Gabby, though.
Just for now. All right, so let's learn a little bit more about old Mr. Boston.
Let's learn a lot more about old Mr. Boston.
So the donor of this bottle of whiskey, bourbon whiskey, it was found in a home that's now a law firm on Green Street in Gainesville here, a very well-known street of historic homes. And the bottle has never been opened. And let's see, Mr. Boston, or old Mr. Boston, was founded in 1927, and it sold syrup. Wink.
Wink, wink.
During Prohibition. Now, Mr. Boston was the first to create a cocktail recipe book and it's on its 65th edition. Wow, I had no idea. That's pretty cool. And the company is now owned by Sazerac Company in New Orleans. But we still have this whiskey bottle here, and Leslie's given them a look. So, Leslie, do you want to... I mean, it's fine. I'm not showing them yet. But do you want to... We could get a close-up of this Mr. Boston bottle, if you like.
And what's interesting about it is, notice it's never been opened, but look how much is missing, Leslie.
That's true. Yeah. There we have it. A little blurry. But
You can see the stamp on top. It hasn't been opened. It says the U.S. Internal Revenue.
Oh, interesting. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean?
It could have been confiscated, right?
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right. So we got a little bit of old Mr. Boston. Now, do any of you have any experience with old Mr. Boston whiskey at all? Is this a brand you recognize at all?
Great question.
Not really.
Nope.
It's like crickets.
I wonder back in the day if it was like high grade, mid grade, or
yeah.
It's
You
on
put it in a tractor?
bottom shelf, as they say.
Yeah.
Could you put it in a? I'm sure you could put it all in a tractor, but
Yeah, but does it make the tractor go good?
no. The question is, will it make you stop coughing?
right.
Or start coughing.
Right.
Yep.
Well, at the very least, it will make you not care.
Yes. There you go. Oh, I see that Carol has joined us in the chat. Hey, Carol. And Carol, hey, if you want to join the Kahoot game, let me go ahead. I'm going to have our contestants disappear so that you can see the Kahoot link. So, Carol, you are welcome to join. You'll see the link, kahoot.it, and the game pin is at the bottom of the screen. I'm sure Guada can place the link and the pin for anyone if that screen is a little too small for you to see. All right, my friends. So next we're gonna go to our next item. Here we go. Chattahoochee High School graduating class. Oh, that's so cool. Donated by Miss Darnell, Mrs. Darnell A. Watson. Oh, this is a great photo. So this is the Chattahoochee High School graduating class. This is a local piece of history. So is this class from 1927, 1919, 1902, or 1912? Now, I'm sure if anyone has watched any of Marie's fashion live streams, you may have an upper hand in this by sort of telling from the distinct style. But let's see what we got. Oh, nice. Most of you got that. 1912. Such a cool photo for us to have in our archives.
I would like to challenge this answer.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. What do you think, Marie?
I think it's definitely 1902.
1902? Oh, you think it's even earlier? Maybe.
The donor said it was 1912.
1912.
I think they are wrong.
Hey, maybe they had these are their clothes from 1902. Now we have Mike has now taken the lead. Oh no, Kaiser Bill, but it's not by much. So there's still hope for Kaiser Bill. But Olivia and Gavi have risen in the ranks. Jenny Jones is on the board, and Gavi has the highest answer streak of 3. Excellent.
If it's any consolation, Lady Bartlett, I picked 1902 as well.
See,
oh yeah.
They
Talk to us about
1902 styles. 1912 styles. You do not have the high collar, you do not have the big poofy sleeves, so they're left over from the 1890s.
I see.
1912, you have like the skinny sleeves, you have like skinny skirts, and you're going more into like the war styles that are going to be using less fabric.
Interesting.
And I mean, during the war, some interesting things happen. Skirts will get a little bit shorter as well. And you get a hobble skirt. But yes, I believe that this donor was mistaken.
We'll have to you know what? Let's work on that.
Yeah.
And for Good Morning History tomorrow, everyone will have to tune in and hear us argue.
Oh yeah. Yes. I'd be fascinated to see if we can figure that out though.
Get that donor on the phone now.
That's right. That's right.
Go find the yearbook from the Chattahoochee High School.
Yes. Hey, who knows? We might have like a yearbook or something. Right. I don't know. Somewhere in the depths of the archive. Okay, so I'm gonna let's see. Have us disappear for a second so we can learn a little bit more. So Chattahoochee High School graduating class of 1912, or is it 1902? Well, the donor's mother is on the second row, third from the right. Oh, that's so cool.
That's her in the middle there.
Oh, very nice. And this started as an extension of Concord Baptist Church. And in 1901, the school changed to Chattahoochee and offered dorms, for 1st through 12th grade students. That's fascinating.
Could this also be the class that was graduating in 1912, but we're having their photo made earlier?
Ah, you know what? That's a good point, too. Yeah, we're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Yes.
Yeah, we are. I always love a good history mystery.
Maybe it was not 1902, and it just took kids longer to graduate.
Maybe.
Back then.
Yeah, right. Now, Chattahoochee High School did shut down in 1957 when North Hall High School opened, and it was demolished in 1982. Wah, wah, wah. But very cool that we have this little piece of local history. Glenn, I know that you've probably been around here the longest. Are you familiar with Chattahoochee High School at all?
No, I'm not. It was before my time.
Of course.
I just know that it was the high school up in North, like it says, in North Hall before it was torn down and they moved to North Hall in the 50s.
Yeah.
I mean, there are still some graduates around from it, and they make notice of those up in North Hall. There's a little section in the school there talking about Chattahoochee High School, but
nice.
that's all literally all it is. I'm sorry, a plaque.
Yeah. Well, very cool that we have that, and yeah, we'll see if we can figure out the correct date for this because I'm pretty curious about that. Okay, so we're gonna go on to our next question. Here we go. All right, this is H.J. Green and Company, a chicken mold, part of the James and Sharon King collection. Now, we have a very relaxed little chicken here, a chicken mold. Now, a chicken mold is I guess we'll find out what exactly that means shortly, but was this chicken mold 1892, 1953, 1900, or 1930? What do you think? And I know it might be a little difficult to see the detail in this photo, but you can see that the chicken is... 1930. Oh, wow. And that was tied between 1900 and 1930. Yeah, so a nice little relaxed chicken there. All right, so let's see our scoreboard. Oh, Oh my goodness, Olivia! Olivia has taken the lead. Excellent, excellent. Followed by Jenny Jones. Wow, this is a surprise, I mean, I believe in you, Olivia, but I just thought Kaiser Bill was in the lead for so long. So it's anybody's game still. Still got some way to go. Okay, so we're going to learn a little bit more about this here chicken mold. Now, in 1907, British H.J. Green and Company made pre-packaged dessert mix. Oh, interesting. I wonder what kind of dessert mix it was.
They did different cakes and jellies and stuff.
Cakes and jellies. Yeah, those look very fancy and fun. Now, bought by Oh, interesting. So this company bought Pillsbury in 1964 and owned it until 1988. And today it's one of the leading dessert brands in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Very cool. And because jelly was hard to make, it was considered upper class, which I suppose is why all of these look so fancy.
Oh, yes.
Who doesn't want a molded jelly in the shape of a chicken?
I mean, I know I do.
Here in Gainesville, that would be all the rage.
Yes, it really would. Yes, we are quite well known for our poultry here. Let's see if you want to go ahead and show the mold. You might need to back up from the camera so it can focus a little bit and then go back in.
There's a little stamp here that says Green's New Style Jellies. That's how I found out.
Oh, that's so cool. Nice.
Really, really hard to focus, but you get the idea.
Yeah. Now, I'm kind of curious as to, if you're going to make a mold in the shape of a chicken, what is it going to taste like? Yeah. What is it going to be?
I can't help but notice that this is apparently a chicken with no head.
What? Yeah, wait, where's that mold?
It's all tucked in.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was saying a very relaxed
okay.
Your jelly is in the process of laying an egg.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it would be a savory jelly, which I've never tried, and it doesn't sound.
A little mincemeat.
It's actually not that bad.
Oh yeah, you've tried. Oh, that's cool. All right. Well, maybe I'll be a little adventurous.
I have sampled molded meat. Yes.
Not moldy.
Not moldy, but molded. Very important.
Different.
Yes.
Very different. Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next question. So here we go. All right, this is Canning for Victory for Home and Country pamphlet. This is a really cool item. Now, this might give you some... this is going to be tough. We've got some years that could really go either way. We got 1914, 1918, 1942, 1944, big war years, obviously. But which of these wars was it? Which of these years was it? Canning for Victory. We've got 13 answers in so far.
I'll bet I've missed this one.
Oh no. Let's see. Wow.
All right.
Most of you got that right. It was indeed 1942. I was thinking World War I, but I suppose not. So
They did.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's see what our scoreboard looks like now. Jenny Jones!
Jenny's up top.
Woo! But Kaiser Bill's coming back for that number one spot. Nice. Olivia's still on the scoreboard. Mike and Gabby are still on the scoreboard as well. So now we'll learn a little bit more about Canning for Victory for Home and Country pamphlet 1942. So, due to agricultural labor shortage from the draft, fresh food was scarce. The government encouraged home victory gardens. By 1943, victory gardens supplied Americans with 40% of their fruits and veggies. That's remarkable. A poll in 1944 said that 75% of homes in the U.S. canned food. Now, we can see with this image here, the pressure canner is now a weapon of war to preserve food.
Dot.
Yeah. Dot. To preserve food. That's great. For civilians, and indirectly to release food to our fighting forces and our allies. Whether your canner is new or old, make it last and share it with others.
I would imagine that if you leave it on the stove for too long, it can really become a weapon.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, I would bet. So, do y'all have any experience with canning at all?
Oh heavens, yes.
Oh yeah, you do a lot of canning in your.
My mother and my grandmother used to do a lot of it.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, exactly. I have. I've helped. We never like within
Yeah.
my household done canning, but with my mom and my grandparents a lot.
Oh, nice, nice.
I have all my grandma's canning supplies, and
Mhm.
one day
One of
I'm
these
going to
days.
can from my garden.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say first you got to get a garden.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
part of the trick.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Be
Or
successful.
know
with your
someone
garden.
who does.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so remarkable that 40% of fruits and vegetables in 1943 were from Victory Gardens. And
Well, during the war, the U.S. went heavily into rationing and basically putting the entire country on a war footing. So.
yeah.
Of course, and anything grown in a garden was not rationed. It was yours.
Right.
So
Makes a lot of sense. So if you want that fresh food, you're gonna have to grow it yourself.
Right, yep.
For victory. Excellent, excellent. All right, we're gonna move on to our next question. Here we go. Okay, this is the Knights of Pythias ceremonial sword and sheath. This is a very cool artifact that we have. But is it from the 1890s, 1870s, 1900s, or 1840s? And if you're not familiar with the Knights of Pythias, you will be shortly. So let's get your best guess in. We got 10 seconds left and 10 answers. All right, so let's see who's going to get it. And, okay, a little bit split. We have the 1890s. A lot of you thought it was the 1870s, but it was indeed the 1890s. Okay, let's see our scoreboard. Oh, Kaiser Bill is back in the lead. Oh, but Sir Richard has the highest answer streak of 3. Excellent,
all right.
excellent. And Olivia is in second place. Very cool, very cool. And we'll also take a look at this sword and learn a bit more about it. So let's learn about it first. So the Knights of Pythias ceremonial sword and sheath from the 1890s. The sword belonged to a knight of uniformed rank. Founded in 1864, it was the first fraternal order approved by Congress. The order disbanded uniformed rank in 1950. And some famous Knights of Pythias are William McKinley, FDR, Louis Armstrong, interesting, Nelson Rockefeller, and Warren G. Harding. And there we can see their uniform. That's interesting. Okay, I
Looks
wasn't
like
expecting
Civil War Zouaves.
Yeah. So, are y'all familiar with this fraternity at all?
Not that one in particular. No.
Yeah.
No, there were fraternal orders like this that were quasi-military, quasi-social were very popular, like in the late 19th century and early 20th century, and they had all these. There are collectors out. There's a few collectors out there who do all these fraternal order swords, and there's just a plethora of them, and it's so hard to keep track because every little town would have a fraternal order, and then they would say, well, we need swords. We're going to order 8 swords from this sword company in Chicago, and they would make some little different thing about it, and there's just a billion different variations.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Do you want to show off the sword?
It's just
Leslie?
really hard to see in that picture, the full thing.
Yeah.
So this
Might need to
is-
come a little closer, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you can get the full thing.
Right. So let's see. Ah, very cool. Oh, that looks so neat.
So there's a gentleman on the top with a lion, and it says UR for his uniformed rank, and then it has his name on the sword.
Oh, that's cool.
John Reese.
John Reese.
Okay.
Very cool. Awesome. That's so beautiful. And thank you, Leslie. Thank you. All right. Let's see. We are going to our next item. We've got a few items left. So let's go ahead. All right. Next item is a Christian Dior couture mink chapeau, part of the Miriam Hoyle Wilson collection. So was this hat? A mink hat, very fancy, Christian Dior, from 1968, 1952, 1946, or 1937. I saw some very quick answers, so perhaps we've got some folks who are into their vintage hats. So we got 12 answers so far. Couple of seconds. Yeah, right. Okay, so we got 1968 was the answer. Most of you thought it was the 50s, but it is indeed 1968. So let's take a look at our scoreboard. All right, so, Kaiserville is still in the lead with the highest answer streak of 3 correct answers in a row, but followed by Olivia. She's coming for you, Kaiserville.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's learn a little bit more about this Christian Dior Couture Mink Chapeau from 1968. So this hat was designed by Mark Bohan, purchased in Atlanta. And Dior himself designed for Queen Elizabeth, Princess Margaret, Audrey Hepburn, Ava Gardner, Rita Hayworth as well. And Mark Bohan, I hope I'm saying that correctly, became head designer in 1960 and designed for Elizabeth Taylor, Grace Kelly, and Sophia Loren.
That's
and
Dior in the picture.
Oh, very cool.
Okay.
That's beautiful. So yeah, Marie, maybe you could tell us a little bit more about just the trend of this style of hat. I mean, it seems very. It doesn't surprise me. It's from the 60s.
All right, so let's see. So I know a lot of people thought it was 50s, but let's look at the distinctive features, which makes us think it is more 60s.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's 68. It is not the little pillbox hat, right? It's not symmetrical. It kind of goes down like a beret, which means the 60s psychedelic, funky. It's fun, right?
Yeah.
So it's not symmetrical by any means. We have the nice slope to it. It's mink and furs were all the rage in the 50s and into the 60s. We started to see them kind of going out in the later 60s, but this is a beautiful designer piece. Mink was like probably one of like the hugest things, and like all ladies wanted to have a mink stole. Having fine quality of this mink was like a huge social thing. Like you wanted to have it to wear out to all of your fancy social engagements. And to go with your mink stole, why not have a mink hat? That means like you're even like fancier, right? Nice. So that of course like the fur trend was like huge in the 50s and then into the 60s, and then it kind of died away going after that.
It's an incredible shape too.
It's very nice.
I don't think they ever wore it.
Want to pet it.
Carol in the chat. Carol in the chat says that's Princess Margaret in the photo with Loren.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's Christian Dior.
Oh, Christian Dior, of course. Duh.
That's Princess Margaret.
I don't think that's Princess
I don't
Margaret.
think it is.
Oh, it's not.
I also do not believe
Perhaps it's a doppelganger. Oh, that's funny. Karen also says, Liva, you're using the French. Yeah, we were making. We're saying that I really should have taken Spanish in high school, but at least I can say chapeau.
You were going to get it, and you got it great.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. We are going to go to our next question. Okay, this is a bundle of skeleton keys. So, is this bundle of skeleton keys from the 1880s, the 1910s, the 1840s, or the 1920s? Let's see what we've got. Got some answers coming in.
There aren't many distinctive feature of skeleton keys.
I wanted one tough one for the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine this didn't change too much, but I don't know. Ooh, we got 14 answers. So I think some folks have joined us. Excellent. All right. Oh, okay. So, wow, nobody got it.
Nobody got it.
Nobody got this is a surprise. Yeah, this is a good little surprise. It was indeed the 1920s. All right. So let's see our scoreboard. Since nobody got it, nothing changed. So scoreboard remains the same. But this is indeed from the 1920s. So this keychain is from Bruckman's Brewing Company, the oldest brewing company in Ohio. Wait, so these keys are from Ohio?
No, the keychain itself.
Oh, the keychain itself. Okay, the keychain. I see now. Yeah. So very cool. The lock and keys. Lock and keys were used 6,000 years ago in Assyria. Keys were made of wood, and metal keys began in the medieval period. And keys we know today were created during the Industrial Revolution by Linus Yale Sr.
Okay, let me explain the...
Yeah. So let me get our video going. We can take a look at these keys. There you are, Leslie.
Okay, so what makes these 1920s is the two circles for the, it's really, really hard to see.
Yeah.
But there's two circles for the key itself on top, and that's a 1920s, and plus the physical key is flat, and they use those basically only in the 1920s.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the two circle keys. Now I'll remember.
Obviously.
I wanted you guys to have a tricky one. I'm sorry.
It was tricky. It tricked everybody.
Yep, it sure did. All right, excellent. So let's see. We are running a little bit low on time, but I think it's perfectly fine if we go a little bit over. We're having fun. So yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. Let's go on to our next question. Oop, I'll get y'all out of the way real quick. All right, this is anti-Pix chicken glasses.
Are they glasses for chickens?
Yes.
These are glasses for chickens. Why? You'll find out soon.
Screwed onto their beaks.
Oh.
What?
I thought that was it. Oh, poor bubs. But now we got 1914, 1940, 1937, or 1922. Let's see. We got 12 answers in the chat so far. 14 now. Okay. Oh, it was indeed 1940. Most of you thought it was 1937. Not too far off. Another tough one. So let's see our scoreboard. Jenny Jones is rising up as well as Mike, but Kaiser Bill is still in the lead. So these anti-Pix chicken glasses from 1940. So when chickens are put in close quarters, cannibalism occurs. Glasses prevent the chickens from seeing blood and pecking one another. What? Made by the National Band and Tag Company in Newport, Kentucky. No longer use glasses. So apparently chicken companies no longer use these at all. Instead, they trim their beaks. Oh, I don't know which is better. Cool sunglasses for chickens or sad?
I think I'd go with the glasses.
I think I'd go with the glasses too. Yeah,
well, and notice you can kind of see it in the picture. See how the two red lenses kind of have a hinge on them?
Yeah.
The idea is that when that's on their beak, when they're looking at other chickens, right, they won't peck because they can't see the blood. But when they look down at their feed, the lenses pivot, and then they can see the feed normally and can see it to peck it. But then when they come back up, the lenses pop back in, or don't pop. They just drop.
Right. Oh, that's so strange. It's so strange. Did you want to show off the chicken glasses? I know they're so tiny. And I'll try to help with the focus on this one. Okay. So let's see. Let me get over.
Do you know what the
camera?
Those are for?
I don't know what those are for.
We have our lovely chicken glasses. I'm gonna go with manual focus this time. Try to zero it. There's our chicken.
There we go.
Yay.
Yeah,
and they're
if you
hingy.
tilt them over, you can see the lenses kind of.
Oh, that's cool.
Yay. And then, if anybody knows, there's these little spring-looking things in there that are with them. I have no idea what they are for. Could not find it in my research.
Oh, interesting.
And Glenn doesn't know either, so it must be a tough.
They may have just dropped into the box. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the donor probably said, "Oh, here's some things for the History Center too."
They're toys for the chickens.
That's right.
You know? All right, so we're gonna continue our game. So let's see. Let's go to our next item. Our next item is a Pana Carriage Model T foot heater. So this might give you a little bit of a clue with the Model T, I suppose. But is it 1890, 1900, 1830, or 1870? Okay, so this is I guess earlier than I expected. But we have a foot heater. Oh, this is very cool item indeed. And we see here, it says Dr. Hahn's foot warmer, hot coals from the fireplace were put in it. It was placed, well, there we go. We'll learn more about it. But it was no, it wasn't. Wait, what was it? 1870, yes, okay. Everybody thought it was 1900, so I thought that was right. So yes, it is 1870. Only one person got that correct. Everybody else thought it was 1900. So let's see if that changed anything. Ooh, didn't change a thing. Still in the lead, Kaiser Bill. All right, let's.
Well, I guess maybe I'll say.
Yeah, let's learn a little bit more about this. So, All right, the Pana Carriage Model T foot heater from 1870. So it's still, this artifact still has coal in the pull-out drawer, which is very cool. And the tag says it was used by Dr. Ham. And these heaters were used by the upper class, doctors and postal workers. At the end of the 19th century, automobiles were known as horseless carriages.
See, that's the trick. It's not a Model T car.
Yeah.
The heater is a Model T.
Oh, yeah, that threw me off.
And Dr. Ham was one of the, he was a physician in Hall County. And if I'm remembering from the exhibit text correctly, I think he was the first doctor in Hall County to eventually get a car, like an internal combustion engine car, to go on the house calls.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
his picture's in the gallery. That's why I'm trying to remember the whole story.
Oh, very cool. Let's show off the carriage here, and I'll try to zoom in on that as well. So, Gwen, if you want to do this, I've got it on manual focus, so we can just zero in on. There we go. Wait, where is it? All right, I think. I forgot you can't see it, but you're good.
You can see me? Okay.
Yeah.
So this specific brand is from that time period. They had foot heaters way before that. It's just this specific brand. And then, it's really heavy because the coal's still in it.
And it's like cast
jammed.
iron.
Oh, it's jammed. Oh.
It's jammed.
Can you lift it up a little bit higher?
Yes. Sorry. It is heavy.
Heavy object.
It's heavy, but it still has the carpet on it, which I think is pretty cool.
Very cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Thank you very much, Leslie. All right. Excellent. And take my seat. Oh, this is our last object. All right. Last artifact coming up. Here we go. So, you can go ahead, Leslie, we have the Huntley Creamery pot, part of the James and Sharon King collection. Was the Huntley Creamery pot in 1910, 1930, or 1890, or 1887? So we've got some answers in, 13 answers so far. You got 10 seconds left. All right, let's see. Yeah, I know. We need some Jeopardy style music. Yeah. Oh wow, most of you got that correct. Right. It was indeed 1910. So, the Huntley Creamery pot. So the pot says it's recommended for children and invalids. Okay.
All right.
Creameries bottled milk, made cheese and cream, and churned butter. Creamery was located in Huntley, a town in Aberdeenshire. Aberdeenshire. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Glenn. Scotland. And ice boxes or community cool houses were used to keep dairy cold. So let's learn a little bit more from Leslie, I suppose. I'm kind of confused. This is... Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait. Why? Oh, that's because Yes. Sorry, that was my alarm for our stream will be... Yeah, the time limit for our stream. One second, I gotta... Oh, so this is... I'm just curious about the creamery pot. Like, was it sold and, like, with a product in it? Or...
Yeah, it's supposed to come with a top. The top's missing, but it was a cork top, and then the cream went in it.
Okay. Very cool. And Guado, you're going to use the front to focus with the camera. So let's see if we can focus in on that other way. There we go. Yay!
I don't know if you guys can read it. It says down here, the very last one. Made for children and invalids.
There it is. Now, I don't understand. Why?
I don't, Glenn, do you know?
Marketing. Because it's a specialized, I mean, look at how fancy that pot is.
Look at that.
Yeah. And you can just get cream from any dairy. But this is for children and invalids. Who do you care about most?
Children and invalids.
Children and invalids. And so you can charge a premium price.
Mary Kay is laughing because she thought it was way larger based on the picture. All right, so let's focus in on our contestants again. Thank you very much, Guada. That's great right there. All right, excellent. So I think this was our last one. So now we're going to see our winner. So let me go ahead so we can see the whole scoreboard. And All right. The dating game. In third place, we have Olivia.
Yay!
In second place, we have Ginny Jones. Yay! And in first place, I wonder who it could be.
Oh, yeah.
It's Kaiser Bill. And our runners-up are Mike and Sir Richard. So excellent, Sir Richard.
All right.
Now, one thing we didn't discuss was a prize for our winner. I say they get at least one raffle ticket. What do you think? So, Kaiser Bill, if you would like to have one raffle ticket for any of our raffles,
Why don't I yield my prize to number 2 and number 3?
I didn't know you were Kaiser Bill.
I'm
the whole time.
Kaiser
That's so
Bill.
Funny. I did not realize that the whole time. That's hilarious. I was just like, wow, they're really killing it. You know.
It's the it's the hat.
Well, I guess in that case, yes, Glenn, Kaiser Glenn, who. So, would you like to? You'd like to give your?
I'll yield my prizes to Ginny and Olivia.
Okay, so Ginny and Olivia, you will both get a raffle ticket. How about that? So, so Ginny and Olivia, all you need to do is, if you could message us, we need your name, email, and which raffle you would like. So you can message us on Facebook, or you can also email me as well. So probably the easiest thing is just to message us on Facebook. So congratulations, Kaiser Bill. And yes, thank you so much, everyone, for playing the dating game. That was super fun. We've got another very fun game coming up, but we're going to take a short break. And just a heads up at our, let's see, I'm trying to debate whether we should go ahead and restart the stream now because we have a time limit for our stream. So I think what makes the most sense right now is to go ahead, restart our stream so we don't run out of any time on YouTube. Now, for folks that are watching on YouTube, you should be automatically directed to part 2 of our telethon. For folks who are watching on Facebook, just refresh the page in a minute or two and we'll be live again. But thank you so much for joining us, everyone. This was super fun, and I'm very excited for our next game, which is The Price is Wrong. So we are going to end the stream for now to start part 2. And just hang tight. Go to our YouTube channel or Facebook page in a minute or two, and you will see us there if you are not automatically directed. Thanks so much for joining us, y'all. This was super fun, and we're really glad to be here and support Gainesville Reads. This is also an excellent time to make a donation. You may notice that we are very, very close to our goal. So please consider a donation to Gainesville Reads, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks so much.